Welcome to Light Novel Audiobook. Naruto, COS Real Danzo said he is my father. Chapter 41. Teacher Kakashi. Naruto suddenly fell to his knees. His usually bright sapphire eyes were now dim, without a single ray of light. He seemed to have lost all his emotions, and stiffly called out Kakashi. Hajime was treating the wounds on Kakashi's body, who had lost too much blood. Hearing Naruto's voice, he and Kakashi looked towards Naruto. Seeing Naruto's distraught state, Hajime slightly raised his eyebrows. He hadn't told Naruto that Minato Namikaze was his father. But Naruto seemed to have known it for a long time. Who told him? The answer quickly appeared in Hajime's mind. Nine-tailed fox. Naruto. Kakashi was also surprised by Naruto's reaction at this time. The wounds on Kakashi's body gradually healed. Hajime walked to Naruto's side, held Naruto's hand, and repaired his muscles and tendons that were broken by the nine-tailed fox's chakra. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Hajime asked softly. Naruto lowered his head and said nothing, but asked, Teacher Kakashi, what is the relationship between the fourth Hokage and me? Kakashi's heart sank, and his face suddenly became solemn. Grandma Cho looked at Kakashi's face. What else did she not understand? Every village has its own secrets. Grandma Cho did not speak. Killing the father she just met with her own hands. Even though she was an old woman who had experienced a cruel war, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. From Naruto's reaction, he should have the answer in his heart. Kakashi understood that it was meaningless to hide it from him at this time. Naruto has grown up, and he has the ability to bear the truth. The fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, is your father, and the nine tails was sealed in your body by him. Kakashi's voice fell. Hajime felt a wetness on the back of his hand. Naruto's tears kept flowing out of his eyes like a faucet that had been turned on. How could it be? Sakura's pupils dilated, and she looked at Naruto in disbelief. If that's the case, then Naruto just knew nothing. Sakura's heart seemed to be tugged hard. She felt a wave of soreness in her nose. Playing with people's feelings. Grandma Cho said, the people in that organization are really scum. Hajime. In a sense, he is not a human. He can't be considered a scum. But he was still unhappy to be scolded. Forget it. You can't argue with the old man. Let Grandma Cho see her grandson being rolled into a ball by him to scare her. Who told Hajime to respect the old and love the young? It's a pity that Gaara died early, otherwise he would have performed a hand-rolled ball for Naruto. By the way, when he is exposed, what will happen if he directly rubs Sakura and Kakashi with his hands? It's really exciting. It's like this. No matter how many ideas he has about art, the most important thing for Hajime now is to hone his acting skills. Especially this kind of challenging improvisation. Hajime looked at Naruto with heartache, stretched out his hand to wipe the tears from his cheeks, his eyes red, and looked even sadder than Naruto. Naruto leaned on his shoulder, and suppressed crying continued to come. Hajime patted his back with one hand and stroked the back of Naruto's head with the other hand, constantly comforting him softly. Naruto, it's okay. The fourth generation must be very happy to see you. Instead of letting the fourth generation become a killing machine controlled by others, your approach can be regarded as letting the fourth generation return to the Pure Land. How can he blame you? He will only be proud. Naruto has become an excellent ninja. Isn't it? If Naruto really misses Minato Namikaze, he can force Minato Namikaze to play with Naruto every day. As long as Naruto can bear it. Naruto's psychological endurance is still too weak. Hajime shook his head in his heart. It seems that he still needs to give Naruto some strong medicine. There is still one Uzumaki Kushina who hasn't been killed yet. Let's keep Uzumaki Kushina to make balls for him. Naruto's depression was only for a moment. As Hajime said, being controlled to attack the ninjas of Konoha completely violated the will of the fourth Hokage of Konoha. So letting him get rid of control is the best choice for the other party. He believes that his father will not blame him. Naruto, who forgave himself for his father, jumped up from the ground. We have wasted too much time on this journey. We have to go and save Gaara quickly. His eyes regained their light, and he pulled Hajime up from the ground, and said heroically, "Let's go." Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who had recovered with full health, and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, no matter what happened to Naruto, he would never be depressed for too long. Sakura also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if Naruto could figure it out by himself. Hajime. He still underestimated Naruto. Naruto's psychological ability to withstand pressure is still very strong. Jiraiya must be added to his list of balls. Hajime thought seriously. Naruto and his men continued to shuttle through the jungle. Soon after, a spacious and bright white light appeared in front of the jungle. Their figures fell lightly from the rocks and stood steadily on a piece of water. And in front, several familiar figures had been waiting for a long time. Hajime. Xiao Li's eyes lit up and he waved at Hajime. Before Xiao Li and his friends came here, Teacher Kai had reminded them to keep secret what happened on the road. Kai's sharp intuition told him that the other party was most likely coming for Hajime. If Hajime knew what happened on the road, his mood would definitely be affected. Under the premise of not knowing the other party's true purpose, hiding what the other party does not want is the best approach. Sakura, Naruto. Xiao Li blinked at Sakura. Sakura quickly hid behind Hajime. Hajime. What a bad fate, what a bad fate. Kakashi, you are so slow. In the crowd, Might Guy caught sight of his good friend and gave him a smile that seemed a little ambiguous to Hajime. No, I encountered some trouble on the way and was delayed for a while. No matter how difficult the battle was, at least in front of Kai, Kakashi had to pretend to be calm and indifferent. There was no way, he and Kai were eternal rivals. On the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave, there was a talisman with forbidden words on it. Inside the cave. It's getting lively outside. The colorful phantom exclaimed. It looks like reinforcements have arrived. Where are the reinforcements from? Deidara asked. Are they the ones that Brother Kisame delayed? Deidara looked at the phantom of Hoshigaki Kisame. They're all here. The one who answered Deidara was Black Zetsu, who served as an intelligence ninja. Unfortunately, it's too late. Black Zetsu looked down. On the ground, Gaara was lifeless and had become a corpse. I heard there's another Jinchuriki here. Scorpion was unexpectedly excited. We must remove this barrier. Outside the cave, looking at the huge stone with a barrier in front of him, Kai looked at Kakashi. Can you tell what kind of barrier this is? What do you think it is? Cho asked Kakashi beside her. She actually had a guess in her mind. Cho is an old senior in the ninja world. She has seen many ninjutsu and barriers. And Kakashi graduated from the ninja school when he was very young and started to perform missions. His teacher was the fourth generation Hokage and was knowledgeable. It should be the Five Seals barrier. Kakashi judged. I agree. Cho nodded. Naruto looked puzzled. Five Seals barrier. Kakashi explained. The Five Seals barrier is a barrier formed by sticking talismans with forbidden characters on 5 places around. In addition to the character in front of you, there are talismans in 4 other places. How can it be broken? Kai asked. You must remove the talismans at 5 locations at the same time to remove the barrier. Kakashi answered. So where are the other 4 talismans? Naruto shook his head and looked around. Kakashi looked at Niji. Ningji nodded, I understand. Blue veins bulged around Niji's Renjian. The world in his eyes suddenly became clear, and his visual range expanded rapidly. Found it. On a rock about 500 meters northeast of here. The second one is on a tree trunk on the river bank 350 meters southeast. The third one is on a cliff wall about 650 meters northwest. The last one is in the woods about 800 meters southwest. Ningji quickly searched and reported the locations carefully one by one. It seems that the distance is not too far, but it is a bit difficult to remove the talismans at the same time. What about the signal? Sakura looked at Kakashi. Don't worry about that. Might Guy smiled and took out a headset from his backpack. At this distance, the radio should be able to be used. Then follow Niji's instructions while keeping in touch with each other to find the forbidden characters. Might Guy arranged. Inside the cave. Outside, the noise outside reached everyone's ears. Then we have to take action next. Deidara stretched his body. We also have to complete the task of capturing Jinchuriki. Scorpion's eyes revealed excitement. What about the group of people outside? Kisame asked the leader. It's still unknown whether they can get in here. Another colorful phantom said disdainfully. Itaki reminded tirelessly, don't underestimate them. They do have some brute force, I agree with that. Kisame thought of the rare beast and grinned. Scorpion, Deidara. The leader spoke. Deidara looked at the leader. You two will clean up those guys outside. The leader ordered. It's really this arrangement? Deidara was not surprised. After all, he and Brother Scorpion are the only 2 entities here. But, the Jinchuriki must be captured alive. The leader reminded. I know. Scorpion nodded. Others, disband. The leader said. The colorful phantoms disappeared one after another. Itaki, what kind of guy is the 9 Tails Jinchuriki? Itaki heard Deidara ask when he was about to disappear. Itaki remained silent. The leader glanced at Itaki, tell him. Itaki, the first guy who roared loudly was him. What kind of description is this? Scorpion frowned, unable to understand such an abstract description. Are there no more specific characteristics? As soon as Deidara asked, Itaki's phantom dissipated. Really? Deidara complained. We will remove the talismans around. In terms of speed, our team is faster. Guy raised his eyebrows at Kakashi proudly while installing the radio. Then I'll leave it to you. Kakashi was too lazy to argue with Guy at this time. Okay, Xiao Li will go to the rock wall in the northwest direction. Yes, Teacher Guy. Ningji, the rocks in the northeast direction are left to you. Understood. Then Tenten will go to the south-southeast direction. I got it. Leave the one in the southwest to me. Guy assigned. What's the frequency? Kakashi asked while adjusting the radio. 174. Got it. Kakashi adjusted the frequency. The next second. Can you hear it? Xiao Li's voice was so loud that it almost blew up the headset. Kakashi was shocked, his eyes were straight, and his body fell backwards stiffly. He was supported by Hajime and Naruto. Teacher Kakashi, hold on! Naruto shouted. Might Guy's eardrums were almost shattered by Li. Your voice is too loud. Turn it down. Li hurriedly turned down the volume. Radio settings complete. Might Guy nodded, and stretched out his hand while Tenten and Niji were avoiding him. Guy class. Li immediately understood what Guy meant and put his hand on the back of his hand. Tenten gritted her teeth. Does it have to be like this? Kai stared at her with burning eyes. Tenten closed her eyes, stretched out her hand with a fearless attitude, and put it on Li's hand. Ning Ning, who was stared at by Might Guy, took a deep breath, briefly left her body, and put her hand on. Youthful power is full. Come on. Come on. Come on. Never give up. Come on. Disperse. Hashumi really felt sorry for Niji and the others. His toes were really overloaded with work. Let alone the castle, the magic fairy castle is about to be dug out. That cheering posture is really great. Hey! Hey! Let's do one too. Naruto turned around and looked at Hashumi and the others expectantly. Sakura, I don't want to die. Cho, give up on this idea. Kakashi nodded and agreed with Sakura and Cho, that's it. Naruto finally cast his eyes on Hashumi. Hashumi covered the back of Naruto's hand with difficulty. Kakashi, Sakura, and Cho looked at Hashumi with admiration. Without Hashumi, who would still treat Naruto as a child, I'll leave it to you next. The leader said to Deidara and Sasori. Yes. Sasori nodded. I understand. Deidara smiled. He was excited at the thought of fighting the Nine Tails. Swish! A figure appeared out of nowhere in the cave. Hashumi Maki looked at the bare fingers of the outer path demon statue. Has everyone dispersed? The leader saw Hashumi Maki and immediately said, Maki, you're just in time. Help Sasori and Deidara to get rid of the people outside. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 60305000 100 million. Deidara. All the cells in his body were expressing their resistance. He didn't want to be with Hashumi Maki. No problem. Hashumi Maki smiled at Deidara. It just so happened that I also felt that my brother was outside. The leader nodded with relief. The phantom disappeared. Together with the outer path demon statue. Sasori and Deidara jumped down and landed on the ground. The two people chose to exclude Hashumi Maki openly. They're so slow. If they're coming, hurry up. Deidara complained. He glanced at the silent scorpion beside him. What's wrong, brother Scorpion? Deidara's voice was filled with laughter. Don't you hate waiting for people? Yes, I hate it the most. Hashumi Maki, who was excluded by the two of them, squeezed in between Deidara and Scorpion, put her hands on the shoulders of the two, looked like the three of them, and smiled at the two of them. Don't worry, they will come in soon. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 500. Chakra 60305500 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 500. Chakra 60306000 100 million. Hashumi Maki looked at Scorpion again and asked kindly, is that old woman your relative, Scorpion? Do you want me to help kill her later? Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Chakra converted from spell power plus 5000. Chakra 60311000 100 million. Don't mind your own business. Scorpion warned. Look. Scorpion misses his grandmother. Okay, I will definitely mind my own business. Hashunamai Maki stared at Scorpion with a smile. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Chakra converted from spell power plus 5000. Chakra 60316000 100 million. Let alone Scorpion, even Deodara felt that Hashumi Maki deserved a beating. How could there be such a person who deserved a beating in this world but he couldn't beat her? But if she had a bad personality and poor strength, Hashumi Maki should have been beaten to death by people, right? I'm Nichi, I've arrived. I'm Rock Lee, I've arrived too. Kakashi, I found it here too. Tenten. Okay, I found it too. The voice of Kaiban came from the headset. Kakashi, how's your side? Kai asked. Anytime. Kakashi's hand was already on the talisman paper. Listen, everyone, count 1, 2, 3, and peel off the talisman paper at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Kakashi tore off the talisman paper in his hand. At the same time, Sakura punched the boulder. The entire boulder cracked instantly, and the stone fell violently towards the water surface. They avoided and retreated to the sides of the cave. Okay, it seems that the progress is going well. Might Guy listened to the voice coming from the headset and breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi made a gesture. Hashumi and the others jumped into the cave at the same time. When they entered the cave, they saw the situation in front of them, and Kakashi's eyes sank. Are they too late, Scorpion? Cho looked at the figure not far away and called out his name in her heart. Naruto widened his eyes and looked at Gaara, who was sitting under Deodara and Hashumi Maki, with disbelief, and his body trembled slightly. His blue pupils changed rapidly, replaced by blood-red vertical pupils, and the sharp fangs in his mouth were also exposed. Anger and hatred burned in his heart, making him lose his mind. You bastards! He yelled out of control, his voice full of anger and murderous intent. I will smash you to pieces. His voice echoed in the air, as if it was going to break through the sky. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed chakra conversion plus 5 million. Chakra 65316000 100 million. The first guy to roar loudly. Scorpion whispered the characteristics left by Itaka before he left, staring at Naruto. It looks like it's him. It's surprisingly close. Deodara said with a smile, his eyes flashing with excitement. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, just hearing it makes people feel excited and expectant. Chapter 42. You. Where are you sitting? Naruto stared at the body of Gaara sitting under Hashumi Maki and Deodara's buttocks, and shouted at the two of them uncontrollably. His blood-red vertical pupils revealed a strong malice like a beast. No mistake. Deodara looked at the yellow-haired man in front of him, jumping anxiously, and couldn't help laughing, saying affirmatively, this guy is the Jinchuriki. The guy who roared first. Itaka is really good at grasping the characteristics. Deodara forgave Itaka for his abstract description before leaving. It felt abstract when I first heard it, but now I feel that there is no more appropriate description than this. Hashumi Maki stared at Deodara as if he was mentally retarded. His big hand grabbed Deodara's head and turned Deodara's head towards Naruto. Vertical pupils, fangs, these are all obvious features. Do we need to see if he is the first to roar? Hashumi Maki let go and looked at his hand with disgust. Did Gaara eat your brain? Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 65317000 100 million. Deidara, don't say such disgusting things. And is it really impossible for Hashumi Maki to die inexplicably? Scorpion didn't seem to be interested in Jinchuriki at all. From the moment Cho appeared, he stared at Cho intently, completely forgetting about Jinchuriki. Hashumi Maki raised her eyebrows, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she put her arm on Scorpion's shoulder, staring at Cho with him. Scorpion, is this your grandmother? She doesn't look like you at all. Scorpion, shut up. Are you angry? Hashumi Maki rubbed the grey hair on the top of Fei Liuhu's head. I'm telling the truth, you look like your grandmother's grandfather. Hashumi Maki touched her chin, looked at Scorpion's appearance, and made a vivid metaphor. Ha 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 ha. Deidara couldn't help it, and burst into a earth-shattering and soul-stirring laughter while holding his stomach. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power conversion chakra plus 1000. Chakra 653180000 100 million. Scorpion's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Fei Liuhu is indeed a puppet made of a living person, and can even make small expressions. Hashumi Maki gave a thumbs up. Gaara, why are you sleeping there leisurely? Stand up. Gaara. Hey. Gaara. Did you hear me? Naruto yelled desperately at Gaara on the ground. He totally refused to accept the fact that Gaara was dead. Hashumi Maki looked at Naruto's yelling back, and an idea gradually took shape in his mind. He couldn't help but be moved by his pure and noble heart. Hashumi Maki, who was sitting on Gaara's body in the distance, impatiently picked her ear holes. Damn, this nine-tails Jinchuriki is so noisy. Hashumi Maki looked at Hashumi Makoto with a mocking expression and pointed at his head. Hey, my cute little brother, is your Jinchuriki friend a little mentally challenged? You should understand, he died a long time ago. Hashumi Maki crossed her legs and casually reached out to pat Gaara's cold cheek, making a slapping sound. Hashumi Maki looked at her palm and shrugged at Naruto. This already stiff corpse is hard to hit, there is no elasticity at all. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 653280000 100 million. What did you do just now? Naruto's defense was broken again. Hey! Gaara, did you hear that there's a stupid Jinchuriki calling you here? Hashumi Maki directed and acted out the question to the corpse under her butt. He seemed to have heard the answer and moved closer to Gaara's mouth. What did you say? Oh, I heard it. Hashumi Maki said to Naruto as if he had suddenly realized something. Gaara told you not to worry, you can accompany him to die later, and the children on the road to Hades should also walk hand in hand together. Ha 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 ha. Deidara was almost amused to death. Although he felt uncomfortable when Hashumi Maki confronted him, it was really interesting to watch Hashumi Maki confront others. Oh, and you, cute little brother. Hashumi Maki pointed at Hashumi Maki and blinked at him. He said warmly, you are here today. You are not alone on the road to the underworld. How happy you are. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 654280000 100 million. Naruto was completely enraged by him. Give it back to me. Give Gaara back to me. You bastards. I will kill you. Naruto's eyebrows were full of murderous intent. His body trembled as if it could not bear such intense emotions. He rushed towards Hashumi Maki and the others, but his figure stopped. Kakashi blocked the way in front of him. Keep calm. If you rush forward without thinking carefully, you will be wiped out. Kakashi reminded Naruto, staring at the three people in front of him cautiously. His eyes passed over Hajime Maki's body. Tisk. She really looks like the real person. But the real person is much cuter. Leave this guy's body to me. Scorpion suddenly said. Deidara and Hajime Maki both looked at him. It seems that the Jinchuriki really wants to take it back. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization wants to capture the Jinchuriki alive. What's more, the one in front of him is the most powerful Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Scorpion asked for Gaara's body because they all knew where Gaara's body was, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would fight with anyone. But it was a coincidence. Deidara's target was also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara stared at Naruto and said with a smile, "You might get angry if I say this, Brother Scorpion. As for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, let me deal with it. As an artist, if you don't seek stronger stimulation, your sense of things will become duller and duller. I heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is very powerful and is a suitable candidate for my art." Deidara's face was full of confidence. "What did you say? Can your explosion be considered art?" Scorpion looked at Deidara with a squint and expressed his views on art. Art is something that can be preserved for a long time and perfectly. Permanent beauty is art. Permanent beauty is art. Deidara didn't think so. He frowned and said, "Art should be dazzling but fleeting beauty." "What did you say?" Scorpion raised his voice. He dedicated his life to art and could not tolerate Deidara's slander of art. "It seems that you don't really understand what art is." "I think you don't understand." The two people confronted each other. "Shut up." Hajime Maki slapped the two people's cheeks. "You know nothing about art. I'll show you what real art is later." Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 65429000100 million. Scorpion. Deidara may know a little about art, but Hajime Maki definitely doesn't. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 65430000100 million. Deidara. Scorpion may know a little about art, but Hajime Maki definitely doesn't. You three bastards! Naruto was completely ignored and was full of anger. It was such a serious scene, such a sad moment, but the three bastards in front of them completely ignored them and sat on Gaara's body to talk about art. White smoke flashed, and the Fuma Shuriken appeared in his hand instantly. The flying Fuma Shuriken was stopped by Scorpion without even looking at it. For me, art is explosion. The clay turned into a huge flying bird in Deidara's hand, and directly swallowed Gaara's body on the ground. Deidara jumped on the bird and flew out of the cave. He showed a provocative smile to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki on the ground, "But you have to keep up." Naruto ran out quickly without thinking. In mid-air, the triumphant Deidara suddenly fell towards the water. Hajime Maki's figure appeared out of thin air on the water, staring at Deidara, who fell into the water in a mess in front of him. "No matter who you want to fight, you can only do it in this area. Otherwise, what if his audience can't see his part as an actor?" Hajime Maki respects the stage and the audience very much. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 65431000100 million. After being knocked down from the sky by Hajime Maki, Deidara was furious. Hajime Maki is a psychopath. Beat him up at every turn. Why not beat up Big Brother Scorpion? Deidara's emotions were written on his face. Hajime Maki rolled his eyes. He really didn't beat up Scorpion, he only rolled up Scorpion into balls and made it into a cannon. Since you want to fight the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then the Nine Tails Jinchuriki will be handed over to you. Hajime Maki said. This sentence perfectly calmed all of Deidara's dissatisfaction. Deidara looked at Hajime Maki in front of him with a strange look. Although Hajime Maki often beat him, Hajime Maki usually sides with him when something big happens. Disgusted by Deidara's eyes, Hajime Maki added, "But if I assign the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to you and you still can't get rid of him, I will get rid of you." Hajime Maki smiled kindly. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 654320000 100 million. Deidara gritted his teeth. He was just talking nonsense. A monster like Hajime Maki has no heart at all. Deidara stared at the Nine Tails Jinchuriki who was catching up with him and sneered, "Impossible. A rookie boy, can't he deal with him by then, let alone Hajime Maki wanting to get rid of him, he himself will be too embarrassed." Scorpion, Hajime Maki looked at Scorpion who was standing still in the cave, "You will kill your grandmother who looks like an orange peel and the muscle girl. Of course I will send my brother and this salty fish-eyed guy off on their way." Hajime Maki said friendly as he stared at Hajime Makoto and Kakashi with a broomstick in front of him. His voice was gentle, and at first glance it was exactly the same as Hajime Makoto, making it difficult to tell them apart. But with the smile on his face, it always gave people a feeling of gusts of cold wind. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra plus 500. Chakra 654325000 100 million. A cross appeared on Sakura's forehead. Muscle girl. You're talking about her, right? Ding. Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra plus 500. Chakra 654330000 100 million. Kakashi's eyes widened. Salty fish eyes, you're talking about him, right? As expected, the first time I saw this Hajime Maki, I felt very disgusted. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursive force converted chakra amount plus 500. Chakra 654335000 100 million. Asshole! This is the first time that Chosan has been insulted like this. When I was young, I was the flower of Sand Village. You still have a young time. Hajime Maki was slightly surprised. I thought you were born with this orange peel look, how disrespectful. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursive force converted chakra amount plus 500. Chakra 654335000 100 million. Cho looked like she was going to be pissed off. After all, the old lady had high blood pressure and couldn't stand hearing such words. I heard that you retired a long time ago. Before Cho died of anger, Scorpion spoke. He didn't understand why Cho, who had already chosen to retire, rushed to die. I suddenly want to see what my grandson looks like. Since arriving at the cave, Chiyo's face has been filled with a smile that is both sad and expectant. Hearing this conversation, Hajime Maki couldn't help laughing. Old woman, how do you feel when you see a grandson who looks 10 years older than you? You must be very disappointed. Ha ha ha. At least from the appearance of Fei Liuhu, Scorpion is indeed more like Chiyo's father. Ha ha ha. Hajime Maki's laughter echoed in the area. It sounds like a punch. Use the sword. Suddenly, Cho launched an attack, shooting the kunao in her hand at Scorpion. The kunao cut through Scorpion's outer clothes, but was deflected by the Scorpion's tail. The advantage of the kunao controlled by Cho remotely is that it has a strong ability to adapt to changes. If you insist on resisting, there is nothing we can do. Scorpion's uniform completely exploded. It revealed a scene that was extremely sanity-depleting. His body is made up of all kinds of strange things. He looks like a scorpion, a bear, a leopard, and everything except a human. Let you and the muscular woman next to you become my collection. The scorpion's tail keeps swinging behind him. He lurks in the dark nest, just like a real scorpion. What is that? Sakura was obviously shocked by the appearance of Scorpion. That is not Scorpion's body, but a puppet. Cho explained. Scorpion's body is hidden in the puppet, and that is Scorpion's most proud puppet, Hirako. Gaara. Naruto stared at the corpse held in the mouth of a flying bird high up. Kakashi took the forehead protector that covered his eyes to his forehead. Hajime Maki stared at Hajime Maki in front of him with great curiosity. To be honest, I'm very curious. Hajime Maki looked at the real person. How did you survive 3 years ago? He touched his chin and thought, I remember you should have died. Hajime Maki narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fierce light flashed. His back foot retreated slightly, and the whole person suddenly shot out towards Hajime Maki. When approaching Hajime Maki, his left hand suddenly changed into a giant claw of a beast. Hajime Maki was also as fast as lightning. As long as Hajime Maki did not use Flying Thunder God, the opponent's speed was within his range of capture and reaction. His figure flashed, and the power of his right fist was connected. Taking advantage of being close to Hajime Maki, the fist mixed with black and red lightning found a gap and went in, directly passing through Hajime Maki's attack and hitting Hajime Maki's heart on the left chest. However, when Hajime Maki's fist was about to touch his chest, the real person suddenly trembled all over, and the strong sense of crisis prompted him to give up the idea of using Black Flash to smash the opponent's heart, and suddenly dodged sideways. Tear. The figure of Hajime Maki suddenly appeared behind him. The huge claws like a beast were extremely sharp. Even though the real person tried his best to dodge, his back was still scratched in an instant. There was a piercing pain from the back, and his breathing stagnated for a moment. The reaction has become much faster. Maki sighed. Every time the real person fought with Maki, both of them fought seriously. It's just that they didn't use their trump cards completely. Fighting yourself is also a good way to exercise, isn't it? You can practice and earn malicious points at the same time. Why not? Hajime Maki suddenly exerted force on his feet, and the air around him made a terrifying explosion at an exaggerated speed. His body shot towards Hajime Maki. Just when the real person was fully prepared to fight back, Hajime Maki's figure suddenly turned, and the hand that turned into a long sword instantly struck Kakashi. Bang! It was too sudden. Although Kakashi was always alert, he still couldn't dodge. An arm flew out of Kakashi's body and fell on the water. Ah! This was the best choice Kakashi could make to save his life. Sacrifice an arm. The severe pain made Kakashi's face pale instantly. He half knelt on the water with a slight loss of balance, and the blood from the wound spread on the water. Kakashi teacher. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 50,000. Chakra 654835001 100 million. Kakashi teacher. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 50,000. Chakra 655335001 100 million. Kakashi. Gaibon arrived. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 500,000. Chakra 66033500 100 million. Sure enough, the amount of good friends is different. The malice value contributed by Might Guy is 10 times that of Naruto and Sakura. The real person's eyes were scarlet. He stared at the rather proud Hajime Maki in front of him, and his figure quickly attacked Hajime Maki like an arrow from a bow. Chapter 43. Infected by his attitude, Hajime Maki stretched out his hands crazily, as if he was hugging his brother who was destined to be his mortal enemy since birth. Come on, let me see how much you have grown in the past 3 years. Hajime Maki's hands returned to normal, and the two of them actually started a fist-to-flesh physical fight. Although it was just an ordinary physical skill, the physical skills between them were so fast that only after images could be seen in the air. The fists of Hajime Maki and Hajime Maki collided, and a burst of numbing vibrations suddenly broke out. Hajime Maki used ice escape to strengthen his bones and flesh, making every attack of Hajime Maki on him seem to hit a thick layer of ice. And Hajime Maki was a master of the inaction transformation. The surface of his body would change with Hajime Maki's attack. Whenever Maki's fist landed on his body, 1,000 dense needles would appear on the surface of his skin. With physical skills alone, neither of them could do anything to the other. Hajime Masashi's right hand suddenly exerted strength, veins bursting, and a punch hit Hajime Maki's face. Hajime Maki didn't dodge at all, but a smile appeared on his face. The next second, 30-centimeter-long spikes stood up on his face like a sea urchin. So disgusting! Masashi was disgusted by himself. The wind whistled, and the air seemed to be pierced and twisted. With the sound of day tiger, the terrifying pressure directly hit Hajime Maki's back. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 66035500 100 million. The attack in the shape of a white tiger is already within reach. If it were someone else, they might have to take this attack from the day tiger. The speed and power of the day tiger, no matter how tough and thick-skinned a person is, he dare not take it. But it's a pity. Might Guy was facing Hajime Maki, who had the bug ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. Dodge. Hajime Maki waited until Hiragatari was no more than 1 centimeter away from his body before disappearing out of thin air. Bang! He didn't have time to react before his body suddenly felt a strong tingling sensation. Hajime Maki's body was like a kite with a broken string, slamming into the wall. The surface of the mountain was completely shattered. Ha 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 ha, thank you for helping me. In the distance, Hajime Maki stood on the torii and curled her eyes at the stunned Might Guy, looking very happy. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 2000. Chakra 66037500 100 million. Might Guy tightened his fists and couldn't tolerate it. He suddenly turned his body sideways and shot towards Hajime Maki like a catapult. The terrifying force of the fist smashed the air forcefully. Bang! Hajime Maki turned around to avoid the terrifying punch that was coming straight at his face. However, Might Guy seemed to have predicted his evasion, and another fist suddenly appeared on the other side of Hajime Maki. Hajime Maki, who was completely unprepared, hurriedly dodged. But the corner of his ear inevitably brushed against the opponent's fist. Crack! His ear instantly split open, and blood flew everywhere. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 66039500 100 million. Hajime Maki's eyes flashed with a gloomy look. Very good. His chest rose and fell violently. The brutal factor in his bones began to bubble up non-stop. Countless kunao with the flying thunder god mark were fired at Might Guy in the air. The pale Kakashi's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. Such a familiar scene. He had seen it before. It was as if a huge electric net made of blue lightning completely surrounded Might Guy. Everyone looked in this direction in amazement. They could only see Might Guy nailed to death in the blue lightning, with more and more wounds on his body. After completely venting his dissatisfaction, Hajime Maki appeared in front of everyone. In front of him, Might Guy knelt on the ground. There were deep blood holes all over his body. Blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth and nose. His eyes rolled back slightly. He fell into the sign of fainting. Teacher Guy! Teacher Guy! Teacher Guy! Ding! Human malice value detected plus 100,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100,000. Chakra 66139500 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 66239500 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 66339500 100 million. Guy. Kakashi looked at Might Guy and his heart stopped. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1 million. Chakra 67239500 100 million. Teacher thick eyebrows. Naruto's facial muscles seemed to have lost control. The fierceness on his face became more and more obvious. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2 million. Chakra 69239500 100 million. Sure enough. The more the protagonist, the higher the malice value. The smile on Hajime Maki's face suddenly stopped as soon as it appeared. A hand passed through his chest and grabbed his throbbing heart. Masculine. Kakashi looked at the real person who was holding Hajime Maki's heart in the distance, and tears unconsciously covered his entire face. For some reason, the heart that had been numb for a long time experienced the piercing pain again. He saw himself piercing Lin's chest with his hand many years ago. Hajime Maki gradually stopped smiling. He let the blood flow from his chest. He turned his head and looked at Maki behind him, with a fierce look on his face. Why? Maki could feel the beating heart in his hand. The hot blood flowed down his arm. The strong stimulation constantly challenged his nerves. Tears covered Maki's face, and his eyes were full of struggle and pain. Don't hurt them. Don't. Maki trembled and shouted at Hajime Maki in front of him. You're kidding, right? Deidara looked at Hajime Maki whose heart was being held. He clenched his teeth. Isn't this guy very powerful? How could he be killed so easily? How could it be? Ha 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 ha. Hajime Maki stared at the real person for a long time and couldn't help laughing uncontrollably. He didn't feel how dangerous his situation was at all. Instead, he stretched out his hands indifferently, as if embracing the sky. Crush my heart now. Now, immediately, right away. My beloved brother, let's return to death together. The unsolvable mystery became extremely clear at this moment. Hajime Maki already knew the secret about the body. Hajime Maki leaned back carelessly and pressed against his brother's chest. His blood-stained hand touched his brother's tearful cheek. Although his voice was soft, it was loud enough for everyone to hear. We are brothers, close relatives, and we live together. So, I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. Hashumi Maki was as gentle as the warm winter sun. You didn't die 3 years ago, and I didn't understand why. Now, I have discovered this. It turns out that we can only really die if we die at the same time. Otherwise, whether it is you or me, the death of an individual will revive us again. Hashumi Maki's expression seemed a little stunned and confused. He soon realized something, so, as long as we die at the same time, it will be fine, right? Hashumi Maki frowned slightly and touched his head as if she didn't understand. Brother, why are you so stupid? Are you going to kill your own brother and yourself for a group of people who have nothing to do with you? They are not irrelevant people. Hashumi Maki shed tears, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and gently retorted. They are companions who are closer than relatives. Hashumi Maki sneered. Until he heard Hashumi Maki behind him say to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, help me once. Ding. Human malice detected plus 2 million. Cursed chakra conversion plus 2 million. Chakra 71239500100 million. This kind of thing. Tears flowed out of his eyes like a flood, and Naruto could no longer suppress his emotions. He shouted, how can I do it? Who can do it? Whether it's him, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, or Lee, Niji, Tenten, no one in Konoha can do it. No one can sacrifice their companions. Absolutely not. Naruto sniffed hard. Main, I don't want you to sacrifice for anything, I just want you to stand by my side forever. Naruto looked at Main with a firm gaze, his eyes conveyed his determination and belief deep in his heart. No matter what enemies are ahead, we can defeat them together. Naruto waved his fist. That's right. Just as Naruto said, as long as the real person is by their side, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, they can get through them smoothly. Sacrifice or something, Sakura will never allow such a thing to happen. Bang! A loud noise came from the cave. It sounded like something cracked. The Hiryu amber was broken into pieces under Sakura's strange power. The body of Scorpion was revealed in the wood chips. Cho looked at her grandson who still hadn't grown up, and the whole person fell into great shock. A thought came to her mind, but she didn't want to think about it. It's a rare reunion after 20 years. Let me show you my favorite collection so far. Scorpion opened the scroll. 3. Sakura read out the meaningless numbers on the scroll. The next second, a puppet appeared in front of Cho and Sakura. Chiyo's pupils trembled. Could it be? Could it be? What's wrong? Sakura asked. That's the third Kazekage. The strongest Kazekage who disappeared from the Sand Village for more than 10 years. The voice of Cho came. Bang! With a loud bang, Hashumi Masashi's arm was suddenly cut off by Hashumi Maki, and blood splattered. Hashumi Maki's body disappeared in front of Hashumi Masashi like a ghost, as if he had never appeared. Hashumi Masashi covered his wound with a look of astonishment and pain on his face, but just a moment later, his arm grew back at an astonishing speed, intact. Hashumi Maki, who escaped, came to the cave and stood beside Scorpion. He looked at Scorpion indifferently, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. Scorpion looked extremely embarrassed at this time, with cracks on his body and his breath becoming weak. Hashumi Maki's mouth corners slightly raised, and he sneered, and the laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. What? Scorpion? Is he defeated by your grandmother with the love of your parents? I don't have time to watch you perform a family drama here. Snap! His hand slapped Scorpion's cheek. Although his body was transformed into a puppet, Scorpion's soul was still in his body. I touched your soul. A smile appeared on Hajime Maki's face. The next second, Scorpion's body suddenly twisted and deformed. In Chiyo's trembling eyes, it turned into a monster crawling on the ground. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 7133950 100 million. Cho, you. How could you? Snap. The crisp and loud slapping sound echoed in the air. Hajime Maki's palm landed heavily on Chiyo's cheek. There was a hint of cruelty and madness in his eyes, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Since you have a deep affection for each other, I will let you merge into one. Hajime Maki's voice was full of malice and teasing. As his words fell, a powerful energy burst out from his hands, instantly distorting the surrounding space. Multiple souls, several souls of the heterogeneous body. Scorpion and Cho were kneaded into a ball by him. Bang! The strange meatball rushed towards Sakura at an astonishing speed with huge energy. Sakura widened her eyes and felt an unprecedented danger. Her pupils dilated instantly, and a fear surged in her heart, but she subconsciously raised her hands to try to block this powerful force. She only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and her whole body was blown away by this powerful force. Her body rolled in the air and hit the hard rock wall, making a dull sound. Cracks appeared on the rock wall, as if it would collapse at any time. Sakura's body continued to fly backwards, almost punching through the 10-meter thick rock wall. At this time, the figure of Hajime Maki had disappeared. He took this opportunity to quickly escape from the scene and disappeared without a trace. Sakura lay on the gravel in the pile, her body was wounded in many places, and her clothes were stained with blood. She gasped hard and tried to regain her consciousness. Sakura! Sakura! Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1 million. Chakra 7233950 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 7243950 100 million. Deidara looked at Hajime Maki, who escaped, and Scorpion, who was killed by Hajime Maki, and his heart was in a mess. He dropped Gaara's body directly from midair and drove Asuka quickly towards the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. He had too many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Hajime Maki in person. Chapter 44. Hajime knew how to act with moderation. Might Guy looked a little miserable, but he was not dead yet, and he had only one breath left. Hajime jumped down from the torii, knelt beside Might Guy, and concentrated on using medical ninjutsu to save him. It was a little slow, but it was full of atmosphere. The people in Guy's team sat around Might Guy nervously, not daring to disturb him. Tian Tian and Xiao Li had tears in their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the wounds on Might Guy's body gradually healed. Might Guy's face was a little pale due to excessive blood loss, but he still did not wake up. Hajime's face showed obvious fatigue. Seeing Might Guy's breathing return to normal, Hajime couldn't help but choke. He stood up, his eyes were dizzy, and his steps were a little staggering. Li and Niji quickly reached out their hands to support him, but Hajime stood firm again and smiled at them. "I'm fine. Teacher Kai, I'll leave it to you first." Li nodded resolutely. Hajime came to Kakashi without stopping, and his hands trembled slightly as he treated Kakashi. Although the wound can be healed, the broken arm can never be restored. Hajime sniffed, and tears fell on the water, splashing circles of ripples. Kakashi stared at Hashumi, his expression calm, and said gently, "It's okay." He reached out his hand to wipe the tears from Hashumi's cheek. "Hashumi." A familiar voice came from behind Hashumi. Niji walked towards Hashumi, he glanced at Kakashi's broken arm, and touched his own arm. Hashumi looked back at him, tears hanging on his eyelashes. So pitiful. It's heartbreaking. Niji's heart softened, and he squatted down in front of Hashumi. He had to tell Hashumi about the things he had agreed to hide from her because of Kakashi's broken arm. "Before coming here, we met Hashumi Maki." Hashumi's pupils dilated, and he grabbed Niji's arm. "Then you." Ningji comforted Hashumi's arm with his backhand and said softly, "My arm was also broken at that time, and Xiao Li was seriously injured. But I don't know why, before he left, he touched me again, and my whole body was wrapped in blue flames, and then my arm inexplicably returned to its original state." Ningji had never heard of such things as the instant rebirth of a broken arm and the recovery of a serious injury. What can be done is definitely not a simple medical ninjutsu, it should involve some kind of secret technique or blood limit. Masato and Hashumi Maki are brothers, so it is possible that Masato can do it. It's just that Masato has never thought about it in this direction. Hashumi suddenly widened his eyes, his sight gradually fell on Kakashi's broken arm, and he murmured paranoidly, "I have the same bloodline limit as him. What he can do, I can do." He stretched out his hand towards Kakashi, but he seemed to suddenly remember his bloodline limit ability, and when he was about to touch Kakashi's cheek, he suddenly stopped. "Kakashi teacher, are you willing to believe me?" he asked. Kakashi's eyes revealed helplessness. He stretched out his other hand and pressed Hashumi's hand on his exposed neck skin. How could he not believe Hashumi? Hashumi was his proudest student. Hashumi's hand fell on Kakashi's neck and felt the strong pulse beating. Hashumi suppressed the subconscious desire to turn people into cyborgs. He closed his eyes and began to pretend to explore his bloodline limit. In fact, he was observing Kakashi's Sharingan. Kakashi's Sharingan and Shisui's Sharingan, whose one does he want? Forget it, let's take Shisui's. After all, Obito's Sharingan is not easy to get. If he gets it, it will easily cause the plan to go wrong. Realizing that the time is almost up, the blue flame controlled by Hashumi instantly wrapped Kakashi's whole body. And in Niji's eyes, Kakashi's broken arm regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kakashi stared at his regrown arm in astonishment and clenched his fist. Sakura climbed out of the ruins with difficulty, and coughed twice because of the dust in her mouth and nose. She looked at Hashumi, who was walking towards her, and forced a smile. "I healed myself, it's nothing serious." Hashumi didn't believe it. Sakura's chakra was not much to begin with, it was just normal, and the battle with Scorpion had already wasted a lot of chakra. Even if there was some chakra left for healing, it was not much. The last blow that Hashumi Maki used before leaving was a fusion of Cho and Scorpion's souls. Both Cho and Scorpion had extremely strong soul power. Faced with this heavy blow head-on, how could Sakura, who had been hit, heal herself with that little chakra? Hashumi took Sakura's arm. As expected, Sakura only healed simple external injuries, and the internal injuries were still very serious. It was a pity that she could endure for so long. Hashumi used medical ninjutsu to heal her. Kakashi looked at his back and had a guess in his mind. That ninjutsu that could instantly heal and regenerate broken limbs must consume a lot of chakra. Otherwise, according to the degree of care Hashumi had for his companions, he would not have used slow medical ninjutsu to heal Sakura. Kakashi looked at Hashumi's back worriedly. Although Hashumi looked the least injured due to her bloodline limit, Kakashi was most worried about Hazumi's mental state. He was also an experienced person. He had experienced what Hazumi had just experienced. That kind of psychological pain was far more unbearable than physical injuries. There were bursts of dense footsteps in the distance. Judging from the footsteps, there were a lot of people and they were moving very fast. They should be ninjas from the Sand Village. Gaara. The joy on Temari and Kankuro's faces disappeared the moment they saw Gaara. Gaara's body had already turned stiff and pale. Lord Kazekage. The ninjas sobbed. When they were young, they did regard Gaara as a monster, but after Gaara became the Kazekage, he sacrificed himself to protect the village and the villagers. The hatred had long disappeared, but Gaara could not come back. They stood silently around Gaara's body. Gaara! Hey! Gaara! Only Naruto was still shaking Gaara's shoulders. He completely refused to accept the fact that Gaara was dead. Hazumi put his hand on Gaara's chest. He and Sakura looked at each other. Both of them knew it well. He shook his head at Naruto, who was full of expectation. Tears suddenly slid down Naruto's cheeks. He is the Kazekage. Naruto clenched his fists. He just became the Kazekage. Naruto, calm down. Temari looked at Naruto in front of her and reminded him solemnly. Her words instantly angered Naruto. If you hadn't put the monster into Gaara's body, this wouldn't have happened. No one has asked Gaara what he thinks. Renjian thought, then no one has asked Gecko Gale's feelings. No, Gecko Gale seems to have died in his hands. But even if he didn't die in his hands, he was destined to die in the hands of the Sand Ninja or Gaara. What Jinkra Ki? Don't pretend to be sanctimonious and say such words. How can I calm down? Naruto's tears kept falling. Hazumi stood in front of Temari and wiped away Naruto's tears. Naruto, I know you are sad, but Temari is Gaara's sister, isn't she sad? Don't vent your emotions on others, okay? His voice was too gentle, causing his persuasion and reminder to sound like coaxing. Naruto leaned on his shoulder. Hazumi's shoulder was quickly soaked by his tears. I can't save Sasuke. I can't do anything about Gaara. I have practiced hard for 3 years, but now it is no different from 3 years ago. It's so sad. Naruto. As your good friend, how can I bear to see you so sad? Wait. Hazumi suddenly thought of something. He lifted Naruto's face and knelt beside Gaara's body. Let me try. Sakura held Hazumi's hand, but she really couldn't think of any way to revive a dead person. Except the method of exchanging one life for another. Hazumi looked at her seriously, with tiny lights flashing in his eyes. Trust me, Sakura. Sakura couldn't resist being stared at by him, and looked away awkwardly, letting go of Hazumi's hand. Although she reluctantly agreed, once she found that Hazumi's ninjutsu was the same as the familiar regeneration ninjutsu in her mind, she would stop Hazumi immediately. Hazumi's words gave Naruto hope again. Really? As expected of Hazumi. The joy in Naruto's eyes suddenly disappeared. His pupils dilated, staring at the blood that kept flowing out of Hazumi's wrist. The warm blood kept flowing into Gaara's mouth. Hazumi. Sakura gritted her teeth, her eyes instantly turned red, and she glared at him viciously. Lied to her again. I'm just trying, it may not work. Hazumi looked towards Sakura and Naruto smiled. I have already lost so much blood. If you stop me now, it will be in vain, Hazumi said to Kakashi and others who were trying to stop him. The ninjas of Sand Village looked at Hazumi with complicated eyes. They didn't expect that the Konoha ninja in front of them could do this for the Kazekage. No. Hashumi! Sakura shouted, you have lost too much blood. If this goes on, Hashumi will be in danger. Hashumi's skin was originally white. After losing so much blood, the whole person was white and transparent, as if he would turn into foam and dissipate in the sun. Suddenly, the pupils under the eyelids of Gaara, who was lying on the ground, moved. Sakura immediately stopped Hashumi. Gaara opened his eyes. Hashumi smiled. The wound on his wrist healed. What flowed into Gaara's body was not only Hashumi's blood, but also Hashumi's dust-sized clone. After the clone entered Gaara's body, it would use Wu-Vi transformation to replace this body without changing Gaara's appearance. Now, the clone has been completely replaced. Gaara's pupils slowly regained focus. Finally, they were fixed on Naruto. There was still a trace of bright red blood at the corner of his mouth. Naruto, why are you here? Gaara asked absent-mindedly. Gaara. Naruto grabbed Gaara's shoulders at once. Hashumi. Sakura supported Hashumi. Hashumi fell asleep in Sakura's arms. Sakura sniffed. Kakashi looked at Sakura, how is Hashumi? He did not have the same empathy for Gaara as Naruto did, and did not care about Gaara's life or death. Sakura checked Hashumi's body, her eyes red, too much blood loss, insufficient blood supply to the brain, fell into a short state of coma, and her physical condition is at least 10 times weaker than usual. After hearing Sakura's words, Naruto fell into confusion. So in the end, he still relied on Hashumi. Lord Kazekage. Great! Lord Kazekage is awake. Lord Gaara. The cheers of the sand village soon subsided in Gaara's eyes. Gaara looked at the fainted Hashumi and said to Kakashi and the others, thank you, Hashumi needs to go to the sand village to rest well. That's right. Temari looked at Hashumi worriedly. Kankuro really didn't expect that Hashumi, who had fought against him in Konoha village and made him so angry, would give up half his life to save Gaara. Kankuro was in a heavy mood and added, there are many blood-replenishing herbs in the sand village. In his current situation, rushing back to Konoha would be life-threatening. Yes. This time, Gaara-sama is alive, thanks to you. Yes. His current situation is too dangerous. Don't worry. We will keep this a secret. We will never leak this matter. All the people present were ninjas, and they knew that the fact that Hashumi Masashi could revive corpses with blood must not be spread. Otherwise, Hashumi Masashi would become the target of public criticism. Countless people would covet Hashumi Masashi in order to revive the people around them. Hashumi Masashi is the benefactor of the Sand Village, and they are not the kind of people who repay kindness with enmity. Today, this secret is bound to rot in their stomachs. Finally, follow them into the grave. Sakura said to Kakashi helplessly, Renjian must rest well now. Xiao Li also said, Teacher Kai has not woken up yet. It seems that the only option is to go to the Sand Village. Kakashi nodded. Haven't you come yet? At the gate of the Sand Village. Yuri asked. You will see it soon. The Sand Village ninja who was observing from a high place replied. All the ninjas of the Sand Village came out in full force. At this time, they were looking forward to the front. Above the desert, a red sun rose. The people of Konoha walked towards the light, and the one supported by Naruto was obviously Gaara. Kakashi carried Renjian on his back, and Sakura and Temari walked on both sides of Kakashi. Gaara. Yuri's eyes were wet. So many people. Carrying Might Guy on his back, Xiao Li looked at the dense crowd of Sand Village ninjas in front of him and couldn't help but smile with relief. No matter what he encountered along the way, at least he could breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. After all, he is the Kazekage. Ningji said calmly. The ninjas of the Sand Village Eshering, rushing towards Gaara. Welcome back safely. Yuri walked in front of Gaara. Yet. Gaara nodded. Unaccustomed to this kind of treatment, he looked away and added, thanks to everyone. Thank you. Yuri looked at everyone in Konoha and thanked them solemnly and sincerely. Thank you, Hashumi. Except for him, we didn't help much. Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked at Hashumi, who was still sleeping, with worry in his eyes. Is he injured? Yuri followed Naruto's gaze. He lost too much blood to save me. Gaara explained. Yuri was startled, then go in and get treated. As soon as Yuri finished speaking, the ninjas automatically made way for a wide path. Hashumi Masashi woke up faintly on the bed. A furry yellow head lay beside the bed. Sensing Hashumi's movements, Naruto bounced up like a volleyball. Hashumi! Naruto hugged him excitedly. Great! You finally woke up. Hashumi had been sleeping on the bed and was almost bored to death. He couldn't help it, so he woke up. Hashumi patted Naruto on the back. We have to go back. The information about my brother Hashumi Maki and the Akatsuki organization and the Resurrection Alliance must be reported to the Hokage as soon as possible. Hashumi said. Downstairs of the Kazekage building. Hey, are you going back so soon? Kankuro looked at Hashumi and his group and tried to persuade them to stay, rest for 2 more days. That's right, Temari was very worried about Hashumi's health. Stay at least 1 more day, it's still in time to rest a little before leaving. After Hashumi woke up, Temari and Sakura took turns to feed Hashumi for 3 days, causing Hashumi to have nosebleeds every day. He couldn't stand it anymore. We also want to stay here, but we have important things to report to the Hokage. Hashumi explained, avoiding Temari's burning gaze. Is that so? Since they said so, Kankuro and his group couldn't force them to stay. After all, the intelligence was of great importance. An Akatsuki has already broken into the Sand Village, and we are also worried about the Konoha village. Kakashi said. Knowing that they were leaving, all the ninjas in the Sand Village gathered at the gate of the Sand Village to see them off. Gaara looked at them. You will always be friends of the Sand Village. You are welcome to come to the Sand Village anytime in the future. Naruto had a bright smile on his face. Kanju and Temari nodded. Hashumi also smiled. Is he really welcome to come to the Sand Village anytime? Maybe he won't be so happy next time. I'm sorry. Many ninjas came forward and said to Hashumi with apologetic faces, we misunderstood you before. We thought you were Hashumi Maki of the Akatsuki organization. One of the ninjas looked at Hashumi sincerely, with a trace of guilt in his eyes, and then said, but now it seems that you are completely different from him. Other ninjas also echoed, yes, you are not similar at all. They scratched their heads and smiled embarrassedly, I'm sorry for mistaking you. At this time, another ninja came forward and smiled deeply. He bowed to Hashumi and said gratefully, also, thank you. He raised his head, his eyes full of respect, thank you for saving Gaara-sama. The other ninjas around him also nodded in agreement, and their voices rose and fell, thank you for saving the ninjas in the village. Hashumi listened to these words quietly and smiled, Konoha and Sand Village are allies, and the ninjas of Konoha Village and Sand Village are also friends. As everyone in Sand Village saw them off, their figures slowly disappeared from everyone in Sand Village. Gaara looked behind him slightly. The malicious value of the entire Sand Village should be able to be combined into a lot, right Gaara slowly raised the corners of his mouth. That was not a smile that suited Gaara. But no one noticed at this moment. Kai, who was resurrected with full blood, carried Kakashi on his back and raised clouds of smoke in the desert. The two began their competition as eternal opponents again. Seeing this, Xiao Li walked up to Ningji and squatted down. Ningji, come up. We'll do the same. Ningji's face changed drastically, and he resisted. I don't want it. Naruto looked at Hajime. Hajime covered his mouth. Let's walk obediently. Rude. I've arranged everything. Let them arrange you to Kakashi in the class. Shimura Danzo said, looking at Sai who was half kneeling on the ground in front of him. Yes, thank you, Danzo. Sai smiled and said, I will definitely keep a close eye on what Hajime Masashi does, and report to you if I find anything unusual about him. Shimura Danzo frowned, a little disgusted with the fake smile of the boy in front of him. It really looked like a mask. Chapter 45 Rain Village Akatsuki Headquarters. Hajime Maki lay on the table in the middle of the room at the top of the tower, flattening herself like a pancake. Tend was standing in front of him. The mission failed? Tend asked. Hajime Maki looked at the ceiling, eyes dull. Yes. Why did it fail according to your strength? You shouldn't. Tend felt strange. Hajime Maki sat up with a somersault, her face dyed with anger, but not towards Tend, but towards the group of people in Konoha. Of course it's because of my annoying brother. You don't know how crazy he is. He actually wants to die with me. And Scorpion. I don't even want to say anything about him. The one fighting him is his grandmother, and I feel uncomfortable watching him being so indecisive. Then, Tend continued to ask as he looked at Hajime Maki's rare madness in front of him. Then I rolled him and his grandmother into a ball. Hajime Maki shrugged. Tendo also knew a little about Hajime Maki's ability. What he called rolling into a ball was really rolling into a ball. What about Deidara? Tendo asked. Just as Hajime Maki said, since Scorpion could not give up the family affection, he was destined to die at the hands of his family. Hajime Maki's behavior was not out of line. Hajime Maki pursed his lips. Does he look like someone who cares about others? He replied, I was in a bad mood at the time, and I didn't care that he left first. After that, he tilted his head in confusion. Deidara won't be killed by them, he's too weak. Speak of the devil. Deidara appeared on the top of the tower riding a bird. His figure jumped down from the flying bird and landed lightly on the tongue-like platform extending out of the tower. He stared at Hajime Maki and walked towards him. Why did you kill Brother Scorpion? Hajime Maki snorted, why do you want to avenge him? No, I just want to know the answer. Deidara said. Because I can't stand the behavior of showing mercy when the enemy is a relative. Hajime Maki grabbed Deidara's hair and pulled it so hard that Deidara's scalp hurt. Do you understand? Hajime Maki looked down at him from a high position. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 72440500 million. Alright. Tendo spoke to stop the internal fight between the two teams, don't pursue the past. Since Scorpion is dead, then Hajime, you and Deidara will be on the same team. Tendo arranged. He looked into the darkness and continued, there is another new member joining. His name is Afei. He will follow you for the time being. You two can lead him. He is still an informal member. A figure emerged from the darkness. Afei, wearing a vortex mask, bowed to Hashumi and Deidara lively, "Hello, seniors. I am a Fi. Please give me your guidance." Ha! Hashumi Maki found something fun. He hooked his finger at Afei, "Come here. Afei. Let me see your soul." Ah! Afei's pupils shrank, but he said in a confused tone. He was playing dumb. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 5000. Chakra 72445500 100 million. Tian Dao's eyes fell on Afei, "Let Hashumi see." Afei slowly approached Hashumi Maki, "Senior, please be gentle." His deep bloodshot eyes locked onto Hashumi Maki. The look he gave Hashumi Maki was not as harmless as his tone indicated. Hashumi Maki smiled and tapped his mask, "Be quiet." His hand pinched Afei's neck. Touched Uchiha Obito's soul. Hashumi Maki raised the corners of his mouth. Under Afei's fixed gaze, he smiled and said to Tiandao, "This man's head is full of wood." Tiandao nodded and temporarily dispelled his suspicion. Hashumi Maki patted Afei's mask meaningfully. The mask made a muffled sound. Afei's pupils were deep. 3 days later. Konoha village. On the rooftop of the Hokage building. Hashumi stood in front of Tsunade and reported, "This time we were intercepted by Uchiha Itachi, but because it was not Uchiha Itachi's real body it was going smoothly, but after Uchiha Itachi disappeared." Harumi looked serious. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato appeared. Tsunade's expression changed. "What?" Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 5000. Chakra 72450500 100 million. Tsunade subconsciously looked at Naruto beside Hashumi. Naruto smiled at Tsunade, "Don't worry. Dad. I defeated him myself." Tsunade sighed in her heart. Naruto has grown up, and many things can't be hidden from him. The Resurrection Alliance is far more abominable than the Akatsuki organization. More hateful. The first time Naruto and Minato met, they had to start a life and death contest. It's really too cruel. And what's more terrifying is that one day in the future, maybe everyone may fight with their most familiar relatives. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, Hashumi Maki. Hashumi paused slightly, "We also know his weaknesses." "What?" Tsunade asked impatiently. "He and I are the successors of the special bloodline limit. Only by killing us at the same time can we really die. Otherwise, if any one of us is killed, the one killed will still be resurrected if the other survives." Hashumi lowered his head. Tsunade's pupils dilated in shock. Is there such a bloodline limit? This is too powerful. Let Hashumi die. Impossible. Tsunade rejected it without a second thought. Tsunade's hand fell on Hashumi's shoulder. "Hashumi, I believe you can improve your strength to suppress Hashumi Maki. As long as you completely suppress him, he will not pose a danger. On the contrary, your safety can be guaranteed." Tsunade looked at Kakashi and the others and asked for confirmation. "Hashumi Maki knows the Flying Thunder God technique, right?" Kakashi nodded. "Although I don't know how he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but..." Tsunade looked at Hashumi firmly, "If he can master it, you can too. You have the same bloodline limit. If you also learn the Flying Thunder God technique, then he is not your opponent." Hashumi. Tsunade is a genius. But this really gave him a good reason to use Flying Thunder God. Kakashi nodded, "Indeed. Any other information?" Tsunade asked. "I got information about Orochimaru from Scorpion, a member of Akatsuki. Sakura stepped forward. Before Scorpion was killed by Hashimi Maki, Scorpion answered her questions about Orochimaru. Scorpion said that this was a reward for the winner who defeated him. According to Scorpion, Orochimaru will appear at the TND bridge in Kusagakure at noon 10 days later. Orochimaru has Scorpion's helper in his place, and they agreed to meet there. 10 days later TND bridge. Tsunade repeated, frowning. It's been 6 days since I got the news. That means it's 4 days later. Sakura was a little anxious. She didn't want to miss this only chance to see Sasuke. The journey to Kusagakure would take at least 3 days. They really didn't have much time left. If possible, Sakura wanted to set off now. What if it's a trap? Tsunade guessed calmly. The Akatsuki organization used Orochimaru as bait to lure Naruto into the trap. Then it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Not to mention Naruto, it's a question whether the others can come back alive. Then we can only fight. Sakura's eyes were firm. She was not afraid of fighting. She was afraid that Team 7 would fall apart. Tsunade sighed helplessly when she saw her persistence. If Sakura was like this, there was no need to say more about Hashimi and Naruto's attitude. I'm afraid even Kakashi would not miss this opportunity. You have experienced how strong the Akatsuki organization is this time, and your class has been missing one person since Sasuke left, so you should add new people. Tsunade felt reluctant to say this. But there was no way. Although she was the Hokage, Konoha village was not her one-man show. Many times she would be restrained by the top management. She also had to make concessions to the top management. Who? Suddenly, Naruto turned around abruptly. He looked sharply at the strange boy not far behind him. The boy was standing in the huge shadow cast by the sun on the Hokage building, and his face could not be seen clearly. Naruto stared at him closely, and he became alert in his heart. It's hard. Did this person have been eavesdropping on their intelligence? Thinking of this, Naruto frowned slightly. Before Naruto could react, 2 huge pythons suddenly sprang out from under his feet and instantly wrapped him tightly. Naruto was startled, and the kunai in his hand immediately emitted a sharp light. He tried to use brute force to break free from the python's restraints. But this python was extremely tough, and no matter how hard Naruto struggled, he could not get rid of its entanglement. At this moment, Naruto felt a chill coming from behind, and he subconsciously wanted to dodge sideways, but it was too late. A short blade was across his neck as fast as lightning. The cold blade made the hair on Naruto's neck stand up. Who are you? Naruto frowned and looked at the stranger who suddenly appeared in front of him with a vigilant face. Are you Naruto-kun? Sai had a smile on his lips, but that smile didn't make people feel any warmth. Instead, it was as if it was measured accurately with a ruler, with an indescribable weirdness. His eyes passed Naruto and looked at Hashimi not far away, with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. It turns out that Hashimi abandoned the companion I chose so weakly. Sai said softly, his tone full of disdain and ridicule. Naruto's face suddenly became gloomy, he clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and the flames of anger burned in his eyes. Your strength is so weak, can you be considered a man? Sai's mouth corners slightly raised. He kicked Naruto fiercely, and Naruto was caught off guard and was kicked back and fell heavily to the ground. Sai slowly walked to Hashimi's side and put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard, with elegant and smooth movements. His hands gently wrapped around Hashimi's body, and his cheek gently rested on Hashimi's shoulder, like a docile cat. I miss you so much. Sai's voice was soft and low, like a breeze blowing over a pool of stagnant water, causing ripples. His eyes revealed deep attachment and longing. Hashumi. Sai called Hashumi's name softly, with endless tenderness and sweetness in his voice. You guy. Naruto looked at Sai with wide eyes, his teeth chattering, and roared loudly, "Take your hands off Hashumi!" After that, Naruto pounced on Sai like a ferocious beast, but Tsunade stopped him in time. Naruto. Tsunade stopped Naruto. Sai will replace Sasuke and join you next. Tsunade looked down at Naruto and said with a firm look in her eyes. What? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart filled with astonishment and anger. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists tightly, as if ready to rush at Sai again at any time. He just attacked me deliberately. Naruto shouted loudly. He really didn't understand how such a person could join them. Sai smiled slightly, showing a hint of apology. I'm sorry for what happened just now. He said softly, his tone seemed very sincere, but the smile on the corner of his mouth still made people feel unhappy. Because we are about to become companions, I want to find out your strength. Sai explained, because of this, I can solve the doubts about whether you have a penis. What did you say? Naruto was furious, his fists creaked, ready to rush up and fight Sai. Sakura quickly stopped him and said anxiously, Naruto. Calm down. He will be our companion next. Don't fight right at the beginning. She knew that if Naruto got impulsive, the consequences would be disastrous, and they could not have internal conflicts. To be honest, Sai's first impression of Tsunade was indeed in line with Tsunade's stereotype of Danzo's education. Gloomy, indifferent, behind the false smile, there were thorns that could hurt people. Sakura frowned and said bluntly, You give people a very uncomfortable feeling. Is that so? Sai's mouth corners slightly raised. Sakura shook her head helplessly and continued to persuade, if you say such words, it will be easy for people to dislike you. However, Sai replied disapprovingly, I like to say such words. And being disliked by an ugly girl like you who feels good about herself may be a good thing. Sai continued to mock. This sentence completely angered Sakura. She widened her eyes and yelled, What did you say? This time it was Naruto's turn to hold Sakura and try to calm her anger. Sakura! Don't get excited. Didn't you just say not to fight right at the beginning? Shut up mouth! Tsunade said coldly, Time is running out, there is no extra time for you to get used to each other. Now, start introducing yourself immediately. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto muttered reluctantly, and then read out his name. Sakura looked indifferent, too lazy to say a word, Harano Sakura. My name is Sai. Sai looked at Hashumi and continued, Hashumi and I were best friends when we were in the route. It's still the same now. Sai turned around and emphasized to Naruto and Sakura. However, Naruto sneered disapprovingly, Humph, how is this possible now? Hashumi's best friend is me. Sai smiled slightly, with a hint of disdain in his tone, Don't be ridiculous, how could Hashumi like a waste like you and an ugly girl like Sakura? Chapter 46. Naruto and Sakura both widened their eyes. Two flames suddenly lit up in their pupils. The anger was getting stronger and stronger. When Hashumi was looking at them, Sai was also staring at him intently. Hashumi's eyes fell on Sai. Sai immediately smiled at him. Hashumi really didn't understand. What on earth made Sai so twisted now? He didn't do anything. In short, the meeting is over. Tsunade interrupted Naruto and Sakura who were about to get angry. The real Kakashi class leader, Hatake Kakashi, was squatting on the ground, reading Intimate Paradise in his hand with relish. not caring about Sakura and Naruto at all. Now let me tell you about the mission of your Kakashi team. In view of the tight time, from now on, the 5 members of your Kakashi team, Hitaki Kakashi, Hajime Masato, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Sai, will set up an ambush at the TND bridge, sneak into Orochimaru's organization, capture the insider of the Akatsuki organization and bring him back. This is a good opportunity to get information about Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura's expressions immediately became serious. It is also a precious source of information for the 2 operational plans of assassinating Orochimaru and retaking Uchiha Sasuke. You must be careful. If you encounter danger, the mission will be cancelled, and you should focus on saving your life. Tsunade stared at them and emphasized. What she was worried about was that the Kakashi team in front of her was too deeply tied to Sasuke, and when the time came, they would not even care about their own lives. Whether it was the Nine Tails or Hajime, they were precious resources in the village. Kakashi and Sakura were both excellent ninjas in the village. Their lives are 1,000 times more important than a mission. Do you understand? Tsunade asked solemnly. Yes. 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 Kakashi's team answered solemnly. I'll leave it to you next, Kakashi. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi and walked towards the Hokage's office. She still has a lot of tasks to deal with today. When she thought of the pile of documents on the desk, Tsunade's shoulders slumped again. Shizune followed her with Tuntun in her arms. Kakashi reluctantly took his eyes off the book and looked at the new members of Kakashi's team in front of him. He is a mature adult after all. Now I give you 1 hour to pack the ninja tools you need to bring. We will set off immediately. The meeting place is at the gate of Konoha. Kakashi said calmly. Now, disband. Naruto and Sakura subconsciously looked at Hajime. Sai noticed the annoying gazes of the 2 people, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. He put his arm around Hajime's shoulders, smiled and tilted his head towards Hajime intimately. Hajime, let's go together. Naruto glared at Sai. Naruto and Sakura walked side by side on the street. That mix-up called Sai is so annoying. Naruto's mouth was about to become a duck's mouth when he thought of Hajime asking him and Sakura to go first. What? Why did you ask him to replace Sasuke? Kakashi's class is enough for us. They are different. They have been performing missions together since graduation. Their bond is something Sai, who suddenly joined, cannot understand. He is really poisonous. Sakura recalled what Sai said and said helplessly. Now that her anger has subsided and her reason has returned, she is not so angry anymore. But don't you think Sai is a bit like Sasuke? Sakura said truthfully. Face, voice, and so on. Although there was a smile on his face, it was too fake. That kind of smile would give people a feeling of dissatisfaction of being despised. Of course Naruto found out, but he would never admit it. He put his hands behind his head, stared at the sky stubbornly, and denied against his will, not at all. Sasuke is still more handsome. Naruto would definitely not say this in front of Sasuke, but if Sasuke is not around, it's okay to admit Sasuke's advantages a little. However, whether it is Sai or Sasuke, they are not as handsome as Uzumaki Naruto. Ha ha ha. It's so rare to hear words of praise for Sasuke from Naruto. Sakura couldn't help laughing, but she suddenly thought of Hajime. Hajime seems to know Sai. When mentioning this, Naruto tutted. Whether it is Sasuke or Sai, they can't replace my position in Hajime's heart. Naruto said stubbornly. Sakura looked puzzled. Hajime does favor Naruto, but it's not right to say that. It's not a preference. Hajime is nice to everyone. It's just because Naruto sticks to Hajime more. So it seems that the two of them are better. But now suddenly there is Sai who sticks to Hajime more than Naruto. Sakura sighed. On the other side. On the streets of Konoha. On the way to Hajime's single apartment. Hajime, are you happy to see me? Sai walked side by side with Hajime. He stared at Hajime. His eyes swept over Hajime's eyebrows and eyes, which were more relaxed than when he was a child. I really miss you. I miss you very much. When Sai whispered this, it was not the warmth of a good friend reuniting, but a gloomy feeling. It was like a ghost whispering in his ear. Hajime was too lazy to pay attention to him. It's better to treat Sai, who knows half of his true face, coldly. Lest Sai get too aggressive. Sai followed Hajime back to Hajime's single apartment. Sai stood at the entrance, not missing any detail in the apartment. His eyes finally fell on the photo of Kakashi's class at the head of Hajime's bed. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 72451500 million. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out in the quiet apartment. The entire photo frame fell heavily to the ground. The glass surface shattered. The person in the photo became blurred. Hajime looked at Sai and the photo on the ground. Sai picked up the photo frame apologetically. Sorry, my hand slipped. If it weren't for the smile in Sai's eyes, Hajime might have believed it a little. Can I help you throw it away? Sai held the photo frame in his hand and planned to throw it into the trash can. His wrist was grabbed by Hajime. Hajime snatched the photo frame from his hand. Don't touch my things. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 72452500 million. Sai stared at Hajime, and the arc of his chest became slightly larger. He took a deep breath. We haven't taken a photo together yet. Hajime asked back, why should I take a photo with you? Sai didn't get angry but smiled, the arc of his mouth widened, and he lingered around Hajime like a ghost, because we are the real companions. Hajime didn't understand Sai's train of thought, so he simply didn't bother to pay attention to him and packed his things by himself. Sai saw Hajime busy with his own things and didn't even look at him. He sat on Hajime's bed, gently stroking the pillow Hajime had slept on, trying to find a strand of Hajime's hair on it. Unfortunately, he failed. Because Hajime didn't even drop a single strand of hair. Sai took his hand back with regret. Don't you want to know the secret mission that Danzo-sama gave me? Sai deliberately seduced Hajime. Hajime packed the ninja tools and buckled them on his thighs. Hearing Sai's words, he looked back at Sai, with no interest in his eyes, and guessed calmly, did I ask you to kill Sasuke? Guessed it right. Sai stared at him for a long time, then smiled slowly and said, you guessed it. It's not difficult to guess. After all, Hajime opened the god's perspective. There are very few things he can't guess. The only thing he didn't guess is that Sai has become the male ghost he is now. You are no match for Sasuke. Hajime thought that his words were very in line with the principle of seeking truth from facts. As a result, this sentence somehow stimulated Sai's sensitive nerves. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 3000. Chakra 72455500 million. Sai seemed to have super sensitive skin. Do you trust Uchiha Sasuke so much? Sai's eyes were gloomy, but the smile on his lips did not change at all. Have you forgotten? Sai grabbed Hashomi's arm. The so-called root has no name, no feelings, no past, no future, and only has a mission. You are not a member of Kakashi's team, you are the root. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are not your companions. Sai's forehead slowly touched Hashomi's eyebrows, and smiled strangely, only we are all underground roots. Hashomi. I think you have only the root in your mind. Hashomi reached out his hand, pressed Sai's head and pushed him away. He was afraid that if their heads were too close, he would be infected by Sai's intelligence. Do you know why I admitted it directly? Sai whispered in Hashomi's ear, because the other person to be executed for this confidential mission is you, Hashomi. Danzo-sama ordered you to join hands with me to kill Uchiha Sasuke. After packing up, Hashomi and Sai walked towards the gate of Konoha. When they arrived, Kakashi, Sakura and Naruto had already arrived. Tisk. Seeing Sai, Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sai ignored him and firmly occupied the position next to Hashomi. He stuck to Hashomi like a piece of taffy. Naruto could never get close to Hashomi. Naruto was so angry that his nose was crooked. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him without any reaction and said lightly. Leaving Konoha, the 5 people walked on the wide avenue. Kakashi, who was at the front, led the way while immersed in the world of the book, blushing from time to time. Behind Kakashi followed Hashomi and the other 4. Sai stood between Naruto and Hashomi, and Sakura stood on the other side of Naruto, always paying attention to Naruto's situation, worried that Naruto could not control his emotions. Naruto put his hands in his pockets, not looking at the road, but staring at Sai with resentment in his eyes, trying to kill Sai with his eyes. What's wrong? Sai, who was stared at by Naruto, had impatience in his eyes, but the arc of his mouth remained unchanged. Please don't stare at me like this. Sai, who said this, had been staring at Hashomi without blinking before saying this. Otherwise I will beat you. Sai said with a smile. You kid, don't speak in such an infuriating tone, damn it. Naruto clenched his fists at Sai and shouted loudly. Before Sai was not there, Hashomi, Sakura and him were so happy on the road. It was because of Sai that their atmosphere became so strange. I don't mean any harm. Sai explained with a smile. I just want to get the position of this team member. Sai did not lie. He was telling the truth. Of course, if only he and Hashomi were in the whole team, it would be more in line with his wishes. You really have bad intentions. Naruto suddenly stopped, gritted his teeth, and glared at Sai. In his opinion, Sai's purpose was obvious. He was here to break up Team 7. Kakashi stopped him listlessly. Don't quarrel so quickly, okay? For the team, mutual trust and teamwork are the most important. Although Kakashi said so, he did not really take any action, and his eyes were still glued to Intimate Paradise. Naruto pointed at Sai, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, and yelled in dissatisfaction, because he is not a member of Kakashi's team. How can we trust each other and work as a team if we are not members of Kakashi's team? The other member of our Kakashi team is Sasuke. This guy was just chosen to fill in the blank when Sasuke was not there. I don't approve of this guy becoming one of us. Naruto wanted to see Hashomi's expression. He hoped that Hashomi had the same idea as he did in his heart, but his sight was blocked by Sai. Sai was not angry at all after being yelled at by Naruto. He chuckled, "You are right, I feel relieved if you can think so. Who wants to be teammates with Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura? He came for Hajime. Sai is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by anyone. He changed the subject and looked at Hajime. This was more for Hajime to hear. I betrayed Konoha and joined Orochimaru. I don't want you to compare me with a garbage bug like Orochimaru. Hajime looked at Sai, who stared into his eyes with a slight smile on his face, waiting for Hajime's reaction. You bastard! Naruto couldn't tolerate Sai talking about Sasuke like this. He was about to rush up and teach Sai a lesson, but was stopped by Sakura. Teamwork is indeed important. Sakura didn't know whether she was talking to Naruto or Sai. Sai, Naruto didn't know you yet, so he said something a little too much. Sakura apologized for Naruto. I'm sorry, please forgive Naruto. Kakashi looked at Sakura, and he silently distanced himself from Naruto, Sakura, and the others. I didn't take it personally. Sai curved his lips towards Sakura in a friendly manner. Hey, don't want to argue with an ugly girl. Really, that's great. Sakura also showed the same friendly smile, her voice sweet. Bang! Suddenly. Unexpectedly. Sakura punched Sai in the face. Sai fell to the ground, a little confused. Was that a fake smile on Haruno Sakura's face just now? He didn't notice that the other party was smirking. You don't have to forgive me. Sakura retracted her fist, her eyes cold. Sai didn't stand up. He sat on the ground, looked up at Hajime, and said disappointedly, I thought Hajime's companions were such good people, but it turned out that they like to bully the new members who just joined the team. Naruto was suddenly shocked. Only then did they realize that they had overlooked a fact. That is, Hajime and Sai are good friends in the root. Sakura's face changed slightly. She looked at Hajime, who had been silent from beginning to end, pursed her lips, and explained, Hajime, he was the first to insult Sasuke. You should know that Sasuke is not the kind of person he said. Sai tugged at Hajime's clothes and asked stubbornly, did I tell a lie? It is a fact that Sasuke defected. It is also a fact that he surrendered to Orochimaru. Hajime, we grew up together. Sai pursed his lips, his eyes hurt. Chapter 47. Didn't they just get brainwashed by Shimura Danzo? How did they grow up together? Hajime grumbled in his heart, but still reached out and pulled Sai up from the ground. After all, his image on Naruto's side was still very kind. Only those who have really been with Sasuke know that Sasuke is not what you said. Hajime stared at Sai tightly and said in a firm tone. Don't ask. Asking means his desire to perform has come up again. Sai held Hajime's hand tightly and did not let go. A barely noticeable smile appeared on his face, completely ignoring what Hajime had just said. As for Uchiha Sasuke, Sai didn't want to hear any words from Hajime to defend him. You don't understand Sasuke, so you say this. Hajime looked at Sai embarrassedly and said. Don't say it again in the future. Hajime repeated it again, his voice slightly heavier. Speaking for Uchiha Sasuke again. Sai's jaw tightened slightly. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursive force converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 72456500100 million. Hajime, you are biased towards them again. Sai's smile remained unchanged, but the malice in his eyes surged like a tide. Hajime is our companion, he is not biased towards us, he just understands what kind of person the real Sasuke is. Naruto said excitedly, with a bright light in his eyes. Great! Hajime still stands firmly on their side. Great! Companions, what kind of companions are you? Sai's smile was permeated with a hint of coldness, and he asked back, "Have you seen Renjian's appearance when he was a child? Have you experienced hard training with him? If we talk about companions, he and I are the original companions. Much earlier than you. What qualifications do you have to speak so confidently in front of me? You." Naruto's anger was instantly ignited by Sai's words, and his emotions became extremely excited. "Enough." Kakashi finally couldn't help but speak. He looked at Sai and Naruto, who kept arguing all the way with cold eyes. "How long will these two people quarrel? It's really a headache. Now there are two options for you to choose," Kakashi said expressionlessly. "First, you can continue to stand here and argue as much as you want. It doesn't matter if you quarrel all day and all night." Kakashi glanced at them indifferently. "Second, we will set off immediately and hurry to the hot spring hotel, so that we can enjoy a comfortable accommodation environment there." After Kakashi finished speaking, he quietly waited for their decision. "Just think of it as spending money to avoid disaster." Kakashi looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It turned out that Hajime was looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle just like him. Kakashi. This choice was absolutely unquestionable for Hajime. He would never allow anything to hinder him from enjoying the good time of hot springs, so, under the pressure of his eyes, Naruto and Sai, who were arguing constantly, calmed down obediently and headed towards the hot spring hotel. Kakashi lamented, "No one listened to what he said, right? The job of leading the team of senior ninjas should be given to Hajime." Kakashi took out Intimate Paradise again. What happened just now was forgotten immediately. Before dusk, they arrived at the hot spring hotel. In the men's bath, Hajime, Sai, Naruto, and Kakashi were leaning against the edge of the pool, soaking in the hot spring together. Naruto had a towel on his head and his face was red. Hajime immersed his whole body in the natural hot spring pool with a faint smell of sulfur, and squinted his eyes in comfort. It was so cool. This is life. Sure enough, men can only become confidants after meeting each other shirtless. As Kakashi said this, he did not forget to take out the Intimate Paradise in his hand and flip through a few pages. Reading all the time. Naruto was very confused when he saw Kakashi like this. He suddenly stood up, walked towards Kakashi curiously, and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, what are you looking at?" At this time, Sai kept staring at Naruto's lower body, revealing an indescribable expression in his eyes. After a while, Sai slowly said, "You are still a man after all." Kakashi was very nervous. He didn't want Naruto to see the Intimate Paradise in his hand. People under 18 years old are not allowed to watch it. So he quickly put on a bath towel and hurriedly walked out of the hot spring pool. Sai's words diverted Naruto's attention. Naruto didn't care about that much. He quickly covered his lower body with his hands, then shrank back into the water and shouted to Sai, "Don't peek. You always talk about your little dick. It's annoying." Naruto shouted again angrily. "Hajime. I'm really impressed." He had to pinch one himself to get the hot spring. Fortunately, he was sure that the one he pinched for himself was the biggest. Hee. When they went into the water, they inevitably saw Hajime's capital. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sai's faces turned green. They are all human beings, so why is there such a big difference? A 3-meter bamboo curtain separates them from the women's hot spring pool. Naruto's unrestrained voice spread over and immediately caused a lot of laughter. Naruto suddenly thought that there was Sakura in the female bath opposite, and wondered if Sakura could hear him shouting so loudly just now. A strange blush appeared on Naruto's face. He swam towards the bamboo curtain. Just then, Kakashi, who was about to walk out of the bath, suddenly called Naruto, "Naruto! What's wrong, teacher Kakashi?" Naruto turned back and asked in confusion. "Before you leave, I'll tell you something very interesting." Kakashi's voice was filled with a hint of laughter. What is it?" Naruto asked curiously. When Jiraiya was young, he had an experience that almost killed him, Kakashi said slowly. Naruto's expression immediately became serious when he heard this. The lustful sage meant a lot to him, and such a thing must be extraordinary. He asked anxiously, "What happened?" Kakashi continued, 6 ribs were broken, both hands were fractured, and several internal organs were ruptured. I heard that the reason was that Tsunade-sama used that strange force to hit him hard. When Naruto heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat, and at the same time, he couldn't help wondering, why did Tsunade-sama do such a heavy hand to the lecherous sage? Soon Naruto got the answer. Kakashi said the last sentence, turned around and left, leaving Naruto trembling in the bathtub. "Because he did what you want to do now." This sentence exploded in Naruto's mind like a bolt from the blue, making him understand everything instantly. It turned out that the lecherous sage had tried to spy on Tsunade-sama taking a bath, so he was punished so severely. Thinking of this, Naruto no longer had a fluke mentality, and swam back to Hashimi obediently. After returning to Hashimi, Naruto turned his head and looked at Hashimi soaking in the hot spring very comfortably, and couldn't help but feel a little curious in his heart. "So," he asked, "Hanuki, aren't you curious about that?" Hanuki slowly opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. In fact, before cosplaying as a real person, he would be curious. But now that he has become a real person, he has completely lost his interest and desire in this regard. He has the ability to transform the human body into various other forms. Under such circumstances, his curiosity has long disappeared without a trace. He has been trying and practicing the secrets of the human body and has a clear understanding of it. Hanuki shook his head and said that he was not interested. "Awesome!" Naruto looked at Hanuki with envy, his eyes full of admiration. He couldn't help but sigh, "Hanuki, you are so awesome. I wish I could be like you." Hearing Naruto's praise, Hanuki's eyes were complicated. Just like me, Naruto is unhappy again. This state of no desire is so pitiful. Night falls. The whole hot spring hotel was enveloped in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Kakashi rarely showed his generous side. After enjoying the comfort of the hot spring, he invited Kakashi's class to taste a sumptuous seafood feast. When Naruto heard the news, he was so excited that his saliva almost flowed out. He couldn't wait to find a seat at the table and sit down, his eyes fixed on the dazzling array of delicacies on the table, secretly thinking about how to feast on them. "Teacher Kakashi, can we really eat all of this?" Naruto still couldn't believe his eyes, fearing that this was just a beautiful dream. After all, everyone can see that Teacher Kakashi is stingy. It's really surprising that he was so generous this time. It always makes people wonder if there is any conspiracy behind him. Kakashi smiled and nodded, indicating affirmation. Kakashi was so generous today that Renjian couldn't help but look at Kakashi again. Kakashi noticed Hashimi's eyes, and gave him a meaningful smile. "Okay. I'm going to eat." Naruto couldn't wait to grab the chopsticks and quickly picked up the food and put it into his mouth. Sakura also happily clasped her hands together and began to enjoy the food. Sai was still expressionless. "Wow! This meal is really great." Naruto ate heartily while exclaiming sincerely, "It would be great if every mission could have such delicious food like this." Sakura also nodded in agreement. Kakashi ruthlessly broke their fantasy, "Don't dream, such a good thing doesn't happen often. After hearing this, Naruto sighed helplessly, but continued to work hard. I'm so full. Naruto patted his bulging belly and showed it to Hashumi beside him. Hashumi didn't know what was so good about Naruto's belly that seemed to be 8 months pregnant, and stared at Naruto blankly. In Naruto's expectant eyes, he patted Naruto's belly like a ball, and then, as Naruto wished, he exclaimed, "So big." Hee hee. Naruto was satisfied. Hashumi. As if he was sick. Early in the morning, the dawn was slightly revealed, and the sun shone around the hot spring hotel, reflecting a peaceful scene. The hot spring hotel was wrapped in rolling mountains, surrounded by green trees, and the stream was gurgling. The air was filled with a fresh and pleasant atmosphere. Sai sat quietly by the stream, concentrating on painting in front of him. Sakura's voice came from behind him, "Are you painting?" Sai turned his head slightly, stared at Sakura expressionlessly, and asked indifferently, "Is there something wrong?" Sakura approached curiously, her eyes fell on the drawing paper in Sai's hand. She was surprised to find that the person in the painting was actually Hashumi, who was sleeping soundly. Sakura couldn't help but sigh, "You are painting here, I thought you were painting the surrounding scenery. I didn't expect you to paint Hashumi, and you painted it based on memory." Sakura's voice stopped abruptly. She followed Sai's line of sight and saw a picturesque pond not far away. And on the other side of the pond, you can see Hashumi's room. The huge floor-to-ceiling window clearly showed Hashumi's sleeping figure on the tatami. "You." Sakura frowned tightly, and she understood everything in her heart. Sai was secretly painting Hashumi here. Moreover, he had already found this best position, where he could see Hashumi clearly. "It's almost time to leave." A voice came from a distance. "Teacher Kakashi asked me to call you." It was Naruto who spoke, and he appeared behind them with a look of dissatisfaction. Naruto approached them while talking. At this moment, his peripheral vision inadvertently saw the person in Sai's painting. "Hey!" Naruto shouted loudly, with anger and dissatisfaction in his tone. "You guy! Are you secretly drawing Hashumi?" Naruto widened his eyes and grabbed Sai's collar tightly. Sai smiled slightly and replied, "What's wrong?" He didn't seem to care about Naruto's questioning, but his expression revealed a little pride. "I started drawing Hashumi when I was a child, and Hashumi also knows it." Hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth and was filled with anger. This hateful guy always likes to show off his relationship with Hashumi in this way, and the rest of them are excluded. "What are you doing?" A question came from not far away, and Hashumi and Kakashi were standing on the stone bridge across the stream, staring at the three of them. Naruto loosened his hand, let go of Sai's collar, glared at him fiercely, and ran towards Hashumi. "Nothing," Naruto responded loudly while running. Hashun looked at Naruto's running figure, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 72457500 100 million. Sai looked at the dazzling smile on Hashun's face. "Thank you for your patronage, come again next time." When they stepped out of the hot spring hotel, the lady at the door said goodbye to them politely. Then, Kakashi led everyone to temporarily change the route forward. As night fell, everyone sat around the blazing bonfire. "Didn't Tsunade-sama say that?" Kakashi suddenly broke the silence. Sakura raised her head and looked at Kakashi, her eyes full of confusion. "The news Sakura got is likely a trap," Kakashi explained. The Akatsuki organization is very likely to set up an ambush at the TND bridge, and the target is Naruto. Sakura, I have some questions for you. Kakashi said. Sakura nodded slightly, with a serious expression. Okay, no problem, ask. You are the only one who has really fought with Scorpion and seen his true face. Although there is information about the Sand Village, I still want to hear your description of Scorpion's words and deeds. Kakashi hopes to get more useful information from Sakura. Sakura took a deep breath and began to recall the scene when she fought with Scorpion. She tried to restore Scorpion's image. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. I want to pretend to be Scorpion and get close to there. Sakura suddenly realized, so that's the case. If Scorpion doesn't show up, the other party is likely not to show up either. Kakashi agreed, yes, this is very likely. If the spy who infiltrated Orochimaru's side doesn't show up, our action this time will be meaningless. Without the news of Orochimaru and Sasuke, the next mission cannot be carried out. This trip is just a waste of time. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, I will pretend to be Scorpion, and you will stay where you are. Once you find the target, take action immediately. Remember, you must stay alert and don't let the other party notice anything unusual. Sakura nodded to show that she understood. Kakashi continued, okay, now let's talk about the goal of this mission in detail. Sakura and Naruto concentrated and waited for Kakashi's instructions. Our goal is to capture the target of the mission and not let him get hurt or die. Because once we kill him, we will lose an important source of intelligence. Therefore, this mission is more difficult than defeating the enemy. I will lure and capture the enemy. If I fail, you will capture him. Kakashi looked at the people sitting around the campfire. Let me determine the grouping. Sakura and Hajime are in one group, and Naruto and Sai are in one group. Hearing this arrangement, Sakura's green eyes flashed with satisfaction. Great! With Hajime in one group? No. No. I want to be in one group with Hajime. I want to be in one group with Hajime. Sai and Naruto said in unison. Hajime smiled and said, aren't you two in tacit understanding? Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power conversion chakra plus 1000. Chakra 72458500 100 million. Chapter 48. Near the TND bridge. Standing on a high place and looking down, you can see that the entire land is like being cut by a huge sword, revealing a deep gully in the middle. Above the gully, there is an arch bridge, like a thin red line across the abyss. Palm-sized black mice quietly crawled over the nearby grass, and they flexibly shuttled between the bushes. At the same time, in the gully 100 meters below, there was also a group of black mice crawling on the stones polished by the stream. One by one, the black mice moved quickly in the same direction, and their figures gathered together like a black torrent. When they gradually approached Sai, they jumped into the pure white scroll unfolded in front of him, and instantly turned into lifelike patterned mice. Kakashi lowered his eyes and stared at Sai, and estimated Sai's ability. Isn't this the magic pen Maoyang in the ninja world? Renjian looked at Sai and thought to himself. Sai gently put away the scroll, then stood up and said coldly to Kakashi, who had been staring at him, no signs of ambush were found near the TND bridge. Kakashi nodded slightly. This was undoubtedly good news. Then we can rule out that this is a trap set by the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi's eyes became sharper. Next, act according to the predetermined plan. Yes. Kakashi made a seal, white smoke filled the air, and he turned into Scorpion and walked out of the white smoke. Next, let's start the battle. Kakashi, who turned into Scorpion, said. His voice was almost the same as Scorpion's. Hashumi and Sakura hid in the depths of the dense forest, while Naruto and Sai walked towards the dense forest on the other side of the TND bridge, looking for a hiding place. Kakashi's figure slowly approached the TND bridge. Hashumi and Sakura lurked in the bushes. The atmosphere between Naruto and Sai on the opposite side was stiff, and no one took the initiative to speak. Sai had a blank expression, while Naruto had a look of resentment on his face. Even though the two of them were very reluctant to cooperate, they still couldn't get away from Kakashi's arrangement. In the bushes, Hashumi's long blue hair was gently blown up by the wind. Today's wind was very strong. The air was full of fallen leaves. After waiting for almost half an hour, Hashumi saw a tall figure in a dark blue robe approaching the TND bridge. To be honest, Hashumi really forgot who this undercover was. After all, it had been more than 10 years since he finished watching Naruto. Many details of the plot had been forgotten. He only remembered a general plot direction. Until the ninja in the dark blue robe stood in the middle of the bridge. Kakashi, who was silently waiting, pretended to be Scorpion and slowly appeared. Scorpion walked in front of the blue-robed ninja. Fei Liuhu's sinister eyes stared at the ninja in front of him. Sakura beside Hashumi raised her heart. We must succeed. Kakashi-sensei, long time no see, Master Scorpion. The voice of the robed man came from under his hood. Kakashi sounded familiar. When he looked up, he saw the face under the hood. Not only was the voice familiar, but the man in front of him was even more familiar. It turned out to be Konoha's traitorous ninja, Kabuto Yakushi. In the distance, Hashumi also had a full view of Kabuto Yakushi's face. It turned out to be him. Professional spy, Kabuto Yakushi. I haven't seen you for 5 years. Kabuto Yakushi sighed as he looked at Scorpion in front of him. Are you following me? Kakashi asked. His tone was exactly the same as Scorpion's. Kabuto Yakushi looked back and said, No, don't worry. I have a few things to ask you. Kakashi said. Since Kabuto Yakushi was originally a spy who was lurking around Orochimaru as the Red Sand Scorpion, his purpose was to obtain intelligence and news from Orochimaru. It is normal to ask questions when meeting with a spy. We don't have much time, please ask as soon as possible. Kabuto Yakushi did not doubt it, and said briefly and quickly. I risked my life to come here without telling Orochimaru. He mentioned it. His eyes glanced around vigilantly from time to time. He seemed to be worried about being discovered by Orochimaru. Tell me the location of the secret base in Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi asked. To be honest, asking about Sasuke is a bit risky. Only people from Konoha would ask about Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts. There are several secret bases. In order to avoid being discovered, they will be moved to other bases every week. Of course, there are also in other countries outside of Sound Ninja. They were arranged and established by Orochimaru's spies after infiltrating, but the transfer methods between bases are also different. If you want to find, it's not that easy to find them. Yakushi Kabuto answered without hesitation. Where are they now? Kakashi controlled his emotions and asked calmly. Now they are hiding on the island in the northern lake. They will leave there in 3 days. Uchiha Sasuke is also there. In the sunlight, Yakushi Kabuto's lenses reflected the light, and the look in his eyes could not be seen clearly. On the other side. The wind is too strong, I can't hear it at all. Sakura said in Hashumi's ear, with anxiety in her green eyes. It is because the wind is too strong that our voices and smells are blown away and he can't find them. Hajime explained, and said soothingly, "It doesn't matter, when Kakashi teacher comes back, we will know the information. If something happens, we have a secret code, right? Don't worry." After hearing what he said, Sakura felt a little relieved, but she still felt uneasy subconsciously. She always felt that it would not be so smooth. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and soil blown by the wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A very low sound. The sound of reptiles is normal in the jungle. But Hajime thought of Orochimaru at the first time. No. Then, there seemed to be footsteps in the distance and the hissing sound of a snake sticking out its tongue. What's wrong? Seeing Hajime's expression change, Sakura asked in confusion, and her eyes became solemn. Hajime glanced at Sakura, then at Naruto opposite, and shook his head. Nothing. The situation on the bridge changed in an instant. Suddenly, the original Yakushi Kabuto was strangled by the python. Orochimaru's figure appeared behind Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto reacted very quickly. Quickly dodged. Standing beside Kakashi, the kunao in his hand was facing Orochimaru. And the hood that he wrapped around his body to hide his identity was twisted into a ball by the python. "Cow, you are so nostalgic in this outfit." Orochimaru smiled at the corner of his mouth and glanced at Yakushi Kabuto with cold eyes. "Did you follow Kabuto?" Kakashi asked immediately. "What I was thinking of thanking you. The child you gave me is really a treasure." Orochimaru looked at Kabuto with regret and said to Scorpion played by Kakashi. Orochimaru was once a member of Akatsuki. So Kabuto was a subordinate given to Orochimaru by Scorpion when Orochimaru was still in Akatsuki. It seems that Hajime was not careful when watching Naruto at that time and missed these details. "I want to develop a new technique, but human experiments require more than 100 bodies. Thanks to this child's medical ninjutsu, the used experimental subjects can be reused repeatedly. The number of experimental subjects is really limited." Orochimaru had a smile on his face but spoke words from the underworld. Kakashi's eyes passed over Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi beside him. He was in a dilemma. Kakashi knew very well that he could not deal with Orochimaru alone. But if Renjian and the others were called out at this time, then after their identities were exposed, Kabuto Yakushi would probably take the opportunity to escape. But if Kakashi stayed with Kabuto to fight Orochimaru, his fighting style would expose his true identity. Just when Kakashi was hesitating about how to deal with the situation perfectly, a sharp light suddenly flashed in front of him. The sharp kunao slashed towards Kakashi's neck. Kakashi was shocked and quickly dodged, keeping a distance from Kabuto who suddenly attacked. Fortunately, he knew what kind of person Kabuto was, and he never let down his vigilance against him. Otherwise, he might really be scratched by the kunao. Although he avoided the attack, the transformation technique was still cancelled. With a bang, the white smoke was quickly blown away by the wind, and Kakashi returned to his original appearance. "Kakashi." Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He originally came for Scorpion, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. A figure quickly emerged in his mind. Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth sinisterly. Before Orochimaru could speak, Kabuto Yakushi said what Orochimaru wanted to say. "Since you are here, then Hajime should be here too." Kabuto Yakushi looked behind Kakashi, with expectation in his eyes. Not only Orochimaru, but he, who has the same will as Orochimaru, is also full of curiosity about Hajime Masashi's body. And they are partners. Kabuto Yakushi is full of expectations for what Hajime Masashi will do in the future. Hajime and Sakura appeared beside Kakashi in a flash. Seeing Kakashi exposed, Naruto and Sai also appeared behind Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. They blocked the way of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi from the front and back. Seeing Hajime's figure, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi showed strange smiles on their faces. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 1000. Chakra 72459500 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 1000. Chakra 72460500 100 million. Giving gifts first when meeting is the old rule of Hajime, Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi. Hajime gladly accepted the malice that came out of nowhere. They are all familiar faces. Orochimaru looked at them, his eyes passed from Hajime to Naruto. The Nine Tails is here too. He didn't even remember Naruto's name. He originally only regarded him as a container for the Nine Tails. His contemptuous tone and attitude towards objects made Naruto frown. Orochimaru paused when his eyes fell on Sai, and there was a little more sarcasm on his face. What is this? Are you looking for a substitute for Sasuke? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Sai, raised his eyebrows, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was malicious. Don't say it. It's quite similar. The face of this substitute of Sasuke in front of him is as smooth as jade, with narrow and long phoenix eyes, and a boyish and feminine appearance. And his temperament is cold and soft, just like a cold-blooded animal. Sasuke's coldness is cold on the outside, while the substitute in front of him is cold in his bones. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 3000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 3000. Chakra 72463500 100 million. Hajime, who received the malicious value, stared at Sai in confusion. Orochimaru said you are a substitute for Sasuke, but I didn't say that. Why do you hate me? Although speechless and puzzled, Hajime still swallowed the chakra with resentment. I have nothing in common with the trash who defected from Konoha and joined the rebel ninja. Sai stared at Orochimaru in front of him, but his eyes fell on Hajime Masamune, and said faintly, "You guy." Before Orochimaru did anything, Naruto took the lead to grab Sai's collar. I told you. You are not allowed to say that about Sasuke. Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto. Even at this time, they can have internal conflicts. I'm afraid it will lower your IQ to be their opponent, right? It's still Renjian who can tolerate and get along with a bunch of idiots. Naruto. Renjian said, looking at him sternly, let go of Sai. Naruto is too impulsive. He bets that Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi must be nagging him in their hearts now. Sai stared at Naruto, who was holding his collar. His mouth curled up slightly, his eyebrows moved, revealing a little smugness. Did you hear? Renjian asked you to let me go. Sai slapped Naruto's hand down and straightened his collar. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1. Cursed power converted Chakra plus 1. Chakra 72463500 100 million. Renjian. He didn't even bother to collect this little bit of malice. There was no doubt who the source was. No one except Naruto would have a malice value of 1 for him. After all, if you step on someone's foot on the road, the minimum malice value is 5. Naruto let go of his hand, lowered his eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned down uncontrollably. Hajime. Hajime has never been mean to him. Just now, I was mean to him for this venomous man. Naruto sniffed. Orochimaru doesn't want to see the cowardly look of the Nine Tails again. It's so disgusting. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 72464501 100 million. Since you are all here, I will play with you for a while today. Speaking of which, Orochimaru also wants to know how much the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who always talks about finding Sasuke, has grown. Let me see who has become stronger, you or Sasuke. Hearing Sasuke's name from Orochimaru, Naruto's eyes turned red again, and his fangs slowly showed. Give Sasuke back. Instantly, Naruto's body was covered with a layer of crimson chakra-tailed beast coat. His vertical pupils were all red. He crouched like a fox, his claws digging deep scratches on the bridge. As the number of tails increased, a trickle of blood flowed from his nostrils. The oppressive feeling from the tailed beasts spread around Naruto. At this moment, Naruto, who was in the center of the storm, was not feeling well. He felt as if he was in a furnace, and the blood rushing in countless blood vessels seemed to have turned into boiling magma at this moment, constantly burning his body and reason. He seemed to be burned to ashes. The intense pain was pulling his reason down. Chapter 49. Hashimi. Why do you get nervous when Sasuke is mentioned? Is this the bond that Naruto mentioned? Sure enough, he still couldn't understand it at all. Naruto seemed like an angry husband whose wife was kidnapped. Naruto, Hashimi shouted to Naruto in the distance, Naruto, calm down. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 72465501 100 million. Sai left Naruto's side without knowing when. Without worrying about his teammates, he came to Hashimi. Hearing Hashimi's words, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Boom! 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 Naruto was swallowed by the endless black sea full of malice. Before he sank into the water, he saw the nine-tailed fox on the shore, flashing with a bright and malicious look. Naruto! Someone is calling him. The voice seems to come from far away. It sounds very vague. Who is it? Naruto thought. Naruto! The voice split the black sea in front of him like thunder. Naruto opened his eyes wide. It's Hashimi! It's Hashimi calling him! Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, and the black and red-tailed beast coat quickly began to fade. The three tails swung behind him. He regained his sanity. The moment he heard Orochimaru's words, he seemed to be drowned in the malice of the nine tails. Naruto seemed to have struggled for a long time, but in the outside world it was only a moment. Don't say it. Yakushi Kabuto pushed the glasses on his nose, raised the corners of his lips, and corrected Naruto's words, that's not accurate at all. Sasuke came to us voluntarily. Yakushi Kabuto shrugged and spread his palms. You are really making a fuss. You don't have the ability to get Sasuke back, so what qualifications do you have to shout here? Kabuto Yakushi stared at Naruto and said, you are so unfrank, you are really not a man. Kabuto Yakushi's words echoed in Naruto's ears. Yes, it's all because he has no strength. It was because he was too weak that Hashimi was seriously injured. It was because Hashimi almost died in the mission to get Sasuke back. It's all because he was too weak. Regarding what Kabuto Yakushi said about Naruto not being a man, Sai agreed. He felt the same way. Shut up, you four-eyed guy, you don't understand Naruto's feelings at all. Stop talking nonsense here. Sakura shouted at Kabuto Yakushi. She is a member of Team 7. She knows better than anyone the efforts made by Hajime and Naruto. No one can belittle Hajime and Naruto. Hajime also recognized Sakura's attack power. What's going on? Why does it feel like everyone's verbal attack ability continues to increase after 3 years? If you want to know about Sasuke, then use your strength to ask me. Orochimaru doesn't think they have such ability. As for Hajime, he is not in the range of his enemies. Are they partners? Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Almost as soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, a fierce red light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of him, and his beast-like claws pierced him fiercely. What a fast speed! Is this the power of the tailed beast? Naruto, wrapped in the tailed beast's coat, took a deep breath, and suddenly swung his claws, grabbing Orochimaru's shoulder blade. The whistling wind suddenly rose. However, just when he swung his claws, Orochimaru suddenly moved. Hajime could clearly see that a cold light like a snake flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru's body instantly turned into a white snake and quickly disappeared from the spot. Naruto's attack missed, and his claws hit the ground fiercely. He tore a crack in the entire TND bridge. Wood chips and gravel flew in the air. The TND bridge kept shaking in the wind. It was shaky. Naruto, you have grown a lot as a Jinchuriki. Kabuto Yakushi looked at the swaying red tail behind Naruto and the scene in front of him, and smiled sarcastically. Controlled by the malice conveyed by the 9 tails again, Naruto, who had lost his mind, destroyed the dense forest in front of him and created a 100-meter-long pit. Naruto was in the center of the pit, and his whole body was almost surrounded by chakra full of malice and evil. Naruto was completely unrecognizable as a human. You are becoming more and more like a Jinchuriki. Naruto. Orochimaru stood opposite Naruto and looked at Naruto's appearance at this time. I really want to be with you now. Let's fight and see how much my Sasuke has grown. My Sasuke Hajime. This is a bit ambiguous. Unconsciously, 4 tails appeared behind Naruto. 3 is the limit of Naruto's sanity. Once this limit is exceeded, he will not be able to maintain his sanity. Orochimaru's words completely made Naruto lose his mind. The scarlet chakra surged like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding trees were uprooted. Strong winds and waves roared. It was so hard that people could hardly open their eyes. There was a loud bang. The bridge finally couldn't bear the weight. It was completely broken into countless pieces. Such a large amount of chakra, it is beyond the controllable range, right? Orochimaru looked at Naruto in front of him and said as if he was watching a good show. At this time, Naruto exuded a strong aura all over his body, and his sharp claws swept through the air, bringing up gusts of sharp wind. The figure of Kabuto Yakushi suddenly pounced on Naruto, and a sharp chakra scalpel appeared in his hand. However, just when he was about to get close, he was directly blown away by a huge wave of wind raised by Naruto. Hajime hugged Sakura and returned to the forest on the other side of the TND bridge, away from the battlefield. Looking at the current situation, maybe another clone can be used. In addition to wood release, what is the best way to control the tailed beast? Naruto went towards Orochimaru, and the huge explosive power of his body was shocking. His whole body moved quickly, rushing straight towards Orochimaru. In a few flashes, he had come to the side of Orochimaru and attacked fiercely from an extremely strange angle. His 5 sharp fingers came together and stabbed out fiercely, as if he was going to tear Orochimaru apart like a sword. Swish! The air was instantly cut by his nails. The 2 people were so fast that only after images were left, fighting each other. The surrounding area was almost destroyed by the battle between Naruto and Orochimaru. 2 figures, one black and one red, flew backwards at the same time. Orochimaru stabilized his body, stood on the branch, looked at Naruto below, with a mocking face. Even with the power of the tailed beast, you can only do this. Still far inferior to Sasuke. Orochimaru knew how to stimulate Naruto, so he kept mentioning Sasuke's name. Orochimaru lowered his eyes and looked at his hands burned by the nine tails chakra. He suddenly opened his mouth wide. A pair of hands opened his mouth, and a brand new body came out of Orochimaru's mouth. The new Orochimaru was unharmed. As if he was reborn. The tailed beast chakra burst. The surroundings were razed to the ground. Kakashi, who was standing next to Hashimi and observing the battle, frowned and felt heavy. It's bad. Naruto is completely out of control. He has no ability to stop Naruto. And the battle between Naruto, who has now become the Four Tails, and Orochimaru. It is no longer something they can participate in. Once the battle is over, there will be only two possibilities. First, Naruto is likely to be in danger because his body cannot withstand the excessive transformation of the tailed beast. Second, they may be lost. Naruto lost his mind and attacked. Either possibility was not what Kakashi wanted to see. Hashimi was happy to watch the show, it was not his turn yet. And how could he rush into such a terrible battle? What if he got hurt? Let's let the most suitable person for this battle participate. Sai, who was beside Hashimi, had expectations in his eyes. It would be a good ending if Uzumaki Naruto died at the hands of Orochimaru. In the deep pit, Orochimaru's body crawled on the ground like a snake. Tens of thousands of small snakes spewed out of Orochimaru's mouth and went towards Naruto, who had already turned into a tailed beast. Whoosh! 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 Every snake spewed out a sharp white light from its mouth. The long sword spewed out of the snake's mouth cut through the air at a very fast speed, and the sound of air continued and was endless. The dense tide of snakes seemed to drown Naruto. Roar! The tailed beast Naruto waved his four tails wildly. A huge shock wave burst out from his hands. The snake tide was annihilated in the shock wave. Just a simple wave, it actually caused such a huge shock wave. Kakashi said solemnly. He stretched out his hand to block the waves that kept sweeping in. The power of the tailed beast is very strong. But the means of attack is also very simple. The tailed beast Naruto clenched his 5 fingers suddenly and waved towards Orochimaru again. The terrifying force can instantly tear Orochimaru into pieces. Orochimaru's arms hanging down, soft like a whip, with one step, his hands suddenly turned into a snake tide, bounding towards the tailed beast Naruto. The figure of the tailed beast Naruto shot out. The 4 tails behind him turned into giant hands and chased Orochimaru's figure frantically. The speed was as fast as thunder, accompanied by the harsh sound of the short sword piercing the air. Countless black snake shadows flashed before Orochimaru's eyes, like ghosts, stabbing at the tailed beast Naruto from all weird angles, covering the whole body of the tailed beast Naruto. The 4 tails were swung out fiercely like long whips, and also drew countless afterimages in the sun. The snake tide was cut in half. The chakra full of malice was as hot as volcanic magma. Orochimaru's shadow snake hand approached and was immediately burned to ashes. Orochimaru was reborn in his own mouth again. At this moment, the new body underwent an amazing change. The lower body turned into a huge snake tail, and Orochimaru rushed towards the tailed beast Naruto at lightning speed. The next second, Orochimaru's fist hit the tailed beast Naruto's cheek like a cannonball. Just when the tailed beast Naruto was dizzy from this punch, a huge and powerful claw suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This giant claw mercilessly cut Orochimaru in half, and Orochimaru's upper body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Although Orochimaru's upper body has been separated from his lower body, countless snakes continue to emerge from his body, and these snakes quickly intertwine together, tightly connecting Orochimaru's upper and lower bodies. In the distance, Sakura looked at Hajime. Will Naruto? Naruto's body can only withstand 3 tails at most. Now that a 4th tail has appeared, will Naruto's body be unable to withstand it at this time? Renjian had no time to answer her questions. Renjian still had his own things to deal with. Countless chakras emerged from the body of the tailed beast Naruto. These chakra balls gradually condensed into a dark purple sphere above his head. The sphere was compressed several times. It became only the size of a baby's fist. However, the surrounding land cracked inch by inch because it could not withstand such pressure. The look in Orochimaru's eyes became more solemn. Such a chakra density. If hit by this blow, it would definitely be fatal. Orochimaru bit his finger. Triple Rashomon. The tailed beast jade slammed into the Rashomon. The powerful impact almost blew away Kakashi and others who were 100 meters away. After the strong light and smoke dissipated, the original triple Rashomon was destroyed in an instant. Orochimaru lying on the ground was already breathless. Naruto the tailed beast walked towards Orochimaru step by step, but at this moment, an extremely sharp sword suddenly pierced through Naruto the tailed beast's chest, and the powerful impact instantly knocked his body out. Orochimaru spit out the long sword from his mouth, and his neck began to extend infinitely, as if there was no end. The long sword extended 1,000 meters like a flash of lightning, nailing Naruto to the rock wall. How sad! Seeing this scene, Kabuto Yakushi sneered on the side. He is no longer like a human. In order to save Sasuke, he turned himself into such a sensible beast. His words deeply hurt Sakura's heart like a knife, and tears quickly appeared in her eyes, and she ran towards Naruto the tailed beast. Wait! Sakura! Kakashi hurriedly stopped her. Don't get close to Naruto now. Jiraiya once told Kakashi that when Naruto shows his 4 tails, he will not be able to distinguish between friend and foe, and will even attack everyone around him. So don't get close to him. Seeing Sakura suddenly running towards Naruto, Kakashi subconsciously looked at Hajime. He knew that someone needed to stop Sakura now, and this person must be Hajime. Hajime, who understood Kakashi's meaning, immediately grabbed Sakura. He looked at the tears flowing on Sakura's face and said gently, "Let me go." Sakura. However, Sai held Hajime's wrist tightly and stared at him grimly. What are you going to do? Are you going to die? Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Cursed power conversion chakra plus 5000. Chakra 72470501 100 million. Just then, Naruto suddenly knocked Hajime away, and his tail turned into an extremely sharp sword, piercing Hajime's shoulder at an astonishing speed. Hajime! Sakura shouted in horror. Naruto, what are you doing? Enough! Sakura begged with tears. Don't do this anymore. Hajime covered his bleeding shoulder with a painful expression on his face, and the wound healed quickly. He looked past Naruto, who had lost his mind at the moment, and stared closely at Orochimaru in the distance. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 72471501 100 million. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with deep meaning in his eyes, and laughed eerily. I've had enough fun today, see you another day. After saying that, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi disappeared into thin air in an instant. Naruto became more and more frantic at this time, and the number of his tails continued to increase, and he seemed unable to control his own strength. But strangely, when his tail swept towards Hajime, there was a momentary pause. Naruto. Hajime said. Don't let down your guard at this time. Wood release, Wood Dragon Technique. Chapter 50. The pupils of the 100-meter-long wooden dragon flashed with brilliance, and it entangled the tailed beast Naruto. The terrifying power of tailed beast Naruto was like a kitten struggling in a human's hand under the restraint of the wooden dragon. The evil chakra of the 9 tails was constantly absorbed by the wooden dragon. Under the terrifying and impeccable restraint, tailed beast Naruto was tightly entangled like a zongzi, and the chakra-tailed beast coat lingering on his body was rapidly fading. The tailed beast coat slowly disappeared from him, and the chakra was completely absorbed by the wooden dragon. Ding! Non-human malice value detected plus 100,000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 100,000. Chakra 725715011 100 million. Hajime raised his eyebrows slightly. The chakra absorbed by the wooden dragon was the chakra with the strong malice of the 9 tails. So, can this also be converted? Wouldn't the 10 tails have even greater malice? Hajime's imagination was gradually expanding. Naruto's body, which had finished transforming into a tailed beast, hit the ground heavily, making a trembling sound that made people's scalps numb, accompanied by a clear sound of bone cracking. Naruto's body softened instantly, and the surging momentum in his body began to subside. His eyes were dim, and his face seemed to be a big dye vat, and blood began to flow from all 7 orifices. Seeing the countless wounds on Naruto's body, Sakura's heart was trembling. Naruto. Her tears kept accumulating at her chin. Big drops fell on her face. Kakashi looked at the huge wooden dragon in front of him, and his expression was sluggish for 3 seconds. Would release ninjutsu. Only the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who founded Konoha, could do it. The first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is a legendary ninja. Sakura didn't care about would release ninjutsu and Senju Hashirama. She ran towards Naruto in tears. Seeing Naruto's skin burning red, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Her hands lit up with green chakra light, and Naruto's wounds began to heal bit by bit. On the other side, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure landed in front of Hajime and Kakashi. Yoshi. Wearing red armor, with long black hair draped behind her head, and a bright smile on her face. You are Konoha's ninjas. Seeing Hajime and Kakashi's forehead protectors, Senju Hashirama's smile deepened involuntarily. Kakashi's pupils contracted. The face in front of him is a face that every Konoha ninja knows. Because he is the first sculpture on the Hokage rock. In real life, this is the first time Kakashi has seen the legendary first-generation Hokage. The god of ninja world Hashirama Senju. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 725815011 100 million. Why did the god of ninja world appear here? Kakashi could only think of one organization. The Resurrection Alliance. They actually resurrected the Shadame Hokage. This bunch of scumbags. Kakashi's eyes were full of vigilance, staring at Hashirama Senju solemnly. The person in front of him was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. If Hajime Maki was enough to give them a headache, then Hashirama Senju was the ninja who made them completely desperate. In front of the former Shadame Hokage, even escaping became difficult. Although the other party has been keeping a friendly smile on his face, his aura makes people tremble involuntarily. Hashirama Senju scratched the back of his head and said with a sigh, that familiar chakra just now, is it the 9 tails? Is that childish Jinkraki? The power of the 9 tails is really terrible. Kakashi couldn't help but be silent. With only a wooden dragon, he can easily suppress the runaway-tailed beast Naruto with 4 tails. Such a ninja sighed that the power of the 9 tails is powerful, and it is really not convincing at all. Hashirama Senju's eyes moved back and forth between Kakashi and Hashumi Masashi. After a long time, his eyes turned into circles, and he asked in confusion, "Which of you two is Hashumi Masashi?" Kakashi's expression tightened, and he immediately thought of the resurrectionist he met last time, his teacher Namikaze Minato. At that time, his original words were that the leader of the Resurrectionist Alliance wanted to see Hashumi, so his mission was to bring Hashumi back. If the Shadame Hokage came today for Hashumi, then no one here could stop him. "I'm sorry, Hashumi is on a mission, he's not with us." It was Xiao Sakura. Kakashi's eyes widened. Did Sakura think the Shadame Hokage was a fool? How could the Shadame Hokage not hear such an obvious lie? Hashirama Senju scratched the back of his head. He hesitated and said, "But Hashumi Masato seems to have blue hair." He still remembered a little bit of the characteristics of the mission target, but not much. Sakura was as calm as a robot, and said meticulously, "There are many people with blue hair. We are all ninjas of Konoha. We won't lie to you." Kakashi. Hashumi Masato. "I didn't realize you were like this, Sakura." Did any special attribute awaken Senju? Hashirama's intuition was terribly sharp. "But I think you are lying to me." Sakura was not at all flustered, and answered calmly, "No." Senju Hashirama pursed his lips and looked at Hashumi helplessly. "You must be Hashumi Masamune. Come with me, I don't want to attack you." Senju Hashirama had an awkward smile on his face. "After all, if I really attack you, it seems like I am bullying the children of Konoha." Senju Hashirama murmured softly. Hearing his light-hearted words, Sakura frowned, and anger burst out of her eyes. "Are you kidding? Even if you are the first Hokage, we will never let you take people away." Hearing this, Hashirama Senju smiled generously and explained to Sakura seriously, "I am very pleased that you have such determination, but don't get me wrong, we have no intention of hurting Hashumi Masamune." "You said no, then there is no." First, Sasuke was lured away from Konoha, and then Naruto, who was coveted by the Akatsuki organization, was seriously injured. Now Hashumi is also being targeted. Sakura's pupils ignited with uncontrollable anger. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her emotions were on the verge of losing control. Why do these people want to break up their Team 7? Why? Ding! Human malice detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 726315011 million. Sakura looked at Naruto, whose wounds had not yet fully healed, but were no longer fatal. She stood up, took off the black gloves she had been wearing, clenched her fists and stared at Hashirama Senju in front of her. "I won't let you take Hashumi away. She will fight desperately like Naruto. Even if I will die here." "Really?" Hashirama Senju looked at the particularly determined little girl in front of him and smiled. "What a pity. Wood style, wood dragon technique." A wooden dragon was wrapped around the bodies of Kakashi, Hashumi, and Sakura at the same time. The wooden dragon kept eating away their chakra. Their bodies became weak and powerless. So strong. Kakashi's pupils shrank. With just one move, they completely lost their ability to fight. "Master Hashumi, I'm taking him away." Hashirama Senju appeared behind Hashumi, and his hand landed on his shoulder. Swish! Swish! The two figures flashed and disappeared in front of Kakashi and Sakura. "Hashumi! Sakura stared at the direction where Hashumi disappeared. Her eyes were red. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 77631501 100 million. The wood dragon disappeared. Sakura chased in the direction where Hashumi was taken away. Sakura! Kakashi stopped Sakura, his face solemn. We must return to Konoha now, first to heal Naruto, and second to tell the Hokage this news. Kakashi looked at the direction where Hashumi was taken away, his pupils deep. And have you forgotten Hashumi's ability? As long as Hashumi Maki is still alive, Maki will not be in danger. At this time, Kakashi was glad that there was such a rule. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 500,000. Chakra 78131501 100 million. Teacher Kakashi, will Hashumi be like Sasuke? Can't come back. Sakura knelt on the ground with her eyes blank. Why did it become like this? Kakashi put his hand on her shoulder. Sakura, believe in Hashumi, it won't happen. Sakura sniffed, there was no time for her to be sad. She stood up again with a firm look in her eyes. She looked around and suddenly found that a figure had disappeared long ago. Where is Sai? No wonder Sakura didn't hear Sai's voice at all. Logically speaking, when Hashumi was taken away, Sai couldn't be silent. Then there is only one possibility. Sakura looked at the empty Kakashi. Kakashi frowned and confirmed Sakura's guess. When Orochimaru left, Sai disappeared. He left with Orochimaru. How could it be? Sakura thought that Sai had a secret, but she didn't expect that it was related to Orochimaru. Sakura looked at Kakashi in surprise. Teacher Kakashi, how did you know? Remember the hot spring hotel yesterday? Kakashi explained, I put a tracker on him. After all, Sai came from the route and represented the Tibetans. They couldn't help but be on guard against Sai. As for Hashumi, Hashumi is different from Sai. So that's how it is. Teacher Kakashi suspected Sai from the beginning, and even made preparations in advance. Teacher Kakashi is indeed a ninja who once served directly under the Hokage's Anbu. Sakura's expression suddenly paused, and her pupils became brighter and brighter. Then can we follow Sai and find the location of Orochimaru? Kakashi nodded, yes. It's a pity that Hashumi was taken away again. Teacher Kakashi, let's go back to Konoha quickly. Sakura can't wait any longer. Whether it's Hashumi or Sasuke, what they need most now is time. They can't waste time anymore. Sakura carried Naruto, who was still in a coma, on the ground. Let me do it, Sakura. Kakashi wanted to take Naruto from Sakura's back. In his eyes, Sakura is a girl after all. Sakura smiled at him and ran in the front. Teacher Kakashi, you are not as strong as me. Kakashi looked at her back, a gentle light in his eyes, and chased after her. The journey of 3 days and 2 nights was compressed into 1 day and 1 night by the two of them. When they arrived in Konoha, Naruto also woke up. Seeing him wake up, Sakura threw him to the ground without hesitation. Naruto fell on his butt. He screamed, rubbed his butt and kept groaning. Kakashi used simple words to make Naruto serious. You fainted during the battle with Orochimaru. After you fainted, Hashumi was taken away by the ninjas of the Resurrection Alliance. Sai left with Orochimaru. He had my tracker on him. We will soon get Sasuke's whereabouts. Naruto's pupils dilated. Everything in front of him seemed to be distorted. There was only one sentence left in his mind that kept echoing in his world. Harumi was taken away by the ninjas of the Resurrection Alliance. And he fainted and knew nothing about it. He was too weak. He couldn't protect Hajime. Naruto. Sakura's voice came to his ears. Sakura stared at Naruto, whose pupils had turned red, sternly, "Don't indulge in useless self-blame now. We must rescue Hajime and Sasuke as soon as possible." Naruto clenched his fists. Hokage's office. Tsunade looked at Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura in front of her, but she couldn't see Hajime. And just now Sakura said, "What did you say?" Tsunade repeated subconsciously. After Naruto turned into a tailed beast, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi took the opportunity to leave, and the first Hokage appeared and suppressed Naruto with wood release. Kakashi calmly repeated what he had just said. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 50,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 50,000. Chakra 78181501 100 million. The purpose of the first Hokage is the same as the purpose of the fourth Hokage last time, both of them came for Hajime. Kakashi told the information he had analyzed. He said clearly, they should not want to kill Hajime, otherwise, they would have done it long ago. Who can escape in front of the first Hokage, so it is certain that the other party has no intention of killing Hajime. Of course, all this is just his speculation. What if? What if his speculation is wrong? Kakashi doesn't want to gamble on this possibility. So, where is Hajime? Tsunade asked knowingly. What she wanted to hear was Kakashi denied. He was taken away by the first Hokage. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 500,000. Chakra 78681501 100 million. Bang! The desk was shattered. Why? Didn't Jiraiya's intelligence say that this organization was just acting for money? Why did they attack Hajime? They sent people to arrest Hajime again and again. Tsunade was furious. Kakashi speculated, the people they sent said that the leader of the Resurrection Organization wanted to see Hajime. But it's unclear what their real purpose is. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the Hokage's office was kicked open. Naruto subconsciously turned his head and looked at the strange face that appeared at the door, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Who is this gloomy-looking old man? Sakura was puzzled, and then a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Danzo leaned on a cane, his eyes were gloomy, and he was followed by Owl and Night Ren. The Hokage's office suddenly fell silent. Chapter 51. Danzo stared at Tsunade with sharp eyes and took the initiative. My son Hajime Masatoshi and my subordinate Sai followed you on the mission, but they didn't come back, but the others came back intact. Tsunade, you should give me an explanation. Or do you, as the Hokage, completely ignore us old guys now? Naruto's eyes widened. The old man in front of him turned out to be Hajime's father. This was the first time he saw Hajime's father. Tsunade gritted her teeth and frowned. She knew that this old guy would not give up. I didn't expect him to find me so soon. Is there an intelligence ninja passing on the message? Tsunade stared at Shimura Danzo in front of her and asked, your subordinate Sai followed Orochimaru and left by himself. Elder Danzo, I am the one who is suspicious of whether you have any connection with the Konoha traitor Orochimaru. Where is the evidence? Danzo stood still, calm and composed, and said to her coldly, bring out the evidence. Kakashi can testify. Tsunade stared at him. Danzo sneered, everyone knows that Kakashi is your man. How about my man? Is his words convincing? Later, you have to frame Hajime as a traitor in the village. Danzo's eyes swept across Kakashi. A dark light flashed across his eyes quickly. You! Tsunade was furious. Grandpa's resurrection, Hajime's being tied up, and now Danzo's questioning. Her temples kept throbbing. Is this aggressive and distorted person in front of her actually Hajime's father? Naruto stared absent-mindedly at Danzo, who was only concerned with questioning the Hokage. Hajime was kidnapped. You are his father. Aren't you worried at all? You are full of questions. But you are not really worried about Hajime. Naruto could no longer bear it. His eyes were sore. Tears blurred the world in front of him. He shouted at Danzo angrily. It is indeed the nine-tailed demon fox. No manners. Danzo stared at him, his eyes full of indifference and disgust. Naruto had seen his eyes countless times in the village since he was a child. But none of them were as arrogant and contemptuous as the one in front of him, Shimura Danzo. Naruto clenched his teeth, and even had an unpleasant smell of rust in his mouth. This time, as the Hokage, you made a mistake in judgment, and you also let Uzumaki Naruto, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, participate in the battle. I will tell the daimyo truthfully. Danzo stared at Tsunade and said. He couldn't help but hum in his heart. Just a yellow-haired girl. Even if she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, so what, she is still defeated by him. After saying this, Danzo took Owl and Knight ran away like a winner. As soon as Danzo disappeared from their sight, Tsunade sat down on the Hokage's chair exhausted. What did he mean by what he just said? Naruto didn't understand at all. Why should he report to the daimyo? Why is the Hokage so depressed? When it comes to the affairs and power of the village, Sakura and Naruto are too young. They haven't realized that the cruelty of the world of mature adults is far more than the difference in strength. Kakashi explained to Naruto and Sakura, Elder Danzo is a classmate of the Sandaime Hokage and a disciple of the Nidaime Hokage. He once failed in the competition for the position of Hokage with the Sandaime Hokage, but he has never given up his determination to sit on the position of Hokage for so many years. He is different from the Sandaime and the current Hokage. He is a powerful person who advocates fighting. The mission accident this time was reported to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyo will question whether the Hokage can be competent for this position. The consequence is that Elder Danzo will take office. Kakashi said. His eyes fell on Naruto. Once Danzo takes office, Naruto will be the first to suffer. Danzo will definitely imprison Naruto, who is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And Uchiha Sasuke, who nominally defected from Konoha, will be mercilessly issued a wanted order. Therefore, for Team 7, Danzo's coming to power means the end of their current life. What? Although Naruto only saw this side of Danzo, Danzo's gloomy and cold image has penetrated into his heart. How can someone who doesn't even care about his own son become Hokage? Naruto would never agree to such a thing happening. He looked at Tsunade and said like a child throwing a tantrum, how can this be? The only way to make up for it now is to rescue Hajime and Sasuke, and then find evidence of Sai and Orochimaru's collusion. Kakashi said. Even if it was Danzo who pushed all the responsibility onto Sai, and he, who trained Sai, would inevitably be implicated. At least he could stay in peace and lose the possibility of becoming Hokage. Tsunade rubbed her brows, exhausted. The Resurrection Alliance has a ninja like Grandpa, so second Grandpa might also. And ninjas from other villages want to take Hajime back. Tsunade didn't say it, but they knew how difficult it was. Sasuke's personal wishes were difficult to change. And Hajime's enemies were too powerful. Both missions were far beyond S-level missions. Hashomi's rescue mission was basically a life-or-death struggle. No matter who was sent, they would face great danger to their lives. If we delay, something will happen. The tracker on Sai may not be hidden for long. Sasuke's mission must start now. Tsunade judged. She looked at Naruto and Sakura. I will arrange another ninja to join you. Then Hashomi. Sakura and Naruto were interrupted by Tsunade before they could finish their words. The mission to rescue Hashomi is too risky. Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you are going to an organization with very little intelligence, which is like catching a turtle in a jar. Tsunade certainly couldn't let Naruto go. And now Naruto and Sakura can't help much at all. Tsunade stood up. I will go to rescue Hashomi myself. Kakashi, you and Might Guy come with me. Kakashi was shocked and said, but Hokage can't leave the village. Tsunade showed a bitter smile on her face. The enemy is my grandfather, and the one who was kidnapped is my disciple. How can I sit still? What's more? Tsunade sighed, if Hashomi doesn't come back, I may not be Hokage. Danzo is not so easy to deal with. How could he possibly suffer such a big loss from Hashomi's talent? We can see how much effort Danzo has put into him. If Hashomi leaves Konoha like this, Danzo will definitely not let it go. Rude. Danzo closed his eyes quietly. The candle light jumped. His face flickered. Owl, what are you anxious about? His voice was steady and his attitude was calm, like a stubborn stone that would not change even if the sky fell. Although Owl behind him did not say a word from beginning to end, his expression was completely covered by the cat-faced mask. But Danzo could feel the impatient breath emanating from Owl. Hearing Danzo's question, Owl half knelt on the ground. Danzo, do we need to rescue Hashomi? Hearing this, the dog-faced Night Wren slightly turned his head to look at Owl beside him. Danzo chuckled. This smile appeared on his face, which was particularly terrifying. You underestimate Hashomi-sensei too much. Danzo said to Owl, he is a ninja we personally trained. Danzo handed a secret letter to Owl. After Owl opened it, she finally breathed a sigh of relief after looking at the contents on it. Under the mask, the corners of her mouth gently curled up. Everything is as planned. Danzo was also shocked when he received the letter. But it soon turned into uncontrollable relief. He is worthy of being a root ninja he personally cultivated. His good son is working hard to help him get to that position. Before Kakashi and the others returned to Konoha, this letter was delivered to Danzo. It was the plan written by Hashomi himself. The people of the Resurrection Alliance were full of covetousness for Hashomi's bloodline limit ability, and Hashomi just used them to deal a blow to the prestige of the current Hokage. This is a secret that only Danzo, Hashomi and Owl know. Night Wren was curious, but since Danzo didn't speak, he certainly didn't dare to ask. He is such a good son. Danzo thought. It was pitch black deep underground. The faint candle light flickered in the darkness, emitting a dim light. This little light was only enough to illuminate a small area in front of him. The road ahead seemed to have no end, only endless darkness, which made people feel depressed and scared. But it had no effect on Sai. On the contrary, such an environment made him feel more at ease than the ground. In the dark corridor, the footsteps of Sai and others were particularly clear. Sai stared at the backs of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi in front of him, and his thoughts in his mind were involuntarily scattered. He thought that Hashomi should have returned to Konoha with Kakashi and others at this time. Maybe Hashomi would find out that he was missing faster than he thought. Maybe Hashomi would soon find out that he had deceived him and played a trick on him. What would Hashumi's reaction be? Will be born because of him. Are you angry? Sai's lips curled up slightly. The darkness in front of him was no longer the thick black that could swallow everything. Some light was revealed in the hazy darkness. Sai stared at the front, the smile faded from his eyes, and the arc of his mouth remained unchanged. A black shadow sat on the stone snake head facing them. The scarlet Sharingan slowly turned. Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru. Too slow. Didn't you agree to accompany me to practice new ninjutsu in the afternoon? Sasuke stared coldly at Orochimaru in front of him. Orochimaru accepted Sasuke's attitude well. He was used to it. And Sasuke was his most cherished collection after all. How could he be considered a treasure without temper? Don't be so angry, I got a gift today. Orochimaru explained and comforted him in a good mood. His eyes moved back and fell on Sai. Like you, a ninja from Konoha, you must miss it very much. You can talk about your hometown together. Orochimaru didn't know what was going on, so he said this. Anyway, it was definitely something Sasuke didn't want to hear. But Orochimaru always liked to use such words to test him. Nice to meet you, I'm Sai, you are Uchiha Sasuke, right? Sai introduced himself with a smile. He thought he was very friendly. Although he was very unhappy with Uchiha Sasuke in his heart. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 78682501 100 million. Get lost. Sasuke spit out a word. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 78683501 100 million. It seems that you hate me. Sai smiled, not looking angry at all, and said slowly, but it doesn't matter, Hashumi likes me very much. Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto. They both looked at Sasuke at the same time. Sasuke shouldn't be interested in such a strange sentence, right? Ding. Human malice detected plus 3000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 3000. Chakra 78686501 100 million. Sai's feet suddenly softened. He seemed to have fallen into some strange space. No. This conclusion was denied by him. He was right next to Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, how could it be possible? It was Uchiha Sasuke. As a member of the Uchiha clan, illusions are their specialty. Sure enough, was he still irritated by his words? Hashumi is really charming. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 78687501 100 million. Sai gathered chakra without hesitation and broke through the illusion in front of him. Although it was just a simple warning, Orochimaru still saw it. Sasuke was a little angry. Orochimaru would not miss such a good opportunity. He laughed and said, speaking of which, Sai joined Team 7 to replace you, Sasuke. Sai is very similar to you. Yakushi Kabuto raised his eyebrows and continued with what Orochimaru said, it seems that Hashumi regards him as a substitute for you, Sasuke, otherwise he would not have such a close relationship with Sai. Substitute. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 78697501 100 million. Is he worthy of it? Hashumi listened to the intermittent notification sound in his head, with a complicated expression. Who is it who is nagging him out of boredom behind his back? He hasn't even appeared yet, but the people who were stalking him have already contributed a lot of malicious points. Could it be Sai? He couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a sinister thing except Sai. He didn't think Obito would be so bored that he would curse him in his heart all day. Hajime was still chewing the skewers in his hand, and he glanced at the clone beside him, Senju Hashirama. The clone gave him a very friendly smile. Someone is tracking us. Sensing the chakra that was approaching them quickly, Senju Hashirama said to Hajime in front of him. With the wood after escaping, his perception rose to a new level. Hajime swallowed 3 sari in one gulp. Let them chase us. Now let's do something that fits the character of Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju understood and smiled, want to gamble. Hajime looked at him, and the two of them smiled subtly, and then they both went into the gambling house at the same time. Chapter 52. The casino was bustling with people. There were all kinds of people here, including wandering samurai, defected ninjas, peddlers, and noble children, but after entering this place, they all had only one common identity: gamblers. Every gambling table was crowded with people, and the atmosphere was warm and crazy. Hajime stood quietly behind Senju Hashirama, watching him. Senju Hashirama tightly covered the dice cup in front of him, swallowed nervously, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Open! 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 The gamblers around them were excited and kept urging Senju Hashirama to open the dice cup. These people's faces were full of enthusiasm, and their voices rose and fell, as if they were going to overturn the entire casino. For ninjas, gambling is not a difficult thing. Because the sound of the dice is easy for their keen 5 senses, and they can even easily manipulate the results. However, such a way of playing would make gambling lose its original fun. Therefore, Hajime's clone chose to close his 5 senses to keep the game interesting. I don't know if he inherited wood release, and also inherited Senju Hashirama's gambling luck. Until now, the clone Senju Hashirama has been losing. He has never won once. Hajime has already had a murderous intention towards the clone. At this moment, Senju Hashirama opened the dice cup. The points are high. He won. The win was too sudden. Before Senju Hashirama could take back the surprise on his face, several familiar auras immediately mixed into the casino. Senju Hashirama stood up without hesitation and dragged Hajime out of the casino. He brought Hajime to a vast field far away from the bustling streets. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Spell power conversion chakra amount plus 100,000. Chakra 78797501 100 million. Tsunade looked at the figure in front of her. Grandpa. Her voice was blown into the ears of Senju Hashirama by the wind. With a hint of sadness. Hey! Senju Hashirama replied with a smile. Hey! Hajime also replied in her heart. It feels great to be an elder. Kakashi and Might Guy focused their attention on Hajime. Hajime, are you okay? Guy asked with emotion. Hajime shook his head stiffly, it's okay. He glanced at Senju Hashirama beside him, with a complicated expression, the first generation didn't hurt me. Baka. Tsunade cursed with a bitter smile. She looked at the grandfather in front of her and snorted, taking you to the casino is also considered harm. What if Hajime is led astray? Although Tsunade likes gambling, she won't allow her grandfather to lead her chosen successor astray. She and her grandfather are enough for the Hokage who likes gambling. Who is the leader of the Resurrection Alliance? Tsunade wants to try and see if she can get information from her grandfather. Hashirama thought about it and decided to play big since she was going to play. Hashirama Senju looked at Tsunade in front of him deeply and shook his head. I can't say, but I can tell you that they are not human beings, but beings that transcend soul and death. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Might Guy were stunned at the same time. Not human beings, what else could it be? Transcend soul and death. Does this creature really exist? How is this possible? But being able to completely reincarnate the dead, rather than sacrificing sacrifices, can prove that transcending soul and death mentioned by Hashirama Senju is real. What is their purpose? Why do they want to capture Hashirama? Kakashi asked immediately. Senju Hashirama smiled awkwardly. I don't know about that. We complete the tasks they give us without control. But we know nothing about anything other than the tasks. Senju Hashirama looked at Hashirama. My mission this time is to bring Hashirama back. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 78807501 100 million. The situation is becoming more and more complicated. Tsunade looked at her grandfather in front of her with a firm look. I won't let you take Hashirama away. The complicated situation will be studied and analyzed after Hashirama returns to Konoha. Now they have more important things to do. Senju Hashirama stretched out his hand and looked at Tsunade. Use all your strength to go all out. Konoha's ninjas. The wooden dragon entangled Hashirama and distanced him from the battlefield. The advantage of one person forming an organization is that no one can find the base. Because there is no such thing as a base. Like Black Zetsu, who has been tirelessly searching for traces of the Resurrection Alliance headquarters these days. Of course, it found nothing. If there was any gain, Hashirama would be the one to be horrified. If there really is a base of the Resurrection Alliance, it means that someone in the ninja world is swindling people under his name. At the same time, on the other side, in the desert, the wind and sand were everywhere. Yamato easily broke through the ground covered with sand, and the wood escape easily made a big hole. He jumped into it without hesitation. Naruto and Sakura followed closely behind. Yamato was the captain who participated in Naruto and Sakura's rescue of Sasuke. With the tracker left by Kakashi, they successfully sneaked into Orochimaru's underground lair. First, find Sai's location. Yamato whispered, while carefully feeling the location of the tracker. Here. Yamato felt the location of the tracker and looked to the left. He led Sakura and Naruto forward carefully without making a sound. The layout of the rooms in the underground base was intricate, and the rooms were almost identical, making it easy to get lost. Yamato was once an elite trained by the root, and later joined the Anbu directly under the Hokage. He not only had rich combat experience, but also had sharp intuition. He found the room where Sai was accurately. Yamato's fingers instantly turned into hardwood and made a key. He put it into the lock and turned it gently. There was a crisp click, and the door slowly opened. Yamato's face appeared in the crack of the door, his eyes full of vigilance, scanning the room. Sure enough, it's here. Yamato said softly. His sight was fixed on a corner of the room, where a familiar figure sat, Sai. Sai sat quietly on the chair, as if waiting for something. Seeing Yamato enter, as well as Naruto and Sakura entering the room one after another, Sai smiled. Great. Hashirama came to find him. The door was closed. But there was no figure of Hashirama in front of him. Where is Hashirama? The smile on Sai's lips turned cold. Naruto grabbed Sai's collar. You guy! Why did you betray us? Sai stared at him puzzledly. What are you talking about? If it weren't for me, could you have found this place so successfully? Also, I'm asking you, why didn't Hashirama come? Sai's eyes were red. Does Hashirama not want to know why he did this, or does Hashirama not care about the traitor Uchiha Sasuke at all? It must be like this. Hajime was taken away by the ninjas of the Resurrection Alliance. It was Yamato who spoke. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 788175011 million. You bunch of trash! Sai cursed with a smile. Naruto gritted his teeth and loosened his hand that was holding Sai's collar. He did not refute Sai's words. Sai, you betrayed us because of Danzo's order, right? Although I don't want to question Hajume's father, Hajime and his father are two completely different people. Sakura said to Sai in front of her. Danzo wants to unite with Orochimaru to prepare something, right? And you were chosen as the contact between Danzo and Orochimaru. What do you want to do? Sakura kept asking. Since you found me, it means my mission has failed. But... Sai looked at the three people in front of him, and the arc of his mouth widened. My mission failed, but it doesn't mean Hajume's mission has failed. Naruto didn't understand at all. What are you talking about? What is Hajume's mission? What is Hajume's mission? Hajume's mission is the same as theirs. Yamato's face was solemn. He was an Anbu directly under the Hokage. Although he had never worked with the ninja named Hajime Masamune, he had heard many ninjas' comments about him. They called him a genius who could take on the responsibility of Hokage. He was the future of Konoha entrusted by the third Hokage before his death. But now Sai's words made him very concerned. After all, Hajime Masamune was Danzo's child. And he used to be Danzo's subordinate and knew Danzo's methods. Are you saying that Hajime will help you and Danzo? Sakura is not as slow as Naruto. She sneered and denied firmly, impossible. Hajime has long been separated from you. Sakura said. Separated? Sai chuckled, the people of the root will never be able to leave the root in their lifetime. Do you think we will believe you if you say that? Sakura's expression did not change at all. Because the scene in front of him was expected by the Hokage. After Sai joined their Team 7, Tsunade told her. If Sai's identity and mission were exposed, then Sai would most likely choose to drag Hajime into the water. You bastard! If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you up. Naruto also reacted. He didn't need to doubt. Hajime didn't need to doubt. Ha! Sai couldn't help laughing. Harumi is much more successful than me. Danzo-sama was right. The smile on his face disappeared. Yamato tied Sai with wood and took him out of Orochimaru's underground base. You have to stay here and be watched by my clone. Yamato stared at the bound Sai. Sai sat under a red rock, looking up at them with a blank expression. Okay, now let's get back to the action. We must rescue Sasuke. Naruto clasped his fists. Sai stared at him, his eyes passing over Sakura and Yamato. So, you gave up rescuing Hajime because the enemy is so strong? No. Sakura denied. We are too weak. Hokage-sama will go to rescue Hajime in person. We will never abandon our companions. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed chakra conversion plus 10,000. Chakra 788275011 million. Sai lowered his eyes, but didn't you choose Sasuke between Sasuke and Hajime? His voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself. Yamato, Naruto, and Sakura didn't hear it, they only saw his lips move. Sai leaned against the rock wall, closed his eyes, and curled his lips slightly. No one would die for Hajime. But he could. Only he could die for Hajime. Kunao stabbed towards Naruto and the others like lightning. Naruto and the others immediately dodged alertly. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly appeared in front of Sai. He glanced at the tied Sai indifferently, then looked at Yamato, Naruto, and Sakura in front of him, and secretly calculated in his heart. The 1-on-3 situation made him feel a little tricky. If he really fought, it would probably be a little difficult. Kabuto Yakushi quickly cut the wood tied to Sai with a chakra scalpel, and said in a cold tone, "It seems that you did not betray us, so." However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a strong force suppressing him. Sai, who he thought he could trust temporarily, suddenly turned against him for no reason. Clamped his arm. Yamato took the opportunity to make a move and tied Kabuto Yakushi tightly with wood. Kabuto Yakushi was not angry or unwilling, but only curious and confused. Why did Sai stand on Naruto's side? He couldn't figure it out. He stared at Sai. "I can't believe you would betray." Faced with this sudden change, Kabuto Yakushi was very calm. Sai stared at him, lowered his eyes and replied, "I just don't want to waste too much time here." He turned his eyes to Naruto and spoke quickly, "I know where Uchiha Sasuke is, I will take you to find him." Before he finished speaking, Sai quickly unfolded the scroll, which was covered with various lifelike animal patterns. Those animals jumped off the scroll in an instant, scattered in all directions, and chased in the direction where Sasuke left. Naruto and Sakura quickly followed. Their figures shuttled rapidly in the underground base. Both of them could hear their hearts beating faster due to nervousness. Bang! The ground suddenly shook. It seemed that something in the underground base had collapsed. With such a big movement, Sai must have found Sasuke first. Light appeared in the dark underground. Naruto and Sakura quickly ran in that direction. They stood there, staring blankly at the figure against the light. Sai stood beside Naruto. He could clearly feel Sasuke's eyes moving between them, as if looking for something. Sai knew exactly who Sasuke was looking for. "Sakura, Naruto. Where's Hajime? Why didn't he come?" The expression on Sasuke's face could be described as indifferent. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 788375011 100 million. Is Kakashi here too? Sasuke's voice fell. Yamato came up. "Unfortunately, Kakashi didn't come, I'm the substitute. Next, the Kakashi team will take you back to Konoha," Yamato said. "Kakashi team?" Sasuke stared at Sai. "Hajime didn't come, but this person came. What kind of Kakashi team is this? Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursive power converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 788475011 100 million. Chapter 53. Tsunade took a sudden step forward. The strong shock spread like an earthquake. She did not hesitate. She raised her hand and slammed it out suddenly. Boom! The terrifying power poured out with Tsunade's fist. The surrounding airflow was stirred. Under Tsunade's hand, a seemingly ordinary punch contained a huge power that ordinary people could hardly imagine. The muscles in Tsunade's arms were shaking, and the power seemed endless. The ground was shaking continuously. The ground where Hashirama Senju stood was cracked like a spider web, and there was no place to land completely. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2,000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 2,000. Chakra 788495011 100 million. The fist in front of him was mixed with 1,000-pound force, pressing towards Hashirama Senju like a small mountain. Facing Tsunade's famous strength, Hashirama Senju not only did not use wood-release ninjutsu, but also did not dodge. He smiled at Tsunade, but chose to fight head-on. Hashirama Senju's legs were as steady as a rock that would never move. He was the same as Tsunade. He threw a punch at Tsunade. He was actually taking Tsunade's powerful punch head-on. All the muscles in Hashirama Senju's body were tense. Boom! The two fists collided with each other. With the two of them as the center, the wind and waves swept away in waves. Under the impact of the airflow like a tornado. The fallen leaves and sand and gravel around were all flying in all directions. Kakashi used his arms to block the wind and waves in front of him, and raised his eyes to look at the battle in front of him. The only person who dared to take the powerful punch of Hokage-sama in this way should be the first-generation Hokage-sama. Bang! The airflow gradually subsided. Might Guy and Kakashi looked at the Hokage, who took 3 steps back in shock. They looked at the Shadame Hokage, but found that his legs were still standing in the gravel that was difficult to maintain stability, without any signs of retreat. Did he actually force Tsunade, who was using the strange punch, to retreat from the front? This is too terrible. Not only is the blood limit would escape terrifying, but even the physical skills and physical fitness are far superior to those of the current ninjas, not to mention the other ninjas in the Resurrection Alliance. Just the Shadame Hokage can walk sideways in the ninja world. Very powerful. Tsunade. Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed. He shook his wrist and looked at Tsunade expectantly. Come again. He seemed to treat the battle in front of him as a game. Tsunade lowered her eyebrows. No one knew her grandfather's strength better than her. Instead of pinning her hopes on defeating Grandpa and taking Hashumi back, she might as well pin her hopes on entanglement with Grandpa and secretly take Hashumi away. Okay. Tsunade was the first to carry out the task of entanglement with Hashirama Senju. Tsunade rushed towards Hashirama Senju, but Hashirama Senju stood still without any dodge or movement. It was very simple. With the difference in strength, even if Hashirama Senju was only defending, Tsunade could do nothing to him. Instead, she consumed countless of her own physical strength and chakra. Tsunade's attack this time was far superior to the first time. The air surged, and her fist broke through the air and smashed towards Hashirama Senju. The muscles on her arms bulged high as if they were swollen. The air made a sharp roar due to the high-speed friction and terrifying force of the fist. Just as Hashirama Senju raised his palms and tried to remove this terrifying force, Tsunade in front of him suddenly flashed. The next second. Boom! Painful kick. Tsunade's legs suddenly exerted force. The ground caved in instantly. Before the formal attack began, the ground beneath her feet cracked again. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 788515011 million. The terrifying power rose from the heel and spread throughout the body. The terrifying speed of the downward strike doubled the power. Bang! Hashirama Senju's body sank deep into the ground. Blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth. Great! Might Guy couldn't help but clench his fist. However, the body embedded in the ground quickly turned into wood. Tsunade gritted her teeth. It's a wood-release clone. The air wave accompanied by Hashirama Senju's fist surged violently, lifting Tsunade's hair. She felt a sharp pain in her back. She flew out. She smashed more than a dozen trees. She lay on the ground and formed seals with her hands. Yin seal release. The mark on her forehead emitted light. Black the lines spread around the body with the mark as the center. The wounds on the body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hashumi shouted to Tsunade, "Hokage-sama, give me a little more time." Although Tsunade didn't understand the meaning behind Hashumi's words, but she believed in Hashumi. Unconditionally believed in Hashumi. So, she would do her best to buy time for Hashumi. Hashumi looked at Tsunade, who had rekindled her fighting spirit, and a smile flashed across her eyes. "Okay." Might Guy jumped into the battlefield. "Then let me also experience the strength of the first-generation Hokage." Guy roared. The momentum on his body gradually rose. Blue steam emanated from his body. His figure flashed and appeared behind Hashirama Senju. Day Tiger. The air was constantly compressed. Gradually, the shape of a tiger was formed in front of Might Guy. Boom! It was as if the sound of a cannonball exploding was deafening. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 2000. Chakra 788535011 100 million. Tsunade and Kakashi dodged at the same time. Hirudo attacked behind Hashirama Senju. At the same time, a hint of strong admiration flashed in Hashirama Senju's eyes. "What a strong taijutsu!" Hashirama Senju barely stopped talking. He almost couldn't help but say Uchiha Madara's famous saying. "With such taijutsu, I, Renjian Genrin, would like to call you the strongest." Hashirama Senju had long anticipated the terrifying impact of the compressed air cannon. He bit his fingertips and pressed his hands on the ground, spiritual summoning Rashomon. The ground shook. The ghost-faced iron gate blocked Hirudo's attack. Of course, the iron gate was instantly broken into pieces by this blow. Among the scattered pieces, Might Guy's figure came to the front of Hashirama Senju at some point. Daytime Tiger. Might Guy actually used this move again towards Hashirama Senju, who was close at hand. The distance was too close, so Hashirama Senju's figure seemed to be attracted by this force uncontrollably. The next second, Hashirama Senju's figure suddenly flew into the air. He flew backwards uncontrollably. I don't know how many meters he flew, and his body was still rolling on the ground. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted Chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 788555011 100 million. However, when Might Guy took advantage of the victory to pursue, Hashirama Senju on the ground turned into wood again. Another wood release clone. Might Guy's breathing was heavy. He used the Day Tiger twice in a short period of time. Might Guy's body had already begun to send out warnings. Although the 8 gates of Dunjia was powerful, the damage to the body was completely irreversible. Might Guy calmed his breathing. The current battle situation was almost one-sided. Hashumi was tied up by the wooden dragon and leisurely analyzed the situation in front of him. Hashirama Senju was too strong. Beating the 3 of them was like beating a child. Of course, the premise was that Might Guy did not open the death gate. Hashirama Senju would also prevent Might Guy from opening the death gate. Hashumi was hesitating at this time. Hesitating about how to go down to gain more malicious points. Killing the 3 of them has its benefits. His clone can completely transform into the appearance of Kakashi, Might Guy, and Tsunade and return to Konoha. Just like Gaara. Not killing has its benefits. But killing or not killing is just a matter of time. Kill him earlier, and you might be able to earn double the malice points in the next 4 battles. Hashumi no longer hesitated. Suddenly, the sound of thunder and lightning rang in Hashumi's ears. The wooden dragon that bound Hashumi was cut open by Kakashi's Reikari. Cutting open the wooden dragon consumed a lot of Kakashi's chakra, and he was breathing a little breathlessly at this moment. Kakashi tightly grasped Hajume's wrist, his expression became extremely solemn, and said, "Hajime, let's leave here first." This sentence seemed to have exhausted all his strength. This was the order left by Lady Tsunade, and it was also a task he had to perform, because the target of the Resurrection Alliance was Hajume. If no one was by Hajume's side, they would not be able to respond in time if an unexpected situation occurred. Kakashi slowly turned his head and his eyes fell on Tsunade and Might Guy. He clenched his teeth, and the contradictions and struggles in his heart disappeared in an instant. Just as Lady Tsunade said on the way to rescue. Hajume is the future of Konoha. He is the next Hokage of Konoha. Hajume's the value far exceeds that of others. Kakashi took a deep breath. If he was attacked by the enemy on the way back to Konoha, he could buy time for Hajume to escape. Thinking of this, Kakashi made up his mind that no matter what, he must ensure that Hajume can reach Konoha safely. Puff! At this moment, Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his chest. The lightning chakra penetrated his chest. The silver-purple light arc flickered in his eyes. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 7885750 100 million. It's the enemy. Another enemy appeared. But the enemy who can use Reikari. Kakashi turned around. He saw Hajume with a smile behind him. His smile was exactly the same as before. Still so warm. But the action of his hand was totally inconsistent with his smile. At this time, Hajume was using the Reikari that Kakashi had taught him personally to pierce Kakashi's chest. Blood was flowing from the corner of Kakashi's mouth. A blank appeared on his face. How could it be Hajume, this is impossible. After the blank, he reached out to Hajume, and his fingers rubbed Hajume's face weakly. The blood that kept flowing out of his mouth flowed all over his chin. No. His eyes were sharp. You are not Hajume. Who are you? Kakashi asked quickly. His figure swayed slightly, as if he was standing unsteadily. But he still tried hard to deny this result. Teacher Kakashi, you know very well that it is me, isn't it? So, don't deceive yourself. Hajume smiled, with pity in his eyes and a gentle tone. Hajume frowned after not hearing Kakashi's malicious value prompt sound for a long time. Why? Why? Kakashi once thought that these 3 words were the stupidest 3 words. But at this moment, he couldn't help repeating these 3 words. He could only repeat these 3 words. Did someone force you? In a flash, Danzo's face flashed through Kakashi's mind. Kakashi tried every means to find an excuse for Hajume in front of him. He could die. Ninjas themselves could die at any time. But Hajume couldn't lie to him. Can't. No. Hajume sighed, and the corners of his mouth raised proudly. I'm proud to be able to deceive you. When I first entered Team 7, weren't you very wary of me? Why did you lose your vigilance as a ninja? Teacher Kakashi. Hajume chuckled. From the beginning, I joined Team 7 under the order of Danzo-sama. You knew it, but you were still fooled by me. How stupid. You are the first one. Soon, it will be the turn of others. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke. They are all the targets that Danzo-sama wants to eliminate. Hajume waited for a long time. He did not wait for the reminder sound of Kakashi's malicious value. He stared into Kakashi's eyes. But he saw tears in his eyes. Hajume, I'm sorry. Looking at Kakashi's appearance at this time, Hajume knew that it was over, he had overacted. Damn. If I could meet you earlier, maybe you wouldn't. Brainwashed by Danzo. Kakashi coughed desperately as if he wanted to cough out all his internal organs. It's a pity that he is about to die. How to save Hajun? Still so easy to be deceived. Hajun looked expressionless. He really couldn't smile. This was Kakashi forcing him. What I said just now was also a lie. He approached Kakashi and whispered in his ear, Danzo is the same as you, destined to die in my hands. My goal is to make the ninja world my nourishment. Ah, I forgot to tell you, the leader of the resurrection organization is me. Beside Hajime, a ball of blue fist-sized meat-like thing was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blue meat ball slowly stretched and turned into Kakashi's appearance. I'm not a human either. You should have guessed it. How can a person not die? How can someone have a blood limit that touches the soul? How can someone be able to bring the dead back to life? All the puzzles that were once unexplainable became clear at this moment. My brother and I came to Earth just to turn the ninja world into private. Kakashi's pupils shrank. He looked at the Kakashi beside Hajime, whose appearance and temperament were almost indistinguishable even to himself, and instantly understood Hajime's purpose. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10 million. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 10 million. Chakra 888575011 100 million. Kakashi would be sad for Hajime Makoto, who was deceived and brainwashed by Danzo as a human. Because he knows that, in essence, Hajime is also a victim. However, Kakashi will not be sad for Hajime Masashi, who is disguised as a non-human. Because he knows that in essence, Hajime Masashi's existence is a huge scam against humans. Hajime Masashi is not a victim, he is a perpetrator of violence against humans. So, Kakashi hates Hajime Masashi. Hates Hajime Masashi's disguise. Hates Hajime Masashi's hypocrisy. Hates Hajime Masashi's inability to pretend and be hypocritical for a lifetime. Kakashi-sensei, good night, goodbye. Hajime put his bloody hand on Kakashi's cheek. He didn't lie. They will meet again. Kakashi should sleep for a while. After all, he hasn't completely fleeced Kakashi. Tears fell from the corners of Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi's figure has changed dramatically in the eyes of Tsunade and Might Guy. In action transformation. Chapter 54. When he was 6 years old, Might Guy stood in front of Kakashi, who had long been known as a genius in the village, and announced loudly, My name is Might Guy. I will surpass you and become the most powerful ninja. At that time, Kakashi just looked away in boredom, and was too lazy to say a word to this hot-blooded idiot. When he was 13 years old, Might Guy dragged Kakashi out of the gloomy bachelor apartment and beat Kakashi into a pig head with physical skills. Kakashi did not fight back. He held Kakashi's shoulders and announced loudly, Kakashi. We are eternal opponents. Let's have a battle that burns youth. After that, the battle between the two of them lasted for more than 10 years. From big ninjutsu battles to small running and cooking competitions. Kakashi. See you again. I heard that your mission failed. Great. Then let's have a long-awaited competition. Because we are eternal rivals. Kakashi. 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 Almost all of Might Guy's first half of life, this name has been constantly echoing in his ears. They are eternal rivals. And eternal friends. Now, his opponent Kakashi has been defeated by the enemy before him. Then, he will definitely defeat the enemy in front of him. And defeat the most important opponent in his life, Kakashi. Even though this enemy is a disciple that he and Kakashi are proud of. Might Guy is a very pure person. Many people think he is stupid. But he is actually very smart. Just like now. While Tsunade was still in shock and confusion, Might Guy's thick nerves had already classified Hajime as an enemy. Although he spoke to Kakashi in a low voice, Might Guy and Tsunade were both strong men in the ninja world, so how could they not hear it ding? Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 938575011 100 million. Might Guy looked at Kakashi, who was crouching in front of him and baring his fangs at him and was transformed into a tiger. Tears flashed in his eyes and his eyes became firm. Hajime noticed the change in Might Guy's momentum. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the cyborg in front of him, whose sharp claws kept scratching cracks on the ground. He stretched out his hand. The cyborg in front of him shrank rapidly. Finally, it became the size of a thumb, and he carefully put it into the ninja tool bag. If Might Guy fights the cyborg, Might Guy will definitely kill the cyborg without hesitation. After all, in Might Guy's eyes, Kakashi's transformation into this is an insult to Kakashi. But Kakashi's cyborg is still useful to Hajime. It is very useful to use it against Naruto and Sakura. Naruto will definitely be the first to break the defense. At this time, the first person he thought of was Naruto. He is worthy of being Naruto's best friend. Hajime was moved by himself. So such a precious Kakashi cyborg must not be kicked to death by Might Guy, and must be well preserved. Tsunade's two scorching eyes fell on Hajime without blinking. Her mind was a mess. The tragic scene in front of her and the words she just heard from Hajime were churning in her mind. Her legs were weak, and all the strength in her body seemed to be drained away. Is this world real, or is she still immersed in a casino on Tancho Street because she drank too much? She had such a dream. What Hokage, what Hajime, what Akatsuki organization, none of this has anything to do with her. She is still a big fat sheep in the world outside the ninja world. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 5 million. Chakra 988575011 100 million. But the pain is tearing her body apart, forcing her to see everything in front of her. It is true that she is the Hokage. It is also true that she was betrayed. Everything is true. Only Hajime in her memory is false. Only the warmth and strength she has felt are false. How could this be playing with other people's feelings? Playing with other people's sincerity. People like this deserve to go to hell. Tsunade raised her eyes, filled with hatred. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed chakra conversion plus 5 million. Chakra 1038575011 100 million. Ding! The chakra amount has exceeded the chakra index of Uzumaki Naruto, and the chakra amount index has been updated. The chakra index is 10 tails 200 million. Hajime took a deep breath and calmed down the excitement in his heart. Calm down. Calm down. There will be more chakra in the future. He should not act like he has never seen the world. A strong wind suddenly flashed behind Hajime. The fist was extremely fast. The fist smashed through the air. The dust and fallen leaves in the air were startled. The leaves fell. Tsunade's face had a pair of terrifying eyes with murderous intent. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 1038595012 200 million. Master! Hajime didn't make a move. He shouted. Tsunade's brows relaxed, and the murderous intent in her eyes disappeared. A trance appeared in front of her. It was as if she had returned to an afternoon in Konoha. The sun was bright but not dazzling. She stood beside Hajun, supervising Hajun in learning medical ninjutsu. When Hajun quickly mastered medical ninjutsu, he raised his eyes slightly, smiled at her, and shouted, "Master!" The memory was suddenly broken by the sharp pain. Hajun is not Tsunade. He will not hold back. While Tsunade was lost in memories, his hand turned into a long sword. He thrust out the sword without hesitation, without reservation. He had a good sense of time. Tsunade was defenseless. She was used to being defenseless against Hajun. When she really started to fight with Hajumi, in Hajumi's eyes, her movements were full of loopholes. When he fought against Tsunade and the others, he used less than 1/10 of his strength. Blood slid down from the corner of Tsunade's mouth, her entire heart was pierced by the long sword. Death was infinitely close. She didn't care. She stared at Hajumi in front of her. Maybe she was already dead from the moment she knew the truth. "Hajumi, have you never given a trace of sincerity?" Tsunade didn't believe it. Even if it was a scam against Konoha, Hajumi had played a role in it for so many years, would she not have a trace of her own emotions? Hajumi smiled, and the long sword deformed and returned to the shape of a hand. Tsunade fell to the ground. Blood spread under her. A hole slowly appeared in Hajumi's chest. He answered Tsunade's question very seriously, "I am not a human, I have no heart." He should have feelings. His feelings are malice towards humans. He was born to like to play with humans. This is a character that comes with his talent. He really doesn't have a heart. He doesn't even have organs. He doesn't have everything that humans have in his body. But it doesn't matter. His technique is Wu-Wei transformation. He can mold a heart and organs for himself. But unfortunately, Wu-Wei transformation can't mold something as abstract as emotions. The emotions that belong to Hajumi's human have long been devoured after frequent use of Wu-Wei transformation. A fatal blow, Tsunade has no chance of survival. Hajumi reached out, turned her into a cyborg, and put her into his ninja tool bag. So far, there is only one person left. Hajumi looked at Might Guy. "If I kill you here, this won't happen to other people." Might Guy's expression was more serious and calm than ever before. He seemed to be saying this to himself. His toes extended out, as light as a flying crane, but after his feet landed, they were as steady as Mount Tai. His arms, wrapped in strong muscles, stretched out, and his huge body was as light as a flying bird. His strong strength and muscles were like a tiger. But his light body movements and ethereal momentum were like a flying bird. The whole person transformed back and forth between the fierceness of a tiger and the lightness of a bird. At the same time, his body seemed to be infused with countless chakras and power, and his muscles suddenly contracted, and then, more powerful chakra burst out. Red steam continued to overflow from his body. His skin turned completely red. His thick eyebrows were erected, and his eyes were shining. His hair was furious and his face was red. "Renjian!" Might Guy's voice was like a bell. It made Renjian's eardrums hurt. "Haven't you never seen the last gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu?" Might Guy shouted at him. His volume continued to increase as his body changed. This is not he can control it. Now, the whole world is blurry in front of his eyes. He can only see Hajumi. Hajumi understood what he meant. "Then let me feel it." "Teacher Kai." Hajumi stretched out his hands expectantly. "Okay. You better watch carefully." The two seemed to have returned to the woods where they once practiced, but this time, Might Guy sacrificed his life to use the power of the last gate to bring Hajime, the disciple he was most proud of, to the other side of the soul. Hajime was not afraid of Might Guy's attack. He knew very well that he could not die. Hajime was looking forward to learning the ultimate secret of the 8 gates. This was also the last contribution that Might Guy made to him before his death. It's time to swear to protect the most important thing for yourself. The 8th gate, the Death Gate. Open. Boom. The ground shook violently, dust flew, and stone chips flew. Before he officially launched the attack, just by opening the restriction of the 8th gate, Might Guy's aura was so amazing. Might Guy disappeared in front of Hajime. One punch. Bang! Hajime's body instantly flew backwards like a rag bag. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 103861501200 million. Hajime's entire sternum was sunken. A large amount of blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. Even pieces of internal organs spurted out of his mouth. He gasped for breath. The injury healed in an instant. So fast. Opening the Death Gate and not opening the Death Gate are completely different levels. The next second, Hajime didn't even catch Might Guy's afterimage. Whoosh! Might Guy didn't stop. His burning body didn't allow him to stop. He opened his arms slightly, exerted force on his legs, and shot out instantly. After knocking Hajime away, he crossed the distance of nearly 20 meters between the two in an instant. The combined force of the accelerated explosion and the burning explosion of blood in his body all gathered on his fist. Burn! Bang! The muffled sound of air bursting whistled in Hajime's ears. The strong wind had already lifted his hair. In front of his eyes, he was completely shrouded by the shadow of a beast. Might Guy's pupils were shining with brilliance, locking onto Hajime's position. Hajime seemed unable to move his whole body. He was firmly nailed to the spot by his eyes. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Spell power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 103863501200 million. The powerful impact instantly penetrated into Hajime's body. His body immediately started to work instinctively, trying to resist such a powerful attack. However, muscles, blood, and bones were instantly destroyed like withered trees and rotten wood. Hajime's body flew out again. Might Guy would not give Hajime any time to react. He wanted to fight quickly. 8 gates of ninjutsu, only quick fights and quick decisions. Might Guy lowered his upper body in a bow step to lower his center of gravity. The gravel under his feet was instantly shattered by the powerful impact of the energy. 1 foot. Might Guy suddenly shouted. Boom! The strong wind whistled. An air shock wave that distorted the space instantly penetrated Hajime's current position. Hajime retreated violently, trying to resist the air shock wave. However, the hand in front of him made a sound of bone fracture. 2 feet. Another air shock wave. The air was compressed into white by the quarter. However, it was only the powerful force emitted by simple physical skills that achieved such a terrifying effect. 3 feet. 4 feet. Countless air waves directly nailed Renji to the spot. He couldn't move. And Might Guy's attack continued. 5 feet. Might Guy's arms stretched slightly. Like a pair of wings. His chest and abdomen were retracted, and the fierce light in his eyes was like a high-altitude king eagle soaring above the wasteland. An extremely terrifying momentum spread like a tsunami. Evening elephant. Might Guy roared. Ding! Human malice detected plus 20,000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 20,000. Chakra 10388350 200 million. Fast. Too fast. Even though Ren Jian felt the vibration of the ground and the fear hidden in this attack, the terrifying force was useless. Because the air waves in front had fixed him in place from all directions. He couldn't react at all. Suddenly, Hashimi felt a huge force coming from behind him, causing his body to lean forward suddenly. It seemed like a mountain was pressing down on him from behind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn over. His body rolled in the air and finally slammed heavily into the ground. The terrifying force made Hashimi seem to smash through the earth for a moment. Might Guy was panting, his eyes fixed on the big hole he had smashed. Waiting. When he finally saw Hashimi crawling out of the hole, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Worthy of being Hashimi. It seemed as if magma was flowing in Might Guy's body. His muscles bulged and were ready to explode. Yekai! Might Guy shouted, his voice resounding through the sky like a dragon's roar. The air around his body suddenly became extremely hot, as if the whole world was burning. Red steam formed a huge red dragon outside his body, roaring towards Hashimi. Might Guy's shirt had turned to ashes. Hashimi's eyes widened, and he felt unprecedented pressure. Crack! Might Guy's foot kicked Hashimi with endless power. Space was distorted wherever Guy passed. Hashimi had no time to dodge, and could only cross his hands to protect his chest. Ding! Human malice detected plus 20,000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 20,000. Chakra 10390350 200 million. Crack! The force penetrated Hashimi's body and came out from his back, bringing out a puff of blood mist. A huge hole was smashed in Hashimi's chest, and blood gushed out from it. His body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 55. It was not Hashimi who fell, but Might Guy. Hashimi stood up unscathed. The wounds on his body had completely healed. The clothes hung on his body in tatters. Might Guy lay on the ground, like a burnt corpse. But his chest, which was slightly curved, showed a trace of life. He was dying. But he was not dead yet. Hashimi was in a good mood now. He had gained much more from this trip than he had imagined. Hashimi walked to Might Guy and slowly sat cross-legged beside him. He looked at the blue sky above his head. There were no clouds in the sky. It was as clear as a clear sky. From time to time, two birds flew by. It was such an ordinary afternoon. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Might Guy died silently. Teacher Guy! Hashimi shouted with emotion. Thanks to Might Guy, Hashimi learned the last gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Death Gate. Might Guy could not respond. He was having difficulty breathing now. Among the 5 senses, only hearing had not completely disappeared. On his deathbed, Might Guy had no regrets or hatred in his heart. He just wanted to listen to Hashimi's voice quietly. Teacher Guy, we will see each other again. Might Guy did not understand what Hashimi meant by this. He did not need to think about it. He was going to die after all. Death was familiar to every ninja. Might Guy did not think that death was the end of everything. He looked at death in the same way as he looked at breathing, eating, and training every day. There was no need to give death a special meaning. Death was just a very common thing. Might Guy wanted to say goodbye to Hashimi again. Unfortunately, he could not speak. His vocal cords were also damaged. Hashomi's right hand gently placed on Might Guy's chest, and the heart under his palm beat slowly dissipated. Before it stopped beating completely, Hashomi touched his soul. I didn't lie to you. They will meet again. Might Guy's body gradually deformed under Hashomi's hands. The shrunken Might Guy cyborg was put into the ninja tool bag by Hashomi. Two small blue meatballs split from Hashomi's hands and fell to the ground with a bounce. The meatballs seemed to be pulled by an invisible thing, and instantly grew into Tsunade and Might Guy. He has almost mastered the ninjutsu of Kakashi, Might Guy, and Tsunade. Even if it is a disguise, it will not reveal flaws. It's just that the blood stains of the Sharingan that cannot be reproduced are a bit troublesome. But it's not a big deal. Hashomi stretched out his hand. He held a Sharingan with blood still on his palm. He liked Obito's ability very much. So, he accepted Obito's Sharingan with a smile. Hashomi's palm seemed to have turned into a small swamp. The Sharingan placed in his palm began to sink slowly. It sank into Hashomi's palm. The next second, a crack appeared in Hashomi's palm. In the crack, the Sharingan turned around. His eyelids blinked, and after closing, they merged with Hashomi's palm again. Hashomi looked at his hand with satisfaction, stood up and looked at Kakashi, Tsunade and Might Guy beside him, and said with a smile, Hokage-sama, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, we should return to Konoha. The land of fire. Konoha. Hokage's office. Tsunade sat on the chair with a swagger, confronting Shimura Danzo in front of him. I brought the person back. Danzo glanced at Hashomi from the corner of his eye. Where's Sai and Uchiha Sasuke? Tsunade sneered, it's time for me, the Hokage, to worry about this. Elder Danzo should not worry about things he doesn't want to worry about. There was a warning in her voice. Danzo looked at the strong Tsunade and turned away. Hashomi followed him out of the Hokage's office. They arrived at the route in silence. After entering the route, Danzo couldn't hold back. What's going on? Didn't you say that she couldn't come back? Danzo's voice was cold and angry. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra plus 500. Chakra 103904001200 million. The one who comes back must be the real her. If Danzo hadn't kept her, she would still be of some use. He would have squatted on the ground and quacked by now. Renjian's sudden shocking words made Danzo's pupils shrink. What do you mean? Danzo's anger was extinguished by this sentence. He sat down and looked at Renjian in front of him. Unconsciously, this child who was not even as tall as his waist, already half a head taller than him. I asked them to contribute a puppet in exchange for joining the Resurrection Alliance and providing them with bloodline limits. Hashunamai said, it's the current Hokage. The real Hokage is here. Hashunamai took out the Tsunade cyborg from his bag. Hashunamai looked at Danzo's shocked expression and continued, it's not only easy to manipulate Tsunade from behind to achieve your goal, but even if something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with you, right? At that time, he can become a legitimate ninja again, which is equivalent to getting 2 chances to become Hokage. A good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Will Danzo refuse? No. Very good. The bright moon hangs on the treetops. It's late at night. Hashunamai's door is knocked. Of course, Hashumi was still awake. After convincing Danzo about the cooperation with the Resurrection Alliance, he returned to his bachelor apartment to observe the Sharingan he had just obtained. The cells in his body were changed more intensively than those of Hashirama Senju. There was no such thing as rejection of the Sharingan in his hands. Not only that, the Sharingan had a tendency to upgrade to the Samsara Eye. Hearing the knock on the door, he glanced in the direction of the door, and the eyes in his palms closed and merged into his palms. Hashumi got up and opened the door. Naruto in pajamas stood outside the door. There was still sweat on his forehead. "Why are you here so late, Naruto?" Hashumi was puzzled. Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Yamato returned shortly after Hashumi returned to the village. As Hashumi expected, the plan to recapture Sasuke failed completely. Facing Sasuke now, none of the four of them had the power to fight back. They could only watch Sasuke defeat them and then disappear in front of them easily. If Hashumi was... At that time, Naruto had this thought uncontrollably, but he quickly threw it out of his mind. Just like what the lecherous sage said, he was too dependent on Hashumi. The consequence was that he could not grow up. This mission made him realize this clearly. "I had a nightmare." Naruto pursed his lips, held the pillow and skillfully entered Hashumi's room and climbed onto his bed. Naruto curled up in the quilt full of Hashumi's smell, and inevitably began to recall the inexplicable dream just now. He couldn't help but want to share it with Hashumi. Hashumi. Naruto's combo made Hashumi unable to complain. He closed the door and climbed onto the bed resignedly. He leaned on the mattress and listened to Naruto beside him telling his nightmare like a child. "I dreamed of the nine-tailed fox." Naruto's words moved Hashumi's heart. Nine-tailed fox? The power of the Sharingan can see the nine-tailed fox. But now is not the time. Naruto's frequency of tailed beast transformation is getting higher and higher. The powerful power of the tailed beast in his body also began to make him feel scared and confused. Especially when he woke up, he knew nothing about what was happening in front of him, but the people around him looked at him with complicated eyes. He felt very uncomfortable. "I hurt you after I turned into a tailed beast." Naruto felt guilty. He felt uncomfortable for several days in a row. He failed to help Hashumi, but hurt Hashumi instead. Tonight, the battle between the crazy-tailed beast and Hashumi in his dream made him tremble with fear. It turns out that he is so ferocious when he transforms into a tailed beast, and he can attack his friends without knowing anything. Does Naruto care about this? I take it seriously. Hashumi did not comfort Naruto. He really didn't take it seriously. First, if Hashumi wanted to avoid him, Naruto couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Second, Hashumi also beat Naruto a lot when he changed his vest, and he beat him to death. Third, Hashumi didn't get beaten for nothing, and Naruto will have to pay him back in the future. Naruto doesn't need to feel guilty. Because when it's time to pay him back in the future, he will definitely not feel guilty. Naruto shouldn't care too much about this matter now, but should improve his strength and develop powerful ninjutsu. This time he met Sasuke, he has become very strong. Hashumi lay down, and Naruto followed him to lie down. Hashumi stared at the ceiling, and Naruto stared at him and nodded, "Yet. Very strong, very strong. Naruto can't keep up with Sasuke's speed. Then we have to work harder." Hashun closed his eyes. If Naruto knew anything, he would know that this was a signal that he didn't want to chat. Yet. Thank God, the stupid Naruto didn't. He finally received his signal. Naruto also closed his eyes. Early morning. When Hashumi woke up, he heard the movement in the living room. He sat up from the bed and glanced at the extra pillow on the other side. There was a golden hair on it. Hashumi twisted it with his fingers and walked out of the bedroom barefoot. He saw Naruto busy preparing breakfast at a glance. Although he had a lot of questions and complaints in his mind, Hashumi still said the most crucial sentence. "Naruto, you are losing your hair at the age of 16. Naruto. Hate Hashumi. Ding. Human malice detected +1. Cursed power conversion chakra amount +1. Chakra 10390400 200 million. Naruto put the fried eggs on the table and immediately rescued his hair from Hashumi's hands. Hair loss is a very normal phenomenon. Naruto explained guiltily. He had no concern or understanding about this aspect. Losing a hair is normal. But he didn't know. He thought it was really because of his own hair loss. When he thought about becoming a bald uncle in the future, Naruto's heart was broken. I must secretly find Sakura. See if there is something wrong with me. Naruto thought seriously. Hashumi admired the changing expressions on Naruto's face and sat at the dining table. Milk, bread, and fried eggs. It was in line with Naruto's cooking skills. Hey, are you eating? There was a person squatting at the window. Jiraiya stretched his neck to look at Naruto and Hashumi's plates, then reached out and took away the only piece of bread left on Naruto's plate. Ah! Naruto jumped up and almost put his head into Jiraiya's mouth to snatch back the bread that belonged to him. Naruto was too noisy, so Hashumi stuffed his bread into his mouth to block his mouth. Hashumi didn't need to eat anyway. Jiraiya chewed and chewed. Hashumi, don't spoil Naruto too much. Naruto chewed and chewed, it's because no one spoils you. Jiraiya chewed and chewed, if you want to learn new ninjutsu, just shut up. Naruto's eyes were filled with tears, and he hugged Jiraiya's thighs. Lecherous sage. Lecherous sage. I was wrong. Jiraiya came to Naruto and decided to help Naruto develop new ninjutsu. Jiraiya heard that the mission failed this time. Uchiha Sasuke has grown to a terrifying level of strength under the guidance of Orochimaru. It's time for Naruto to strengthen his strength. One raise nan is not enough. Come with me. Naruto jumped onto the windowsill with Jiraiya, turned around and looked at Hashumi with shining pupils, and made a promise, Hashumi. I will become stronger. He and Jiraiya disappeared. Hashumi calmly drank a mouthful of hot milk. Becoming stronger is useless. Naruto will understand this in the future. Hashumi practices as he pleases. At least he is not in that mood today. Hashumi went out and strolled around the village. His body was strolling, but his mind was running at high speed involuntarily. The chakra of the 10 tails is 200 million. He is still short of nearly 100 million malicious points. He can use Danzo to fleece some wool before the Fourth World War. When the Fourth World War comes, he can fleece Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. When every sheep is almost fleeced, he will fleece Black Zetsu. After fleecing Black Zetsu, continue to fleece Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Six Paths Sage. After fleecing this series of wool, he estimates that he should be able to reach 200 million. After reaching 200 million, is there a higher chakra level? Hashumi guessed that there should be. Kagaya Otsutsuki is an alien after all. There is no way that Kagaya Otsutsuki is the only alien on the planet. Hashumi guessed that there is still more to be gained. What's the point of just gaining Earthlings? You can't discriminate. Aliens have to be gained too. But how to gain them has to be considered carefully. Hashumi. Hashumi heard a familiar voice. He turned his head slightly and saw Ino standing at the door of the flower shop, and Sai, who was buying flowers from Ino. What a coincidence! Hashumi. Sai walked towards Hashumi with a smile. Ino looked at Hashumi and Sai in surprise. Do you know each other? Before Hashumi could answer, Sai nodded and gave Hashumi a bouquet of flowers in his hand. We are best friends. Sai smiled at Ino and explained their relationship. Ino glanced at Hajime, who looked a bit cold, and laughed awkwardly. Why does Hajime's expression make it seem like they don't look like best friends? Ino was very angry about Hajime. Jian blinked. Since we are friends, Renjian, please introduce him to me. She felt that the boy who came to buy flowers from her looked a lot like Suzuki. Sai, you two can chat. Renjian wished that Ino could take Sai away, who was haunting him like a ghost. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 1039050022 200 million. Sai smiled and stared at Renjian. Ino. No. Sai looked like a ghost. Hey, you are all here. As a regular customer of the flower shop, Asuma Sarutobi came to buy flowers again. He skillfully picked a bunch of red roses and paid Ino. Ino propped up her chin and winked at Asuma Sarutobi teasingly. Teacher Asuma, when will you and Teacher Kurane get married? What? How do you know? Asuma Sarutobi was shocked. He hurried to see Hajime and Sai, who were very close, fearing that they would hear. Ino was speechless. Teacher Asuma, no one in the whole village doesn't know about what happened between you and Teacher Kurane. Asuma was shocked. How could it be? Didn't he and Kurane keep it a secret? Hajime smiled and nodded. He almost forgot. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurane Ui were still locked up in his sheepfold. Hajime would not let a sheep go. Chapter 56. The opportunity that Hajime was waiting for soon came. Akatsuki gave the task of capturing the 9 tails to Kakuzu and Haiden. How could Hajime Maki miss such a good opportunity to harvest malicious points? He kicked Deidara away and chose to join Haiden and Kakuzu. Hajime Maki and Haiden have a good relationship. Maybe it's because he and Haiden are the only 2 people in Akatsuki who can't die. So the 2 of them often play the game of you poke me and I poke you. When Hajime Maki insisted on joining Haiden and Kakuzu's team, Haiden and Kakuzu didn't refuse. Kakuzu killed the monk Dailu of the Fire Temple in order to find the trace of the 9 tails. Although his excuse was to find the trace of the 9 tails, Hajime Maki knew very well that he was just for the bounty of Dailu's head. Neither Kakuzu nor Haiden knew how to write the word low-key. Let alone Hajime Maki. Not only is he not low-key, he is also quite high-profile. Wherever he went, he would definitely leave a trace of his visit. Unlike others who left evidence with words, Hajime Maki left his most representative cyborg as a trace of his visit. Because of the high profile of the 3 of them, the experience of the Fire Temple quickly reached Konoha's ears. Knowing that the Akatsuki organization came for Naruto, Tsunade immediately sent Konoha's ninjas to patrol the border of the Land of Fire. The border of the Land of Fire was under full martial law to prevent the infiltration of the Akatsuki organization. Once the Konoha ninjas found the traces of the Akatsuki organization members, they immediately transmitted them to Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma and Jericho were old acquaintances, so the task of tracking down the Akatsuki organization members was assigned to Asuma's team. Konoha. Hokage's office. With the Fire Temple as the center, within a radius of 150 kilometers, a siege of 20 teams was launched, so tight that even ants can't get in. Shizuan said to Tsunade in front of her, trying to comfort Tsunade's worries. Tsunade's frown did not loosen, and she continued to ask, where is Asuma's class heading to the Fire Temple? No news has come yet. Shizuan reported truthfully. At this time, Asuma's class, who was worried about by Tsunade, had already arrived at the Fire Temple. They stood quietly, staring at the scene in front of them, their hearts filled with heaviness and shock. The once solemn and peaceful Fire Temple has now turned into a ruin, with only the two huge statues in front of the door still standing. Not long after, a slight sound of footsteps broke the silence. The two monks looked haggard and slowly walked to Asuma. The older monk said in a low voice, "Excuse me, are you from Konoha village?" Asuma nodded silently. The elderly monk continued, "I am the abbot of this fire temple. When I left the temple for an important matter, I heard about the accident here. When I hurried back, I saw this tragic scene." The abbot led Asuma and his team members into the temple. The originally spacious courtyard seemed particularly empty at this moment, with coffins neatly placed on the ground, which made people feel sad. The abbot explained solemnly, "We found monks from nearby temples and asked them to help put the bodies of the monks who died in the temple into the coffins properly." His face showed deep grief. Shikamaru quietly stared at the rows of sealed coffins in front of him, his brows gradually furrowed. Ino couldn't help but grit her teeth and cursed angrily, "It's really too much." She couldn't imagine that two members of the Akatsuki organization actually killed more than 100 monks in front of them. The bodies of the monks are a little strange. The host looked at them and said after some hesitation. Shikamaru immediately looked at him with a puzzled look in his eyes and asked, "What's strange?" Asuma asked the host steadily, "Do you mind if we open it and take a look?" The host answered their questions one by one. If it weren't for the name tags on them to prove their identities, they would look like wild beasts. "Of course I don't mind." After that, he turned and gestured to the monks behind him. The monks came forward and helped to push open the lid of a coffin. As the lid was slowly pushed open, a rotten smell came to the face. Asuma's class looked closely and saw a familiar cyborg corpse. Shikamaru frowned, and a figure had already appeared in his mind. Although he had never met him face to face, he had heard a lot of information about that person. His face became solemn, and he whispered to Asuma, "It's the real person's brother, Hajime Maki." Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 10391000 to 200 million. Asuma nodded, his expression serious. He naturally thought of this. "Where is Dailu?" Asuma frowned and asked anxiously. He and Dailu have been friends for many years. Seeing the tragic situation of the fire temple, he was more worried about Dailu. The young monk lowered his head, his voice low and sad. "In fact, only the body of Master Dailu we didn't find." "What does this mean?" "It is very likely that Dailu is not dead, but was captured alive by the Akatsuki organization. Or, they took Dailu's body away." Thinking of this, Asuma's heart sank. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Cursed force conversion chakra amount plus 5,000. Chakra 10391500 to 200 million. At this time, Shikamaru said, "That Asuma teacher, although I really don't want to mention this matter, there is a reward of 30 million taels for Master Jilu's head in the underground market." Before carrying out this mission, Shikamaru had already memorized all the information in his mind. Everything that happened at this moment made him think of this bounty involuntarily. After all, the Akatsuki organization is a mercenary organization. After thinking for a moment, Asuma asked decisively, "Where is the exchange office?" Shikamaru replied, "Including the nearest one, there are 5 exchange offices in total." Asuma's eyes were firm and his tone was firm. "They are very likely in the nearest exchange office." Shikamaru looked at Asuma and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go now," Asuma said. Exchange office. Kakutsu handed Jilu's body to the staff of the exchange office. The other party checked and put the body into a small single room in the wall that looked like an incinerator. Hajime Maki curiously leaned over to look at the thick assassination list in the other party's hand. Am I on it? How much is my head worth? The other party flipped through it and shook his head at him. No. Hajime Maki pouted in disappointment. It seems that I am not doing well enough. Kakuzu, who received the mission money, carefully counted the amount of money. Now he is in a good mood and doesn't mind comforting Hajime Maki. There are some ninjas that no one dares to issue a bounty order. Wow! I'm so awesome! Hajime Maki touched his chin. He was very satisfied with the Angle's words. Feijuan couldn't stand it anymore. It stinks. By the way, the appearance of the gold exchange is just an ordinary public toilet. Only after passing through the secret door can you get to the real gold exchange. So the air inside is extremely stagnant. The narrow and dark room was not only filled with the stench of urine, but also the stench of rotting corpses. Hajime Maki tilted her head and stared at Haiden. Haiden covered his nose. Don't you smell it? Hajime Maki stopped breathing since entering here. Anyway, he wouldn't die if he didn't breathe. So he really didn't smell it. Just when Haiden mentioned it, he resumed breathing. Then he smelled it. Let's go. Hajime Maki hates Haiden. If it weren't for Haiden, he wouldn't have smelled it at all. Now that he smelled it, he couldn't accept staying here all the time. He lifted Haiden's collar and dragged Haiden out like dragging a corpse. Hajime Maki breathed in fresh air and his brows relaxed. Haiden sat on the steps, and Hajime Maki sat next to him. Ah! Haiden screamed. He glared at Hajime Maki beside him. He didn't want to play now. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursive force converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 10391600 to 200 million. The spikes on Hajime Maki's arm were retracted. It took less than 30 seconds for Haiden to turn his head. Ah! He screamed again, and continued to stare at Hajime Maki in unbearable pain. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursive force converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 10391700 to 200 million. The thorns on Hajime Maki's arm that were as sharp as sea urchins were retracted. Ah! Haiden screamed. He felt a sharp pain in his back. He stared at Hajime Maki with gritted teeth. It's my turn to stab you. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Curse force conversion chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 10391800 to 200 million. Haiden's expression changed. Hajime Maki looked at him as if he were an idiot. Under Hajime Maki's feet, a black shadow spread to the roof of the gold exchange. Hajime Maki was controlled. Then his back. Haiden pulled out the shuriken that was deeply inserted into the flesh and threw it on the ground. Bang! Akimichi Koji appeared from behind and waved the long sword in his hand, and the terrifying force directly penetrated his entire chest. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed force conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 10392000 to 200 million. At the same time, the short knife in Ino's hand also stabbed towards Hajime Maki's chest. Facing the joint attack of Sarutobi Asuma and Akimichi Koji, the expression on Feijuan's face seemed extremely calm, even a little bored. The only battle that could make him excited was with Hajime Maki. Because no matter how they stabbed each other, they couldn't die. It was very interesting when they fought. Phaeton stood in front of the door without moving even a step. Let the long knife in Akimichi Koji's hand pierce through his body. Solved. Akimichi Koji smiled slightly. Shikamaru, who controlled Hajime Maki, couldn't help but show a smile in his eyes. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the tacit cooperation between their Asuma class. However, at this moment, Feijuan suddenly touched the blood on his face and asked, "It hurts, who are you?" His chest was pierced, but he seemed unusually calm, and even looked at Asuma in the distance with some boredom. What on earth is going on? Akimichi Koji widened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. It clearly stabbed his vitals. He muttered to himself, his heart full of doubts and shock. The fact that Feijuan was stabbed in the vitals but did not die shocked everyone in Asuma's class. Akimichi Koji looked at Feijuan in disbelief, and a fear of facing the unknown and inhuman surged in his heart. "Don't turn the knife." Feijuan glared at Akimichi Koji and complained dissatisfiedly. "It hurts." There was a hint of anger in his tone. The cold sweat on Akimichi Koji's forehead kept sliding down. "Is this guy immortal?" he asked in a trembling voice, and he already had the answer in his heart. Haydn snorted and said disdainfully, "Isn't it obvious?" Haydn asked again, "By the way, who are you?" He looked at everyone present. Hajime Maki couldn't help scolding him, "Are you an idiot? Can't you see their forehead protectors? They are Konoha's ninjas." Haydn retorted, "I'm not an idiot. You know I don't care what the forehead protectors of ninja villages look like." Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 1039210022 200 million. I originally wanted to get rid of you directly, but now it seems that it will take a little effort. Asuma looked solemn. They underestimated the enemy. How could the members of Akatsuki be simple? Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000, cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 1039230022 200 million. Hajime Maki let Ino's short sword pierce her heart, and even had time to chat with Nara Shikamaru, who was controlling her. "By the way, you know that the Akatsuki organization's actions are in groups of 2, right?" Shikamaru didn't answer, but his expression had the answer. At this moment, the alarm in Shikamaru's brain sounded again. One immortal body is enough to give people a headache. There is another one. Maki couldn't help but smile. "Your intelligence should be updated. We are now operating in groups of 3. Bang! Maki's voice fell. The entire wall behind Asuma was knocked open. Kakuzu appeared behind Shikamaru. Shikamaru's figure flashed and quickly dodged. The shadow connected to Hajime Maki was also disconnected. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. No, the situation has not changed. It seems that we have a good relationship with money. Kakuzu stood beside Hajime Maki and stared at Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma's head is also worth a lot of money. Kakuzu, don't do anything, let me use them for the ritual. Haydn waved the huge red March flying sickle in his hand, excitedly staring at Asumaban, who was surrounded by the 3 of them. "I'll give you the money, Kakuzu." Haydn said what Kakuzu wanted to hear the most. Then Haydn invited Hajime again. "Hajime, do you want to join my ritual?" After all, in his opinion, Hajime Maki, who also has an immortal body, is his partner in the ritual of worshipping the evil god. Maki glanced at Kakuzu, who had walked aside to watch the show, and walked over. "No, remember to leave them a breath when the time comes, so that I can transform them." "Kakuzu, how can I get the money after the transformation?" "Maki, if you get the money, he will become a corpse. How can I transform him?" The soul is gone. What's the point of transformation? Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 5000. Chakra 10392800 to 200 million. Money is Kakuzu's bottom line. Kakuzu got angry when his bottom line was touched. Hajime Maki rolled her eyes. Cyborgs are still his bottom line. He was going to get angry too. Are you guys idiots? Haiden tilted his head. Wouldn't it be better to just transform in front of that kid Kanjinsho? You can get money and cyborgs. Okay. Kakuzu had no objection. He glanced at Hajime Maki beside him. Okay. Hajime Maki nodded. Kakuzu was still staring at him. If you look at me again, I'll steal your money. Hajime Maki said with a smile. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 10397800 to 200 million. Okay, Hajime Maki has already planned to steal Kakuzu's money. With this amount of malice, Hajime Maki has recognized Kakuzu. Kakuzu distanced himself from Hajime Maki. He hated Hajime Maki. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 100,000. Chakra 10407800 to 200 million. Let's kill him. Kakuzu thought. But this guy can't be killed. Annoying. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 10408000 to 200 million. The blood flowing from Feijuan's body was drawn into a strange pattern by him. I'll go first. Asuma said to Shikamaru behind him, you take the opportunity to use the shadow seam technique to trap him. Shikamaru, just for a while. There was a solemn and sincere plea in his voice. I will chop off his head immediately and make him unable to move. Shikamaru disagreed with Asuma's plan. This is too risky, but it's not like you at all. After all, Asuma used to be a conservative. I'll go too. Akimichi Koji said. Asuma raised his voice, with anger in his voice. Don't you understand this is the best way at the moment? In fact, Asuma knew it better than anyone else. Facing the three Akatsuki rebels in front of them, they would probably die here. But Asuma at least couldn't let Shikamaru and the others die here. Absolutely not. They are much stronger than us. Asuma's eyes moved away from Haiden in front of him and fell on Hajime Maki and Kakuzu. Koji, Ino, pay attention to the other two members of Akatsuki to cover Shikamaru. Koji didn't understand. Since you know the strength of the opponent, why do you still risk your life? Let's retreat first and then make a new battle plan. Ino also looked at Asuma, but Shikamaru knew it well. Do you think we can get away with it? When Asuma saw these three people, he had already thought of retreating. However, it was also because the opponent was not only powerful, but also had three people. They couldn't run away at all. At the moment, they had to fight with their lives to have a chance of survival. If we retreat without fighting, we will be wiped out. Asuma warned the students behind him. This time, they had to bet everything. Hey, that pineapple head. Hajime Maki felt it was a bit boring to just stand aside and watch the fight. Let's just tease him. Normally, he couldn't bully people openly in Konoha because of his image. Now that he has changed his identity, he can do whatever he wants. Shikamaru looked at Hajime Maki standing beside him. He has the same face as the real one. He is also immortal. He has the same bloodline limit as the real one, which can transform his body. Information about Hajime Maki appeared in Shikamaru's mind. Why didn't the real one come? Hajime Maki asked. I'm looking forward to his arrival. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 2000. Chakra 10408200 200 million. Shikamaru was disgusted. In an instant, Haiden flew towards Asuma. The March flying scythe in his hand met the chakra knife that Asuma was attacking him. He was extremely powerful, like a wild beast, and the March flying scythe he swung could easily cut a person's body into two pieces in an instant. Boom! The weapons of the two collided, and the terrifying airflow that was aroused instantly rolled up the dust and rocks on the ground and flew wildly. Asuma felt that the person standing in front of him was not a human, but a beast. Not afraid of pain, not afraid of death. Fighting, completely reckless. Compared with the opponent, he had too many concerns and became a burden. The next second, the long chain of the March flying scythe attacked from behind. Asuma hurriedly raised his hand to resist, but was uncontrollably knocked out by the force. He adjusted his body and landed steadily on the ground. Crack! The ground under his feet was torn into pieces. Asuma was shocked and broke into a cold sweat on his back. If he hadn't jumped away in time, he would have been cut in half from head to toe. Haiden was excited and chased Asuma madly. Asuma felt firsthand how difficult it was to deal with the members of the Akatsuki organization. Especially fighting without intelligence was fatal. If the man in front of him was really immortal, then they would not get any benefit at all. Shikamaru's shadow was ready to move under Haiden's feet, chasing after Haiden's figure. You bastards are so heavy-handed. God will punish you for not understanding the pain of others. Thinking of the pain in his back, Haiden couldn't help cursing. It hurt so much. He allowed himself and Hajime Maki to pierce his body, but he would never allow others to pierce him. Fire style, ash burning. Pulling a distance from Haiden, Asuma quickly formed seals with both hands. The high-temperature grey smoke that spewed out of his mouth completely surrounded Haiden. Ding! A crisp metallic sound. The chakra knife in Asuma's hand fell to the ground. The smoke and dust dissipated. Haiden was unharmed. His whole body became extremely terrifying. Chapter 56. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have shed his human skin, revealing the terrifying body of the demon inside, and his skin turned completely black. Asuma, who used ash scorch to deal with Haiden, was burned by ash scorch on half of his body. You can understand the pain of others to some extent. Haiden stood up and sneered. You have been cursed by me. Start the ceremony now. Asuma's body was stiff and unable to move, and the burned half of his body was in unbearable pain. His brain was thinking rapidly, but he couldn't figure out why the injury was on him. Come on, experience the best pain with me. Haiden looked at Asuma and shouted excitedly. Haiden took out the spike. Chapter 57. Asuma. Before Asuma, Koji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka noticed anything, Shikamaru had a vague guess about Haiden's ability. He shouted at the top of his lungs. The black shadow under his feet instantly attacked Haiden. As long as he controlled Haiden with the shadow imitation technique, Asuma would be out of danger. Only. Puff. The spikes pierced through the flesh, bringing a clear sound of flesh and blood tissue being torn. Shikamaru's pupils shrank, and his eyes suddenly became blurred. As Shikamaru expected. The person who fell was not Haiden, but Asuma. He was swept by the sudden pain from his chest, fell to the ground in a mess, gasping for breath. But soon he couldn't breathe, and blood foam kept overflowing from his mouth and nose. It seemed that the Haiden in front of him had pierced his body. Asuma had realized something. But it was too late. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 10908200 200 million. Shikamaru stared at Hashimi Maki, who appeared behind Haiden. His shadow was 1 second slower. It was because of the obstruction of the man in front of him. Hashimi Maki smiled at Shikamaru and reminded him, Haiden is doing his ritual. It's not polite to interrupt him like this. Teacher Asuma. Yamanaka Ino was completely stunned and looked at the fallen figure in disbelief. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3 million. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 3 million. Chakra 11208200 200 million. Akimichi Koji gritted his teeth and stared at Hashimi Maki and Haiden with hatred. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3 million. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 3 million. Chakra 11508200 200 million. It was Haiden who did it. Why are these people blaming him while accepting the malice they contributed? Hashimi Maki cursed indignantly. Ha ha ha, it hurts. The pain of others at the moment of death has been deeply imprinted in my body. Surpassing pain, it finally turned into pleasure. The spike in Haiden's hand pierced his heart. He was different from Asuma, who curled up on the ground. He spread his hands and laughed wildly as if nothing had happened. His laughter stopped abruptly. A black head fell to the ground with a thud. Haiden's head was cut off. Hashimi Maki looked back, and Asuma's face, stained with blood from his mouth and nose, was exposed at the neck where Haiden's head was missing. Asuma fought with his last breath. He cut off Haiden's head. Bang! After less than 2 seconds, Asuma's body fell heavily to the ground. He was already at the end of his strength. He fell to the ground, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. Ah! Haiden's perspective suddenly became lower. He tried hard to look up, but he couldn't see Hashimi Maki's face. His head was cut off. Haiden realized it. He was furious. It's too easy for him to die. How abominable! My head! My head! He kept shouting. Maki Hashimi looked at Haiden's head and suddenly had a strong desire to play football. He looked at Kakuzu. Want to play football? Kakuzu glanced at Haiden's head on the ground and instantly understood, sure. Haiden, who was yelling for Kakuzu to help sew up his head, was completely ignored by Kakuzu. Are you going to kill them? Maki Hashimi tilted his head and looked at Shikamaru, Ino, and Akimichi Koji in front of him. No use for worthless things. Kakuzu had no desire. Maki Hashimi nodded, and he suddenly thought of a good idea. He ran to Asuma Sarutobi without stopping, stretched out his hand and stayed by Asuma Sarutobi's neck for a moment. Great! Not completely dead yet. There is still a weak breath left. Blue flames ignited from Asuma Sarutobi's body. A moment later, the burns on Asuma's body and the pierced chest healed instantly. Light gathered in his pupils. At that moment, Shikamaru saw Hashimi Maki's face through the blue flames, and it seemed that he saw Hashimi Maki in front of him. Haiden saw this scene. He immediately fell to the ground and yelled, Hashimi Maki! What are you doing? You dare to steal the offerings of God, God will not let you go. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Cursive power converted to Chakra plus 5,000. Chakra 11508700 200 million. Haiden was quiet. Of course it was not because he knew what birdsong and flowers were. But Hashumi Maki put her hand on his head. So Haiden's tongue was transformed into flowers by Hashumi Maki. Haiden could not make any sound. Asuma took a deep breath, and he seemed to have never experienced a battle, and he was resurrected. He looked at Hashumi Maki, not knowing what was happening in front of him. Hashumi Maki is a good person, what a joke. How is this possible, but why did Hashumi Maki save him? This question also appeared in the minds of Shikamaru and the other three. Suddenly, Shikamaru and the others got the answer. As they watched, Asuma's cheeks bulged into an exaggerated bag. In the blink of an eye, Asuma disappeared, replaced by a cyborg crawling on the ground, roaring like a beast. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 11518700 to 200 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 11528700 to 200 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursive force converted to chakra plus 100,000. Chakra 11528700 to 200 million. Hashumi Maki looked at the cyborg in front of him with satisfaction. He looked at Shikamaru and the other two and couldn't help laughing. Come to think of it, the real one should have such ability. Why don't you take him with you? Maybe your teacher Asuma can still be alive. Hashumi Maki's target is the real one. They knew it from the beginning. Letting the real one fight against Hashumi Maki is equivalent to letting Naruto fight against the Akatsuki organization that captured the Nine Tails. The risk is too high. How can I exchange it for the gold? Kakuzu's voice revealed dissatisfaction. As long as it can prove that Asuma Sarutobi is dead, it'll be fine. Hashumi Maki picked up Asuma Sarutobi's exclusive chakra knife on the ground and threw it to Kakuzu. Go and try it, maybe it will work. If it doesn't work. Kakuzu stared at Hashumi Maki. If it doesn't work, then you're out of luck. Hashumi Maki spread his hands innocently. The battle between Haiden and Asuma Sarutobi caused such a big commotion. He didn't believe that the people in the exchange office didn't know anything about it. I'm afraid they had already seen this scene in front of them. The cyborg in front of Hashumi Maki shrank and was put into his ninja bag. At present, his ninja bag already has one Tsunade cyborg, one Kakashi cyborg, one Might Guy cyborg, and one Sarutobi Asuma cyborg. These cyborgs can play a big role in the future. Hashumi Maki kindly reminded them, don't be so reckless next time you go on a mission. When they meet a group like them, the words annihilation are written on Asuma's face. How pitiful! Boom! The figure of Akimichi Koji turned into a huge meatball and fell to the ground with a terrifying explosion. The ground shook violently, the land exploded, and stone chips flew. The huge meatball rolled towards Hashumi Maki. The airflow was stirred, as if even the void was about to be pierced. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 11528900 to 200 million. Very courageous. Knowing that there is only one way to die, they still want to fight to the death. Koji! Don't! Shikamaru subconsciously stretched out his hand to stop it. His reason told him that the most important thing now was to escape. But Koji! Shikamaru looked at Koji who had not been caught, and his heart kept falling. Harumi Maki looked at the meat mountain in front of him and rolled his eyes. So annoying! He had been planning to be kind and let them go, but they just wanted to run into the muzzle of the gun. The field is unfolded. Autistic Yuan done. Since you like it so much, if you want to become a pig, then I will let you become a pig. The Akimichi Koji cyborg is out. From the moment the domain was unfolded, the soul of Akimichi Koji had already appeared in Hajime Maki's hands. He generously returned the Akimichi Koji, who had been transformed into a ferocious wild boar, to Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino. The cyborg attacked Shikamaru and Ino frantically. Koji. Ding. Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted Chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 12028900 200 million. Koji. Ding. Human malice detected plus 3 million. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 3 million. Chakra 12328900 200 million. Kakuzu came out with a box of money. Although his face was covered by a mask, his happy mood could be seen from his eyes. Suddenly, countless crows appeared in front of them. After the crows dispersed, Shikamaru and others had disappeared without a trace, including Akimichi Chuji, who had become a cyborg. Hajime Maki walked to the head of Haiden and looked at Kakuzu. Want a round? Kakuzu nodded. Bang! Hijuan's head flew high. Kicked away by Hajime Maki, it spun in the air at high speed like a football. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 3000. Chakra 12329200 200 million. Hijuan was speechless. It was raining. Hajime was walking on the streets of Konoha. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds without any warning. Then, heavy rain fell instantly. No time for people to react. Hajime. A call came from above. Hajime was standing under the eaves where he was hiding from the rain. He looked up and saw Kurane Yui pushing open the window and shouting to him, "Hajime, come up and hide from the rain. By the way, Zahihong lives here." Hajun Jian walked up the stairs, and the door in the corridor was already open. Zahihong handed a clean towel to Hajun Jian. "Wipe it off, come in quickly." "Excuse me, Teacher Hong." Hajun Jian wiped the water droplets on her body and made sure that they would not drip onto the floor of Zahihong's house before walking in and sitting on the sofa. Looking at Hajun Jian sitting obediently on the sofa and wiping her hair, Zahihong's haze in her heart slowly dissipated. She handed Hajun Jian the steaming hot black tea. "Drink something warm." Hong sat down opposite Hajun Jian. Hajun Jian noticed the wound on her finger. "Teacher Hong, let me help you." Hajun Jian stretched out her hand, and under the green light, the wound on Kurane's hand healed instantly. Karina, who originally wanted to use the minor injury to refuse, smiled helplessly. Hajun Jian saw the hidden worry between Kurane's eyebrows and asked, "Is Kurane worried about Asuma?" A slight blush appeared on Kurane's face. Hajun Jian comforted, "Don't worry, Kurane, Asuma is very powerful, and there are Shikamaru and the others." Karina was somewhat comforted by his words. She looked at the flowers falling in the rain outside the window and took a deep breath. "It may rain for a long time today. Stay here for dinner. Just think of it as keeping me company, Hajun Jian." Yui Kurane invited enthusiastically. "I don't know what happened today, Yui Kurane always loses focus involuntarily." Yui Kurane, who doesn't want to let her thoughts run wild, hopes that Hajime can stay. When entertaining guests, her attention will not always be distracted by Sarutobi Asuma, who left the village for a mission. Hajime shook her head embarrassedly. "Teacher Hong, it's too troublesome, The doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting Hajime's unfinished words. Yui Kurene's heart suddenly she shrank for no reason. She stood up and pushed open the door in front of her. What she saw was Shikamaru, who was in a mess. Shikamaru seemed to have just experienced a difficult battle. He arrived here exhausted and dusty. Kurene's eyes were red. Shikamaru lowered his head, not daring to look at her expression. Asuma. Okay. No need to say. Kurene understood everything. She took a step back, her eyes suddenly went black, and she fell to the ground. Teacher Kurene. Hashumi supported Kurene nimbly, put her fingers on Kurene's pulse, and said to the worried Shikamaru, vascular depression caused by excessive sadness suppressed fainting. Hashun said to Shikamaru, Teacher Hong is pregnant. Shikamaru's pupils dilated, and his eyes unconsciously shifted to Yui Kurene's belly. Hashun picked up Yui Kurene by the waist and said to Shikamaru, hold an umbrella for Teacher Hong, we will send her to the hospital. Konoha Hospital. Yui Kurene slept quietly on the hospital bed. Hashun and Shikamaru walked out of the ward and came to the corridor of the hospital. Hashun didn't look at Shikamaru beside him, staring at the front and asked, among the members of the Akatsuki organization you encountered this time, Hashun Maki is there, right? Shikamaru paused. He choked uncontrollably, but he couldn't make a sound. I'm sorry, Shikamaru. Shikamaru's eyes kept avoiding Hashumi. He was afraid of seeing Hashumi's too familiar face. Because not long ago, someone with the same face killed his teacher and companion. Although he knew in his heart that Masato and Hashumi Maki were different, two completely different people, it was impossible for a person to control his emotions as perfectly as a machine. Shikamaru's eyes fell on Hashumi's cheek beside him. The blue hair covered Hashumi's profile. There were crystal clear tears on his chin. Hashumi, crying. Shikamaru's nose was sour. Hashumi, this is not your fault. Shikamaru couldn't control himself, tears gushed out like a spring. The sadness that he had deliberately suppressed was now completely surging like a flood. Shikamaru. Hashumi reached out and hugged the cold Shikamaru. Shikamaru buried his head on his shoulder. The suppressed crying finally poured out. Hashumi patted his back lightly with a faint smile on his lips. The death of Asuma and Koji Akimichi did not bring any changes to Konoha. The villagers only knew that another ninja died, but they didn't even know his name. After all, this was not the most concerned topic in their daily lives. The children were still playing on the roof as usual, then he was warned by his parents. The vendors were still shouting and soliciting business on both sides of the street as usual. Only the relatives, friends, and lovers of Asuma and Akimichi Koji left invisible scars in their hearts. But soon, this scar will slowly heal with the passage of time. Hashumi will violently tear open this bloody scar again one day after it has healed. 3 o'clock in the morning. The whole Konoha was still in a dark night. Shikamaru and Ino appeared at the gate of Konoha. They both paused at the same time. A familiar figure had already been leaning against the gate. Ino's pupils dilated, and she looked ahead in surprise. Hashumi. Shikamaru paused, walked forward, and had a slight headache. Did you guess it? Hashumi nodded. Ino pouted, even if you want to stop us, we will not compromise. I know our behavior may be a bit reckless. Under Hashumi's gentle gaze, Ino felt a lump in her throat for some reason and said it with her head down. She and Shikamaru planned to go and avenge Asuma and Koji. It may sound funny and presumptuous, but it is too painful to stay in the village and forget the fact that Asuma and Koji are dead. It is too painful for both her and Shikamaru. I will go with you. Hashumi said. Shikamaru turned his head and snorted. He guessed that Hajime was here just to be with them. He and Ino were here to avenge Asuma and Koji. No one knew the strength of those people in Akatsuki better than him and Ino. Hajime followed them. In fact, to a large extent, she was going to die. This was also the reason why Shikamaru was dissatisfied. Ino widened her eyes and looked at Shikamaru beside her. The surprise quickly faded from her face. She shook her head. No, Hajime, this is our business and you can't be involved. This is not your business. Hajime Maki is my brother, isn't he? Hajime was resolute and would not tolerate rejection. If I don't go, you can't go either. Ino. Shikamaru. The two of them together are indeed no match for Hajime. The most important thing is that they plan to carry out this mission secretly. Once they are discovered by the Hokage, they will definitely not be able to leave Konoha. Ino and Shikamaru looked at each other. Okay. The two of them relaxed. Then let's go. Hajime's mouth slightly raised. Where are you going? Hajime, Shikamaru, and Ino froze at the same time. This voice. The three of them turned back at the same time. Tsunade clasped her hands around chest, standing behind them at some point, eyes burning with rage. Answer my question, where are you going? Shikamaru had never seen the fifth Hokage's face so gloomy. Ino hesitated and dared not speak. Tsunade certainly knew where they were going, so she came to stop them. She knew they were not so quiet. Continue to complete the mission. We have formed a new team and are now going to complete the mission. The mission that failed last time and sacrificed Asuma and Koji, they have to continue to complete this time. Tsunade stepped forward, her eyes swept across the faces of the three of them, with a strong sense of oppression. I won't allow you to act on your own. Shikamaru, I want you to join my newly formed team, and start the action after a detailed battle plan is formulated. Shikamaru, just give us reinforcements later, we have already formulated a battle plan. Stop it! Tsunade roared. Hajime didn't say a word. Asuma and Akimichi Koji are dead. Now the three of you want to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Do you want to be wiped out? Shikamaru, we are not stupid, but... Just what? Tsunade asked. Shikamaru turned on Asuma's lighter, and the warm yellow light spread. Just keep escaping like this, living with a knot in my heart. I don't like such a troublesome way of living. Grow up quickly. The work of a ninja is accompanied by death, and there will be unacceptable death, but if you don't defeat it, there will be no future. Tsunade looked at Hajime after saying this. You know this better than anyone, don't you Hajime? Hajime nodded, I know, I just don't want to see any more companions sacrificed because of Hajime Maki. Tsunade was silent and said, there are only 3 of you, I won't agree. 4 people will be enough, right? At this time, Kakashi's voice suddenly came from behind Tsunade. Kakashi walked out of the darkness and said to Tsunade, then I will go as the captain of the 10th team, how about that Hokage-sama? Kakashi came to Hajime and said to Tsunade. Kakashi, you. Tsunade didn't understand Kakashi, who was now trying to sabotage. Kakashi said helplessly, Hokage-sama, even if we stop them, these guys will go. Kakashi conspired loudly, and if I follow them, I can supervise them at any time to prevent them from messing around. Tsunade was persuaded. Indeed, she couldn't stop them. She sighed. Okay, it's up to you. Great. A smile spread across Ino's face. Thank you very much, Teacher Kakashi. Shikamaru said to Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged, Koji is your companion, and Asuma is also my companion. He has experienced too many separations. So he is much calmer than Shikamaru and the others. But that doesn't mean he doesn't feel bad. Kakashi put his hand on Hajime. Don't feel guilty, you are you. Hajime Maki is Hajime Maki, don't put Hajime Maki's mistakes on your shoulders. Hajime smiled and nodded. Awesome. His acting is amazing. He plays Tsunade, Kakashi, and himself at the same time, without any flaws. Chapter 58. After the sun rose, Kakashi stopped to let them rest. They sat under the thick tree trunk in a circle. Kakashi looked at Shikamaru and said, Shikamaru, tell me about your battle plan. In view of the joining of Kakashi-sensei and Hajime, I have thought of a new battle plan. Shikamaru glanced at Hajime beside him and Kakashi opposite him. He did not expect Hajime and Kakashi-sensei to join, so there were only him and Ino in his battle plan. Although the plan was comprehensive, due to the difference in number and strength, this battle plan actually had many irreparable loopholes. It might even result in mutual destruction. But neither Shikamaru himself nor Ino was willing to sit and wait for death in Konoha. It was too painful. Although they seemed to be doing what they had to do every day, they actually knew that there was a knot in their hearts that could never be untied. If Asuma is not avenged, the scar will never heal and will bleed forever. The addition of Hajime and Kakashi did allow Shikamaru to perfectly fill the loopholes in his plan. Their enemies are 3S level rebel ninjas, and each of them has special abilities. Among them, the one called Haiden has an immortal body, but fortunately he is not smart, so it is not difficult to deal with him. There is no need to say much about Hajime Maki. Basically, every ninja in Konoha has a copy of his information. But the trouble with Hajime Maki is here. He is a troublesome ninja who is helpless even if he knows the information. As for the ninja called Kakuzu by Haiden, it is even more troublesome. Until now, their information about each other is still zero. I will use the shadow imitation technique to control Haiden and Kakuzu, Hajime Maki. Shikamaru turned his head and looked at Hajime. Hajime sat between them obediently, listening to how Shikamaru planned to deal with him. Seeing Shikamaru turn to look at him, Hajime was very understanding and nodded in agreement, leave Hajime Maki to me. The main body fighting the clone is equivalent to practicing the art of fighting with both hands. It is even more difficult than the art of fighting with both hands. It doesn't matter, just treat it as training yourself. Ino suddenly grabbed Shikamaru's shoulder with such force that she almost crushed Shikamaru's shoulder blade. Shikamaru turned his head and stared at Ino. Did she learn super strength from Sakura? Ino couldn't help but look away from Hajime, and 2 streams of heat were about to flow out of her nose. So cute. Hajime who is serious and obedient is so cute. Can I raise a Hajime? I can't stand it. How can humans resist such a cute creature? Shikamaru understood something strangely from Ino's eyes, and looked at the culprit Hajime. Hajime, I'm talking about business, don't seduce Ino. Hajime. You slandered me. Hajime's head was pressed down by a big hand. Hajime's pupils turned and fell on Kakashi beside him. Kakashi smiled with narrowed eyes. Did you hear it, Hajime? Hajime. You are a clone and you are rebelling. Do you think you are really Kakashi? Beep 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 beep. Hajime was muted. Shikamaru continued, Hajime Maki and Haiden are both immortal. Since they can't die, let them be completely immobile. Seal him. Hajime pricked up his ears and listened carefully to what Shikamaru was going to do. We have no information about Kakuzu, so Ino and Kakashi-sensei, don't make any move for now and hide. Hajime and I will make the first move. Hajime listened carefully to Shikamaru's plan. To be honest, Shikamaru is indeed smart, and this plan has a high success rate. However, the success rate is 0 now. Kakashi stood up. We must first determine their whereabouts. Their figures shuttled through the woods and soon came to the gold exchange station where they fought last time. The traces on the ground have completely disappeared. Kakashi frowned. That rain really wiped out all their traces. Kakashi glanced at the traceless ground and turned to say to them. This was within Kakashi's expectations. Rain is always the fastest way to eliminate traces. If we can't find the enemy, everything is in vain. Ino folded her arms and looked around. They have been looking for clues all the way from the gold exchange station to a deserted forest. There was no grass growing here, and the red dirt ground was bare, but there were also many large trees with branches so thick that 10 people could hold them together. The difference was that there were no leaves on the trees, only bare branches. When they got here, they were completely even. The last clue was cut off. They may have changed their route, but their purpose is clear. Jinchuriki Naruto. That means their destination is Konoha. Shikamaru analyzed. The Akatsuki organization has been very active in the ninja world in recent years, but every time it is active, the news of the capture of the Jinchuriki comes. This time they came to the Land of Fire with only one purpose, that is, to capture Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So no matter what, they will definitely go to Konoha. That means we have to expand the search range. Kakashi said. How to find it? Kakashi looked at Shikamaru. You know, there are countless roads leading to Konoha in the entire Land of Fire. Not to mention that there are only 4 of them. Even if there are 10 more people, they may not be able to find it. Shikamaru has of course thought of this a long time ago. He and Ino also have a solution. Therefore, when Kakashi raised this question, the two looked at each other. Shikamaru nodded and said to Ino, use that. Ino smiled and closed her eyes. Mysterious. Hajime still remembers the secret technique of the Yamanaka group. Heart turn technique. Heart turn technique is to aim at the enemy, use the soul to concentrate the mind at one point, and release one's own spiritual power to seize and manipulate the opponent's body. It is a very suitable auxiliary ninjutsu for collecting intelligence. And the target that Yamanaka Ino aimed at was the eagle soaring in the sky. Ino's vision suddenly became wider. The eagle flew high in the sky. The field of vision is extremely high and the range of vision is extremely wide. 3 upright figures appeared in Ino's sight. The black-bottomed red auspicious cloud robe on the body is very eye-catching. Found it! Ino shouted excitedly. The eagle landed on the branch, and its pupils stared at the 3 people talking and laughing in front of it. Kakuzu, Haiden's head and feet are pretty good, right? Hajime Maki patted Kakuzu's shoulder. He and Kakuzu had a thrilling football match. Kakuzu nodded proudly, saying sparingly, not bad. I'm going to kill you. You two are the kind of people who don't care about other people's pain. Haiden, whose head was sewed up by Kakuzu, was furious when he heard this and raised the March flying scythe in his hand. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1232930022 200 million. Kakuzu, if your head falls off, I won't sew it up for you. One sentence to punish Haiden. Haiden looked at the smiling Hajime Maki and was so angry that his teeth itched. Haiden knew better than anyone that Hajime Maki would really cut off his head. What should I do if Kakuzu doesn't want to sew it? Haiden put away the March flying scythe. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 3000. Chakra 123296002 200 million. Kakuzu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Hajime Maki asked knowingly. Kakuzu's hand suddenly grabbed the eagle on the branch in the distance. Animals have sharp intuition, especially an eagle. The eagle flapped its wings and disappeared in front of him in an instant. Is there something wrong with that eagle? Haydn asked. He couldn't understand why he suddenly started to grab the eagle in the middle of his words. Kakuzu didn't say anything, but looked forward. Maybe I'm overthinking. No, Kakuzu didn't think too much. Hajime Maki took another look at Kakuzu, and his perception was quite sharp. No wonder he dared to assassinate Hashirama Senju when he was young, probably because he was quick to run away when he sensed danger. On the other side. Oops! Ino, who was leaning against the tree trunk, suddenly opened her eyes. She gasped in shock. The murderous look of Kakuzu in the Akatsuki organization just now seemed to still echo in her mind. Are you okay, Ino? Shikamaru asked immediately. The three families are old friends, and he clearly understands the risks of the heart turn technique. Once the opponent who was hit by the heart turn technique was hit, Ino's own body would also be injured. Ino calmed her breath and looked at Shikamaru solemnly. He found him. Who? Shikamaru said. Kakuzu. Ino said. This Kakuzu didn't make a move last time, and they had no advantage over his strength and intelligence. But now it seems that he should be at least 10 times more difficult than Haydn. It is surprising that he can be used on Animal Sino who has mastered the heart turn technique. Shikamaru looked serious. From the 2 o'clock direction, we should be able to meet them in 10 minutes. Ino remembered the situation she had just observed with the help of the eagle's perspective and said accurately. Coincidentally, the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization were very close to them. Even if they did not look for the traces of the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization, they would meet them sooner or later. It's nothing more than knowing the traces first, so that there is more time for ambush. Now that we have the specific location, we can start the action. Kakuzu, do you want to play football today? Your teammate Hajime Maki sent you a team application. Kakuzu received the message and said intuitively, maybe there is no chance today. This prophecy emperor. Hajime Maki shook her head. I think the opposite of what you think. I think there is a great chance of playing football today. Hey, hey, hey! Haydn shouted dissatisfiedly from the side. Hajime Maki. Do you want to kick my head like a ball again? Ding! Human malice value detected plus 3000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 3000. Chakra 123299002 200 million. Hajime Maki shrugged. No, I just think your head may fall off again today. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 123300002 200 million. Haydn's eyebrows twisted into a caterpillar. Nonsense. Last time was just an accident. This time it's impossible. Haydn thought of that Asuma who wanted to disgust him before he died, and he was so angry that he wanted to let him come back to life and torture him again. While the 3 were talking, the black shadow behind them was crawling on the ground silently. The shadow quickly approached the feet of the 3 people. Just when the shadow was about to touch the ankles of the 3 people, Kakuzu suddenly flew up. Hajime Maki's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared on the tree trunk. He waved to Kakashi who was hiding behind the tree trunk. Hello. Hiding here, are you trying to sneak attack us? Kakashi's eyes sank. Sure enough, people like Hajime Maki cannot be estimated by the so-called plan. Maki Hajime suddenly turned around and looked at Hajime Masashi, who was not far away. He raised his eyebrows, jumped down from the tree, and walked slowly towards Hajime Masashi. Interesting, you are here too. Almost instantly, Maki Hajime and Masashi Hajime fought each other. Shikamaru, who used his shadow to track Kakuzu and Haiden, breathed a sigh of relief, no matter how unexpected Maki Hajime was. At least, when the real person was present, he always had only one target. Bang! The raised nan spun at high speed in the hands of Masashi Hajime, and finally landed on Maki Hajime's chest. The clothes on Maki Hajime's chest exploded. The chest was blown into a pulp. Deeply sunken. Not only that, the terrifying impact, under the control of Masashi Hajime, penetrated his body and crushed his heart. Damn! Killing himself. So cool. Hajime Maki suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was blown away by Hajime Masashi's blow. He fell to the ground and could not move. The wound on his chest healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hajime Maki's face was not angry at all, but full of excitement. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the master in front of him with interest. Flying Thunder God, you also learned it. Being able to injure him who was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique meant that his brother also learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakuzu and Haiden's figures quickly dodged the black shadows that kept harassing them in the air. Shurikens mixed with detonating tags appeared on all sides of them. Detonating talisman. Get out of the way. Haiden was furious at the continuous ambush. He shouted at Kakuzu. Boom! Before Haiden's voice fell, the sound of the explosion swept across. His tall figure covered by the blast of air attacked Shikamaru without any damage. Another exploding talisman. Haiden's figure was intercepted by the oncoming exploding talisman. He slightly moved to the side and avoided the exploding talisman that attacked from the front. However, when he was about to continue swinging the March flying scythe to split Shikamaru in half, he suddenly stiffened. He could not control his body. What's going on? Haiden's pupils moved. He saw the exploding talisman that fell at his feet. The exploding talisman was delayed. There was no explosion. Beside him, Kakuzu was as stiff as he was. I got tricked. Kakuzu stared at Shikamaru, who appeared on the treetop with a frown. Shadow imitates Shurikenjutsu, success. Shikamaru jumped down from the branch. I can't move. Haiden looked at his uncontrollable hands and glanced at Shikamaru, asshole. You obviously dodged the shadow, why did you still get? What I threw was a chakra knife. Shikamaru said, you may not know that it is made of a special metal that can use the user's chakra properties. According to the absorbed chakra, it can exert the effect of the ninjutsu used by the user. In short, the chakra knife itself activated my shadow imitation technique. That chakra knife is the relic of Asuma that you killed. Shikamaru's tone was angry. 35 million ryo. Angle said. He didn't remember the name. If the ninjas of Konoha are compared to chess pieces, then Shikamaru, you must be Kama. You are not strong, but you can move forward by jumping over chess pieces. This unique way of playing, without a fixed pattern, is similar to your flexible thinking. On the chessboard, Asuma once said this to Shikamaru, and at this moment, these words echoed in Shikamaru's mind again. So that's it, this detonating tag is fake, just a piece of paper. This guy's goal from the beginning was to use this chakra knife. Therefore, the kunai that helped the detonating tag at the beginning was just to let us avoid the foreshadowing of the second chakra knife. And, he used the shadow to attract our attention to the ground. You are quite smart. Kakuzu exclaimed. I'm going to deal with you next. Shikamaru walked towards Haiden and Kakuzu. Haiden was anxious. He himself has a very bad temper. Hey, hey, hey. Even you've been caught. What should we do, Kakuzu? To be honest, the situation is very bad now. Kakuzu, think of a solution. The black shadow under Shikamaru's feet spread to Haiden's feet. Haiden had a bad feeling. Especially when his body uncontrollably picked up the March flying scythe under Shikamaru's control and swung it at Kakuzu. Hey! Hajime Maki! Stop it! Our situation is very bad now. Can you please stop being so immersed in your own world? Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 123301002 200 million. Boom! Hajime Maki didn't have time to pay attention to Haiden at all. He was testing his own taijutsu. The moment Hajime Maki and Hajime Masashi fought, the air around them exploded instantly. The sound was like a bomb exploding. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly. The surrounding bushes were destroyed in the air wave. Under this attack, Hajime Maki, who had never retreated in the face of any ninja, suddenly retreated 3 steps. It seems that the clone was a little slack. Hajime Masashi did not give Hajime Maki any time to react. He pressed forward for 3 consecutive steps, and his fists and palm knives continued to attack Hajime Maki, so fast that he was overwhelmed. Hajime Maki's body hit the thick tree trunk heavily, causing the surface of the tree trunk that required more than a dozen people to hug to sink deeply, and a large number of cracks appeared. Bang! After the intensive blows, Hajime Maki didn't give Hajime Maki a chance to breathe. He lifted Hajime Maki off the tree trunk, and with a thick layer of ice on his fist, he rushed towards Hajime Maki. The clone seemed to be really angry with the real person. At this moment, a strong killing intent burst out from Hajime Maki's eyes. The powerful strength of the real person and the one-sided beating on him stimulated the sensitive heart of the clone, and the clone entered a state of extreme excitement and madness. Not to mention Haiden, even Nagato couldn't help. Seeing Hajime Maki's failure, Haiden could only hope for Kakuzu. Kakuzu, get out of the way! Haiden shouted at Kakuzu. A strong sense of crisis stimulated Shikamaru's nerves through instinct. It was too smooth. Shikamaru looked at Kakuzu and always felt that it was very dangerous. But the current situation did not allow him to think too much. The next second, Shikamaru, who was originally controlling Haiden to cut off Kakuzu's head, only saw the arm flying in the air. Kakuzu avoided Haiden's March flying scythe, but how is this possible? Shikamaru's pupil shrank. He clearly used his shadow to imitate shurikenjutsu to control Kakuzu. Shikamaru soon discovered the reason. Kakuzu's arm actually jumped out of the soil, and pulled out the chakra knife that pierced Kakuzu's shadow. Then, in Shikamaru's unbelievable eyes, Kakuzu's arm returned to Kakuzu's hand. How is it possible? How can the hand be flexible after leaving the body? Shikamaru stared at Kakuzu. You are different from my companions. You are very smart. When dealing with smart people like you, I am used to holding back. Kakuzu said to Shikamaru in front of him. As early as the first explosion of the detonation talisman, he separated one of his hands from his body and buried it underground. Therefore, he was able to pull out the chakra knife that controlled him at the critical moment and avoid the shadow control of the smart pineapple head in front of him. Hiden. Hasamimaki. What do you mean by you are different from my companions? This is too discriminatory. In the absence of information, even if you try hard to analyze and plan, it is difficult for everything to proceed as you expected. Kakuzu said to Shikamaru in front of him. He looked at Hiden, and then at Hasamimaki, who was fighting fiercely. What's more, under the absolute suppression of strength, any strategy is difficult to win. Hasami Masashi and Hasamimaki pulled away. The situation in front of him quickly passed through Shikamaru's mind. Masashi could barely contain Hasamimaki. And Hiden and Kakuzu had to rely on him, Ino and Kakashi to deal with them. To be honest, Shikamaru knew that it was difficult. No matter how to plan, it was difficult. Just as Kakuzu said in front of him, the difference in strength was too big. Shikamaru! Hasami suddenly shouted at Shikamaru. Shikamaru was stunned, and his thoughts were interrupted. Shikamaru, we will definitely win. Definitely. To be honest. Just now, another good idea came to Renjian Genren's mind. Let him play a big wave. Chapter 59. In Konoha village, the sun shines on the roofs and streets, reflecting a vibrant and peaceful scene. The battle in the distance has nothing to do with the quiet village. Naruto's face is full of excitement, and he runs towards the direction of the Hokage building like the wind under his feet. His figure is like an arrow from a bow, and the smile on his face is full of expectations. What will Hajime do when he sees his new ninjutsu later? Wow! Naruto, you are so awesome! You are the most powerful ninja in Konoha. I admire you so much. Hajime clasped his hands together, and his beautiful face like a kitten was full of admiration. Naruto, so handsome! You have mastered such a powerful ninjutsu, you must be a genius. Much better than Sasuke. Hajime's gemstone pupils of different colors flashed with light, looking at himself expectantly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed more and more and couldn't close his mouth. Behind Naruto, Jiraiya walked slowly with his hands behind his back. Seeing Naruto's appearance, his eyes were full of disgust, and he muttered, "Don't fantasize, Naruto." Naruto pursed his lips, anxious and impatient. He was not fantasizing. Lecherous sage! Hurry up! Naruto stopped and looked back at Jiraiya, who was walking slowly behind him, and urged anxiously. I know. I know. The kid just has no patience. Although Jiraiya said this, he still quickened his pace slightly. He didn't want to be kept nagging by Naruto. Seeing that Jiraiya finally caught up with his pace, Naruto nodded with satisfaction and continued to run forward. During this period, he had been following the lecherous sage to concentrate on studying a new ninjutsu. Now that he had just achieved some results, he couldn't hold back his inner joy and wanted to find Hajime to show off immediately. Jiraiya walked beside Naruto, rubbing his nose as he walked, and said jokingly, "Even if Hajime has mastered a new ninjutsu, he will never be as eager to show off as you." When Naruto heard this, he snorted in dissatisfaction. How can it be the same? Hajime is already very powerful. After that, he moved a little faster. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was solemn. When Naruto heard the news from the Hokage that Hajime was out on a mission, he stood there as if struck by lightning. His bright blue eyes dimmed instantly, and his disappointment and loneliness were beyond words, and his head slowly drooped. Tsunade, in her usual calm and composed tone, announced to Naruto and Jiraiya a bad news that they didn't know yet. Asuma unfortunately died. When Naruto heard the news, his pupils dilated sharply, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Jiraiya knew that the uncertainty of life and death was part of a ninja's career, but when he learned of Asuma's death, he still felt an indescribable regret in his heart. Naruto came back to his senses and asked angrily, "Who is it? Who killed Asuma-sensei?" His voice trembled with anger, his hands clenched into fists, his nails deeply sunk into his palms without him noticing. During the time when Naruto was studying new ninjutsu, Asuma-sensei came to guide him. Tsunade took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and then slowly said, "The murderer is Kakuzu, Hiden, and Hashumi Maki of the Akatsuki organization." At this point, she paused for a moment. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed chakra conversion plus 10,000. Chakra 123311002 200 million. Jiraiya's face became more and more solemn, and he frowned. "Kakuzu, Hiden. It seems that there are new members of Akatsuki organization." Tsunade gently rubbed her brows with her fingers, and said worriedly, "For a long time, we have very little information about Akatsuki organization. So when the ninjas in the village meet members of Akatsuki organization who have never appeared before, they will be in danger to a great extent." Tsunade's words are very guiding. It's a pity that Jiraiya and Naruto are people who will never doubt her. Jiraiya lowered his eyes, and an idea emerged in his mind, but he didn't speak. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 100,000. Chakra 123321002 200 million. Again they. Naruto gritted his teeth. Sakura and Sai appeared at the door. "Hokage, since Naruto has returned from training, please give us the order to reinforce Hashumi and the others," Sakura said eagerly, her emerald green eyes showing deep worry. For some reason, ever since she knew that Hashumi and Kakashi had joined the task force where Shikamaru and Ino were, an indescribable feeling of uneasiness had been lingering in her heart. At this time, Naruto also stared at Tsunade in front of him with a sharp gaze, revealing determination and desire in his eyes. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh lightly, thinking secretly in her heart. The target of the Akatsuki organization has always been Naruto. If he is sent to perform the task of fighting the Akatsuki organization at this moment, it is undoubtedly a delivery to the door, and the degree of danger is simply unimaginable. However, facing the eager eyes of Sakura and Naruto, she finally chose to compromise. She slowly raised one hand, supported her forehead, and said helplessly, "Okay, you go. Be sure to be more careful." Hearing Tsunade's permission, Naruto and Sakura immediately became excited and responded in unison, "Yes." Shikamaru frowned tightly, his facial muscles were tense, and his expression was extremely serious. He flashed and launched an attack at lightning speed, with the kunai in his hand flying straight towards Kakuzu. However, surprisingly, when the kunai hit Kakuzu accurately, there was no blood splattering. On the contrary, there was only a crisp impact sound, as if his kunai hit not the flesh, but an indestructible piece of metal. "This is a ninjutsu that can harden the body." Shikamaru stared at Kakuzu vigilantly, and quickly shared this important information he had just obtained with other companions. Kakuzu's tall figure slowly walked out of the billowing smoke and dust produced by the explosion of the detonating tag. "That's right." Kakuzu sneered and said, "That's right, any purely physical attack is useless to me." Hearing this, Shikamaru's eyes became more serious. "Although I had thought that this enemy would be very powerful, I never expected him to be so powerful." Faced with such a tricky situation, Shikamaru knew that direct attack would no longer work. His brain was working rapidly, constantly thinking about countermeasures. How can he break through the opponent's defense? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Haydn laughed loudly, with a proud look on his face, shocked. You atheists! Unlike Shikamaru's brain, which was as precise as a machine. His brain could only make simple emotional reactions. Haydn looked at Kakuzu, eager to try. Okay, we are about to start the counterattack. Haydn was about to take action when he realized that he had forgotten that he was still being controlled. He looked at the shadow connected to Nara Shikamaru under his feet, and said anxiously, Kakuzu, help me get rid of this ninjutsu. Suddenly, Kakuzu's whole body was shocked. Hijuan's eyes reflected the interweaving lightning. Kakuzu's heart was pierced by silver-blue lightning. How could it be possible to appear behind me silently? Kakuzu's heart was shocked. Hijuan looked at Hashomimaki the first time. Hey! You guy! Can't you give me a warning? He didn't believe that Hashomimaki didn't find the trace of this sneak attacker. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 123322002 200 million. Hijuan! Hashomimaki roared in anger. He glared at Hijuan not far away, and the anger in his heart was burning. Can you use your poor brain to think carefully? Hashomimaki cursed. At this moment, he was completely different from his usual image, and he was obviously so angry that he lost his mind. After all, the original body almost beat him into a mental retard. There is a real mental retard among his teammates. Haydn, who was scolded to death, was confused. Why are you so fierce? Didn't I just ask you a question? Is it that serious? Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 123323002 200 million. After complaining, Haydn turned around suddenly and asked Kakuzu loudly, didn't you swear to me before that any physical attack would have no effect on you? But what about now? Look at our situation, it's terrible. Faced with Haydn's questioning, Kakuzu just snorted coldly and didn't answer immediately. Kakashi is one of Hashomi's clones. And the memories of the clones are all connected. Hashomimaki once had the opportunity to contact and explore Kakuzu's soul, and because of this, Kakuzu has almost no secrets in front of Hashomimaki. In fact, the so-called immunity to physical attacks is just a lie that Kakuzu deliberately made up to deter the enemy. The real reason why his body can be invulnerable to swords and guns is that he uses a special earth escape ninjutsu. Through this ninjutsu, he can form a layer of hard material on the surface of his body that is as hard as a rock. It is with this layer of protection that Kakuzu can create the illusion of immunity to physical attacks. But it is obvious that the secret has been revealed now. The thunder attribute restrains the earth attribute. So powerful! As expected of Mr. Kakashi. Ino, who had been hiding in the dark and had not made a move, widened her eyes and said in her heart with amazement. Seeing this, Shikamaru on the side could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Shikamaru suddenly felt his body shake violently, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly stabilized his body, but beads of sweat were already rolling down his forehead. After a long period of continuous shadow imitation, he had reached his limit and was almost unable to hold on. At the same time, Kakashi, who was behind Kakuzu, keenly caught the danger signal sent by Shikamaru. He quickly pulled his hand out of Kakuzu's body, and then turned to look at Haydn on the other side. Then, dazzling lightning flashed again in his empty palm. Next, it's your turn. Facing Kakashi's threat, Feijuan gritted his teeth, glanced at Kakuzu who was lying on the ground with unwillingness and anger, and then shouted loudly, "Hey! Hajime Maki! Stop entangled with your brother! Now is not the time for you to be a hero! Did you hear what I said?" His shouting did not receive any response. Obviously, Hajime Maki completely ignored his existence. In fact, Feijuan did not have too many expectations. After all, Hajime Maki is a guy who is notoriously cruel and ruthless. Even Scorpion, who belonged to the same organization, died tragically in his hands. But Feijuan always thought that he was special in Hajime Maki's heart. After all, they are all immortal. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 3000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 3000. Chakra 123326002 200 million. Damn Hajime Maki! Haiden gritted his teeth. Kakashi rushed towards Haiden quickly. Suddenly, when Raiden was about to pounce on Haiden, the defenseless Kakashi was kicked away. And the person who kicked Kakashi away was Kakuzu, who they believed was dead. Ino and Shikamaru froze in place at the same time, their pupils shrank, and cold sweat oozed from their backs. What happened? I hit his vitals. Shikamaru was breathing rapidly. This feeling was too deadly. This familiar feeling. Shikamaru clenched his fists. Okay, let's make a quick end to them. Haiden said angrily. He wanted to vent his anger now. I thought so too. Kakuzu threw his blood-stained robe to the ground. His upper body was exposed to the air without any cover. On his skin, countless dense sutures were like winding centipedes, entwined on his body hideously and horribly. Looking closely, there were 4 faces with extremely strange shapes lying tightly on his back, which was creepy and chilling. At this time, Kakuzu hunched his body slightly, as if he was carrying a heavy burden. However, at this moment, the sutures began to wriggle constantly, twisting in waves, as if some unknown terrible monster was eager to break free and drill out of his body. This scene made Shikamaru and Ino on the side feel numb, and an indescribable fear surged in their hearts. What is in front of you? The scene presented was far beyond their cognition. Can this guy with a twisted body and a disfigured face really be called a human? The black shadow suddenly broke off from under Shikamaru's feet. Feijuan has successfully regained control of his own body, and the shadow imitation technique he had previously performed has reached the limit that Shikamaru can bear. With a crisp sound of sizzle, the originally tough sutures finally couldn't bear the weight and began to break inch by inch. Then, 4 black shadows rushed out of the cracks of the broken sutures like ghosts. At the top of each black shadow, there was an extremely weird face. They were like erratic ghosts, clinging tightly to Kakuzu's back. How could this happen? Why didn't Kakuzu die? What is the thing that came out of his body? Shikamaru's brain was thinking rapidly. But he had no idea. It was too weird. He had never seen such a ninjutsu. 4 monsters of different shapes finally escaped from Kakuzu's body. They stood behind Kakuzu, their bodies huge and emitting a ghostly aura. Lord Evil God! Please look at me. I will fight very seriously. I will pull out their intestines. Haiden clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The sutures on Kakuzu's back healed. And one of the 4 monsters that came out fell down quickly, flowing on the floor like black water. Hey, Kakuzu! Haiden looked at this scene and frowned. Why did one die just after coming out? How embarrassing! Something flashed through Shikamaru's mind quickly. He said to Kakashi behind Kakuzu, Teacher Kakashi, the mask. The mask may be the key to resisting fatal injuries for him. Kakashi nodded seriously. Haiden, stand back, I'll handle this. Kakuzu said. Haiden was very dissatisfied when he heard this. I've been led by the nose since the beginning, and I'm very annoyed now. He smiled at Kakuzu. I'll accompany you to the end. As soon as the voice fell, the 3-month flying sickle in his hand flashed with cold light, and slashed towards Kakashi. Kakashi dodged Haiden's attack. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in his sight. It was the monster that came out of Kakuzu's body. Wind Style, suppress. The powerful Wind Style ninjutsu attacked. Kakashi's pupils dilated. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the strong wind. Even his companions were hurt. Shikamaru saw it clearly. The masked monster just appeared behind Haiden. That means the opponent blew Haiden and Kakashi away together. But Haiden is immortal. Thinking of this, Shikamaru got a headache. Too difficult. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Lightning shot out from the mouth of a monster behind Kakuzu. Ino sensed the power of the lightning, and regardless of being in hiding, she ran towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru, be careful. That ninjutsu. If you get hit, you're done. Unfortunately, Ino was still a step too late. Shikamaru wanted to move, but the shadow imitation technique had consumed too much of his chakra. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 2000. Chakra 12332800 to 200 million. Rakery. Countless purple lightning danced like silver snakes, forming an extremely powerful defensive barrier in the hands of Hashimi Masamune. He resisted the opponent's fierce attack. Master! Seeing this scene, Shikamaru and Ino breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and their hanging hearts finally let go a little. However, before they could completely relax, they heard Kakuzu's voice with a hint of teasing, "You should have used up almost all your chakra." Haiden's voice full of malice sounded. Hashimi Master! It's normal for Kakashi and Shikamaru to lack mana, but him sorry, his chakra is more than that of the 9 tails. It's a pity that Haiden doesn't have the opportunity to see it. I want to see how you deal with this next move. Before he finished speaking, Kakuzu quickly formed seals with both hands, and his movements were as fast as lightning. Behind him, another hideous masked monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a stream of extremely hot flames came out from it. It gushed out of his mouth. Fire Style, headache. With Kakuzu's roar, the blazing sea of fire swept towards them like a ferocious fire dragon. In an instant, the whole space was enveloped by the terrifying flames. The pupils of the real people were all dyed red. You can even use Fire Style! Ino exclaimed, and the intense heat made the sweat on her forehead drip like rain. At this time, the surrounding trees made crackling sounds under the extremely high temperature, and then turned into ashes inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye, disappearing in this hot sea of fire. It was a critical moment. The real person made a seal, Water Style, water array wall. Then, a huge water wall tens of meters high appeared out of thin air, like an indestructible blue wall, abruptly blocking the rolling sea of fire. Seeing his attack being easily resolved, Kakuzu couldn't help but frown, with a bit of disgust on his face. Humph, your brother is really a bit annoying. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000, cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 12332900 to 200 million. Harumi Maki on the side heard this and retorted without showing any weakness, "Who cares about you liking it? Kakuzu. Aren't they on bad terms? Why don't you let me talk? Bang! Kakashi stretched out his hand to block Haiden, who suddenly came around and attacked from behind. The 3-month flying sickle cut a crack in the kunao in Kakashi's hand. Haiden was full of brute force, as if he didn't know how to get tired. Shikamaru gradually figured it out, and he spoke very quickly. The monsters that emerged from Kakuzu's body should all be part of Kakuzu, which means that he may have 4 hearts. Only by killing them all and piercing Kakuzu's vitals can Kakuzu die. Since it has been guessed, there is no need to hide it. You guessed right. These hearts were snatched from the opponent ninjas in previous battles. It seems that there are new supplies today. Kakuzu sneered. Compared with other people, the hearts of these people in front of him have greater potential. Lightning strikes, artillery, wind blades. In addition to Kakuzu, Haiden, and Hajime Maki. The battle quickly became one-sided. Ino suddenly felt a strong and cold force tightly strangling her neck. Kakuzu's terrifying hand that could extend infinitely attacked like a ghost. At the same time, Kakuzu's other hand also ruthlessly grasped Shikamaru's neck. On the other side, Masato was dealing with the combined attack of Haiden and Hajime Maki. Kakashi's situation was also extremely critical. 3 monsters wearing strange masks were chasing him like maggots on his heels. These monsters were agile, fierce, and their ninjutsu was extremely powerful. Kakashi couldn't find a way to get rid of them for a while. Go to hell! Kakuzu roared viciously, and at the same time lifted Shikamaru and Ino up high. In an instant, the two felt a suffocating pain, as if the air was sucked out of their bodies. In a flash, a cold light flashed, and the extremely sharp ice blade slashed at Kakuzu's hands with the force of thunder. Seeing this, Kakuzu did not dare to neglect it. He flashed and dodged in a hurry. In desperation, he could only let go of Ino and Shikamaru. Cough cough cough. Ino, who regained her freedom, coughed violently, as if she wanted to cough her lungs out of her body. Shikamaru on the side tightly covered his neck and gasped. However, before they could recover, with a puff, Shikamaru felt his eyes turn red, and warm blood splashed on his face like raindrops. Brother, when you are fighting with your brother, you actually have the mind to save others. Humph, you are really courting death. Hajime Maki's cold voice echoed in the air, and the kunao in his hand stabbed at the neck of Hajime Maki with lightning speed. Shikamaru and Ino widened their eyes in horror, and their pupils shrank instantly, as if time had frozen at this moment. Blood kept oozing out of the blood hole in Hajime Maki's neck. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 5 million. Chakra 128329002 200 million. With a muffled sound of puff, Lien Jianzhenren actually broke free. The restraints and control that Hajime Maki imposed on him. Then, he desperately stretched out his hands and hugged Hajime Maki tightly. Hajime Maki's body suddenly had countless sharp thorns, which were like the fangs of a demon, ruthlessly piercing into Hajime Maki's body. In an instant, blood splattered, and Hajime Maki's body was pierced with shocking blood holes one after another, which looked horrible. Hajime Maki endured the severe pain and shouted to Shikamaru with his last bit of strength, "Shikamaru! Don't forget the plan we made before. Hurry up and perform the sealing technique." Hearing Hajime Maki's shouts, Shikamaru's face turned as pale as paper, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his heart was full of fear and hesitation. Yes. Sealing technique. Facing the immortal Phaeton and Hajime Maki. Their original plan was to seal up Haiden and Hajime Maki. But No one in their plan would sacrifice this part. Chapter 60. No. Shikamaru, don't. Ino grabbed Shikamaru's hand and shook her head desperately, tears falling. No. Ding. Human malice detected plus 1 million. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 1 million. Chakra 129329002 200 million. Hajunamai. A shout broke through the sky like thunder. Then came a roar, "Get out of the way!" A dazzling white light suddenly burst out in the distance. The light was so strong that it was impossible to look directly at it, and it instantly illuminated everything around. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Accompanied by Naruto's roar, an unparalleled force roared in, like a violent whirlwind, sweeping in with the power to destroy the world. However, in the face of such a critical situation, Hajunamai just smiled slightly. Get out of the way? How could he possibly get out of the way? This was a great opportunity. A new beginning. Thinking of this, Hajime stretched out his right hand without hesitation and stabbed straight at Maki's heart. Almost at the same time, the terrifying spiral shuriken also fell fiercely on Hajume's head. In an instant, the sky and the earth were shrouded in an extremely dazzling white light, as if time had stopped at this moment. And Hajume, who was in this intense white light, still had a faint smile on his face. He slowly turned his head, looked calmly at Naruto, who was completely stiff not far away, and whispered, "Naruto, goodbye." After saying this, Hajume's figure was gradually swallowed by the white light. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10 million. Cursed force conversion Chakra plus 10 million. Chakra 138329002 200 million. The violent wind attribute Chakra exploded. The dazzling white light seemed to cover the whole world. Everyone was blown away in an instant, including Naruto himself. His newly developed ninjutsu wind-style Rasen Shuriken. This was the first time he really used it in actual combat. And the target of the attack was Hajume. His body kept flying backwards. The expression on his face was blank and blank. What happened? His mind was in a mess. The blood at the corner of Hajume's mouth and his smiling face became clearer and clearer in his eyes. Why didn't Hajume dodge? Naruto remembered. It was because of Hajume Maki. Only if they died at the same time, Hajume Maki could really die. It's all because of Hajume Maki. Why? Why do you have to do this? The blinding white light in front of them gradually disappeared. The world became clear again in everyone's eyes. But they would rather not open their eyes again. Because what they saw when they opened their eyes was a cruel fact. The cold bodies of their companions. Their hearing was also restored. Sakura's voice cut across the eardrum like a thin blade. With a heart-shaking despair. No, don't. Sakura choked. After the wind and waves subsided, she got up from the ground and ran towards Hajume as soon as possible. Her tears were carried away by the wind, but soon overflowed again. The powerful wind escape ninjutsu created a huge deep pit in the original place. Spiderweb-like cracks spread all over. In the cracks on the ground, deep red soil was exposed. In the center of the deep pit, two bodies lay quietly. Similar cheeks were peacefully pale, as if they were sleeping soundly. The two bodies were pressed tightly together, like a baby returning to the amniotic fluid and being close to each other. Sakura's whole body seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She knelt on the ground, her eyes like springs dried up. Desperate cries came out of her throat. Her legs could not stand up, weak and powerless. She crawled to Hajume and held Hajume in her arms. The green light from her hands continued to radiate. Her expression was focused and serious. She stubbornly repaired the wound on Hashomi's chest. No. No. But no matter how hard she tried, the wound showed no signs of healing. It was too quiet. She could not hear Hashomi's heartbeat. She could not hear it. Sakura's tears flowed down in big drops. There were waves of soreness like needles in her eyes. But the tears still could not stop flowing down. No. She repeated this sentence stubbornly. How could Lianjian die? Lianjian would not die. She did not believe it. Hashomi, don't sleep. Sakura shook Hashomi's shoulders, pleading in her voice. You're so annoying. She hugged Hashomi's head tightly, and her tears fell into Hashomi's hair. Get up quickly. Ah! Hashomi's body gradually lost its temperature in Sakura's arms. Sakura was too panicked. What to do? She kept thinking. What to do? How can Hashomi wake up? How can Hashomi wake up Sakura? Ino's eyes were blank. She looked at Hashomi, then at Sakura. The lost emotions gradually returned to her body, and her voice unconsciously became choked. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Hashomi, but was grabbed by Sakura. Ino, Hashomi is too tired. Sakura's hand pinched Ino's so hard that it hurt. Ino lowered her eyes and looked at Sakura. She seemed to be trapped in a self-deceiving illusion. Ino's eyes blurred for a while. He's asleep. Let's not wake him up. Sakura hugged Hashomi tightly, with her chin gently resting on the top of Hashomi's head. She gently patted Hashomi's shoulders, like a mother coaxing a sleeping child. Ino looked at Hashomi's pale, lifeless cheeks, and the emotions that she had been trying to suppress got out of control. She clenched her teeth, but still kept crying. It's all her fault. It's all because of her. If Hashomi hadn't been allowed to come, maybe Hashomi wouldn't have died. She knew Hashomi Maki was here and Hashomi was in danger, but she still let Hashomi come. Ino covered her face, tears kept flowing from her fingers. You're kidding, right? Haiden carried Hashomi Maki's body back and put it on the ground. He squatted beside Hashomi Maki and poked Hashomi Maki's cheek. Hashomi Maki had no reaction. She didn't smile and say she would twist his head off and kick it like a football like before. How strange. Is he dead now? Haiden's face showed obvious confusion. He looked up at Kakuzu, his face was blank, and he said a fact at a loss, he's dead. He seemed to have not figured it out, and repeated it again, Hashomi Maki, he's dead. Kakuzu punched him on the head irritably, you don't need to say it twice. So what should we do now? Haiden touched his head and looked at Hashomi Maki's body on the ground. It was so sudden. For some reason, he suddenly lost the desire to fight. It's not the desire to fight. It's just that it's boring. At this time, Haiden suddenly envied the dead Hashomi Maki again. If people die, they won't feel boring. In that case, Hashomi Maki's death is worth it. No. Not worth it at all. Haiden pouted. At least she died in his hands. What's the point of dying in the hands of these scum? Kakuzu stared at the front, his voice was as calm as ever, but the murderous intent in his eyes was solid, kill them, just consider it revenge for him. Haiden looked at him. Revenge, so Kakuzu also has such consciousness, okay. Haiden stood up, and the March flying scythe in his hand cut through the air, making a series of sharp screams. He stared at the people not far away. Even if reinforcements came, what would happen? Reinforcements would also be suicide. The March flying scythe in Haiden's hand did not fly out as he wished. His muscles tightened, but he did not take a step. Haiden's eyes quickly moved down. Sure enough. The black shadow took control of him at some point. Haydn gritted his teeth. Damn it! Almost the next second after Haydn had such an idea, his sight shifted. The world was spinning. In his sight, people and trees were upside down. His head fell off again. Kakuzu! Kakuzu! Quick! Help me sew my head up! Hijuan kept yelling. However, Kakuzu was unable to do anything at this time. Because the nine-tailed Jinchuriki had transformed into a tailed beast. I know you can't be killed, and I don't intend to kill you. You will stay underground for the rest of your life. Shikamaru's hands moved faster than his words. Hijuan felt that the annoying pineapple head was getting smaller and smaller in his sight. The other party didn't move, but his head was buried underground. Then, Hijuan's eyes fell into darkness. Shikamaru quickly separated Hijuan's head and body and sealed them underground. Next, only Kakuzu was left. Shikamaru looked at the man in the card. Kakuzu seemed to be struggling under the attack of Kasi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai. Under his feet, the black shadow sank into the ground, like a lurking poisonous snake, waiting for a fatal blow. Ahem! Blood spilled out uncontrollably. The last mask was also dead. Kakuzu's reason told him he should escape. Otherwise he would die here today. At this critical moment, Kakuzu couldn't help but think of something that was buried deep in his memory. Many years ago, he was sent by the village to assassinate the then famous ninja god, Senju Hashirama. At that time, he was still very young. At that time, he was so afraid of death that he knew he was no match for Senju Hashirama after just one encounter, so he fled in a hurry. Fortunately, the other party didn't chase him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive until now. It can be said that Kakuzu has lived for so many years, and he cherishes his life more than anyone else. Death is like the extinguishing of a light. If he died, he would lose everything, including his money. His cautious brain kept warning him to run away now, right now. Whether it was the powerful wind escape technique used by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki just now, or the tricky shadow control technique of the pineapple head, they were both very troublesome. If these two techniques were combined, even he would have no chance to escape. Obviously, his brain knew all this very well. But I don't know why. Kakuzu had no intention of running away. He had run away many times when he was young. Facing powerful ninjas that he could not match, he would wisely choose to run away, and then wait until the time was right, and then kill them in various ways and take their hearts. Running away was nothing to Kakuzu. But this time he didn't want to run away. Let's just fight like this. Fight desperately. The ending was not much different from what Kakuzu thought. The shadow extending from the hole behind him controlled his body. Lightning pierced his last heart. With a thud, Kakuzu heard the sound of his body hitting the ground. The perspective changed. There were no faces that those Konoha ninjas hated. There was only the endless blue sky. Kakuzu couldn't help but sigh that Hashimi Maki's intuition was really accurate. They really didn't play this football game. Kakuzu's consciousness slowly disappeared. Everything was over. Sarutobi Asuma's revenge was avenged. 3 members of the Akatsuki organization died. Shikamaru knelt on the ground, staring at his hands with lifeless eyes. Did he win one? Did he lose lost two? In this battle, it seemed that there was no winner. Shikamaru's stomach seemed to be suddenly punched by someone, and he curled up on the ground in pain. The tears that burst out of his eyes wet the land in front of him. Sorry. 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 Konoha. The sky is clear. The sun is warm. The heavy atmosphere is like a dark cloud pressing down on everyone's head. The ninjas are dressed in black and stand quietly in front of the memorial tablet. In the front is Tsunade, the Hokage. She is standing in front of the coffin at this time, with a dazed look on her face. It seems that she has not reacted yet. Who died? Hashimi Masamune. How is this possible? But the familiar smiling face in the black and white portrait in front of me proves that it is not an illusion. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sakura and others are standing in the first row. Xiao Li's eyes are swollen like walnuts, and tears are still flowing down uncontrollably. Where is Naruto? Ino did not see Naruto's figure. Her face was a little pale, and she gently asked Sakura beside her. Sakura was pale and transparent. After hearing Ino's words, Sakura still stared at the familiar face in the portrait in front of her. He's still in the hospital, Sakura said. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken was originally a ninjutsu that Naruto hastily developed, and it had not even been fully perfected. This hasty and forceful use had already put a great burden on Naruto's body. Then Naruto lost his mind and forcibly transformed into a tailed beast, causing his body to be traumatized again. Although he was out of danger after being treated by Lady Tsunade, he still hadn't woken up until now. But it was okay this way. Ino couldn't imagine how Naruto would face all this. The more Ino thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. The cool breeze blew up the white gauze curtains in the ward. On the bed, Naruto, with a listless and pale face, seemed to be trapped in a nightmare that he couldn't escape. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Naruto quickly felt the pain coming from his body. His pupils moved and he looked at the familiar ward. There was no one in the ward. The nurse pushed the door open and entered. She met Naruto's gaze and smiled slightly. Are you awake? It's time to change the dressing. The nurse pushed the cart to Naruto's bedside and began to skillfully remove the bandage and change the dressing. Naruto pursed his lips, a little uncomfortable. In the past, Hashimi changed his dressing. But there was no trace of Hashimi in the ward. Where did Hashimi go? He was injured. Why didn't Hashimi come to see him? Where is Hashimi? Have you seen Hashimi? Naruto stared at the nurse in front of him seriously. The nurse lowered her head to change his dressing and paused, and then her whole body fell into a state of stiffness uncontrollably. Well, I don't know about this. The nurse forced a smile. Lie. Naruto stared at the nurse. Why lie? Because he's dead. You killed him. Uzumaki Naruto. The world in front of Naruto suddenly turned upside down. The golden gate stood. A pair of huge scarlet vertical pupils locked onto Naruto in the darkness. The sound of footsteps came slowly along with the crisp sound of a cane hitting the ground. Everyone at the funeral looked up. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure approached. It was Elder Danzo. Behind him followed Sai, who was smirking. Jiraiya frowned, with a vigilant look in his eyes. He glanced at Tsunade standing in the front with concern. There was only one possibility for Danzo to come here at this time. Give me an explanation. No one expected that Danzo would directly attack the Hokage at the funeral in front of so many ninjas. But when he stood from the perspective of his father, all these actions made perfect sense. Danzo's face was livid, and veins were exposed on the back of his hand that was clenching his cane. His sinister eyes stared at Tsunade. Give me an explanation. Tsunade. Why did you assign this task to them? This is totally against the rules. Because of personal feelings, you agreed to let them carry out the task of revenge for Asuma Sarutobi. Is this the decision you made as the Hokage? Silence. Tsunade had nothing to say. Her eyes drooped. She really had no way to refute. Not only her, but the others wanted to defend the Hokage, but they also couldn't find an excuse. The whole cemetery was dead silent. Danzo vented his anger, but suddenly fell silent. Acting on impulse and bringing personal emotions into the work of the Hokage. As a result, a young ninja with outstanding talent and promising future in the village died. You don't deserve to be the Hokage. Danzo's voice was steady, and he said it word by word. He turned and left, brushing shoulders with Tsunade. The funeral was over. Another name was added to the memorial tablet of Konoha. Hokage's office. Looking at Tsunade, who was still in a daze sitting on the chair, Jiraiya had already made a decision. He stood by the window of the Hokage's office, and through the glass window, he could see the quiet and peaceful Konoha under the sunset. However, Konoha at this moment made Jiraiya feel that something was missing. It was too deserted. Hajime and Naruto should have been seen eating ramen side by side on the street. Urasuma and Kurane went to buy flowers under the teasing of acquaintances. Jiraiya suddenly said, "I plan to go to the rain village." Tsunade's expression changed, her dazed eyes gradually regained their spirit, and she frowned. "Why?" Jiraiya retracted his gaze, turned around and said to Tsunade with a smile, "The headquarters of the Akatsuki organization is likely to be in the rain village. I plan to find more information. Whether it is the death of Asuma and Akimichi Koji, or the departure of Hajime." It made Jiraiya's decision more firm. The rebel ninjas of the Akatsuki organization are already very powerful. They will not give up the pursuit of the tailed beasts. That is to say, sooner or later, Naruto will meet a completely unfamiliar ninja among them. Jiraiya does not want the tragedy to happen again. If there is information, then at least they will not be so passive. Tsunade immediately refused, "I will not agree. It's too dangerous. The Akatsuki ninjas who just came out to act are already so powerful, not to mention the Akatsuki headquarters." Jiraiya sighed helplessly. "Tsunade, you should also understand the current situation." He didn't need to say more, nor did he need to point it out. Tsunade is the Hokage, she is very smart, and she knows some things better than anyone else. The current situation is too unfavorable for Konoha. It is not only dangerous to Konoha, but also to the entire ninja world. As the Hokage, Tsunade is already hanging in the air. There are dangers everywhere. Just a slight push will likely cause her to fall from above. Therefore, there are some things Jiraiya must do. I can't lose to Hajime. Looking at Tsunade, tears flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Tsunade turned her cheek away, with crystal tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. Jiraiya's figure disappeared in front of the window. Not long after Jiraiya disappeared, Midaman and Udaten Koharu came. Both of them complained about Tsunade's task arrangement this time. "As a Hokage, you are too impulsive, Tsunade-sama," Udaten Koharu said dissatisfiedly. "This matter has a great impact. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has already questioned whether Tsunade can be competent for the position of Hokage. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they lost Hajime Masamune. This is the next Hokage successor who is very satisfied with even the Konoha high-level officials." After leaving the funeral, Danzo walked towards the route. His incise figures gradually disappeared on the ground, swallowed by the darkness spreading from deeper. In the flickering candlelight, a black shadow in front was reflected on the ground. Danzo sat on the chair in a good mood and said to the other party, "This time, you did a good job." Sai behind Danzo looked at Hajime in front of him and slowly raised the corners of his lips. Welcome back, Hashumi. Ding. Human malice value detected plus 10,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 138339002 200 million. Welcoming him with malice value, it's really Sai. The masked man wearing the root costume took off the mask on his face, revealing a gentle smile that is out of tune with the root. Just today, everyone saw this smiling face in the funeral portrait. Hashumi said to Danzo in front of him, once Jiraiya dies, the moderate faction supporting Tsunade will be almost useless. At that time, you will take over as Hokage, which will be foolproof and no one will oppose it. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Everything is in their plan. From today, Hashumi will return to the roots. Hashumi is Danzo's most satisfactory investment so far. Hashumi planned the next action with Danzo in detail. After leaving Danzo's room, he saw Sai waiting for him in the corridor. Hashumi, Danzo said that we will be partners in carrying out missions together in the future. Are you happy? Sai walked in front of Hashumi. He and Hashumi were very close, and their noses were almost touching. Without getting an answer, Sai smiled indifferently. I'm so happy that we are back to the past and no one will bother us anymore. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 138349002 200 million. Hashin doesn't understand, is Sai a collection of malice values? When happy, he will have malice towards him. When unhappy, he will also have malice towards him. Otherwise, let Sai be the cursed spirit. Chapter 61. The body of the two tails Jinchuriki, Yakuto, was thrown on the ground like garbage. The reserve members wearing Akatsuki robes lifted the body on tiptoe and took it down the tower to dispose of it. No one dared to disturb the leader standing in front. Not long after the reserve members left, a pitcher plant suddenly rose slowly on the ground. Black Zetsu stared at the figure of Tend in front of him and said slowly, Angle and Haiden have lost contact, they should be dead. Hashumi Masashi and Hashumi Maki seem to be dead. As an intelligence ninja, Black Zetsu reported the new intelligence to Tend. Got it. Tend did not even turn his head. He continued to look at the vast rain curtain in front of him. No emotions could be seen from a controlled corpse, so Black Zetsu could only disappear on the spot. Speaking of the cause of death of Hashumi Maki and Hashumi Masashi, Black Zetsu felt that there were many doubts. It was going to find its brother. The brother would not die so easily. Shortly after Black Zetsu left, Konan appeared at the top of the tower, and she came to Tend. I didn't expect that Hashumi Maki would die too. Konan sighed meaninglessly. Is she sad? Not really. Except for Nagato, there is no one in this world that she cares about. She just felt surprised by the impermanence of life and the coming of death. Especially since she knew Hashumi Maki's strength better than anyone else. Ten slowly turned his head, and his purple eyes of reincarnation looked at the dark place on the top of the tower behind him. Konan followed him and looked behind him, but saw nothing. Suddenly, Konan heard the familiar cold tone of Tend. He's not dead. Almost as soon as Tend finished speaking, a familiar crazy laugh rang in Konan's ears. Ha 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 ha. Then, both Tend and Konan's shoulders were hugged from behind. Konan was hit by the impact of the opponent and her upper body tilted forward slightly. Wow! Hashunami Maki looked at Tend, then at Konan, with a gleam in her eyes. Did you miss me? Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1383500022 200 million. Ding. Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1383510022 200 million. What a familiar gift. Hashunamai Maki likes it very much. Zionan's tone was full of surprise and astonishment. You are not dead. Hashumi Maki stared at Zionan's eyes intently and raised her eyebrows proudly. Are you disappointed? Zionan shook her head. Not disappointed. She should be happy for Hashumi Maki. Living is always more worth being happy about than dying. It's just that she has become accustomed to silence and restraining her emotions, which makes her look a little indifferent. Tiandao looked at Hashumi Maki and asked, what's going on? Hashumi Maki touched her chin, clicked her tongue, shook her head meaningfully, and said as if complaining, Chief, don't you know, many people in Akatsuki want me dead. Tiandao said lightly, I thought you knew. Konan paused and added honestly, everyone wants you dead. Hashumi Maki looked at Tiandao and Konan with condemnation in her eyes, waved her hands quickly, and explained seriously, it's not you who want to kill me, who want me to die on the surface but can't bear to let me go. There are people in Akatsuki who are afraid that I will expose their secrets and really want me to die. Konan was disgusted by Hashumi Maki's description. She turned her face away and said with disgust in her voice, I really want you to die now. Tiandao silently agreed with Konan's statement. He was the same. It has been a long time since anyone dared to disgust him like this. Ding. Human malice value detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1383520022 200 million. Ding. Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1383530022 200 million. I killed Hashumi Maki. When Hashumi Maki said this, there was pride on his face. It was as if a fox's tail was sweeping behind him. Konan said tentatively, how powerful are you? Hashumi Maki's face was full of pride. The smile became even more proud. Don't admire me too much, Zionan, if you really admire me so much, I can accept you. Ding. Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1383540022 200 million. Ding. Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to Chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1383550022 200 million. Tendo didn't want to listen to Hashumi Maki's dirty talk, so he interrupted him. Black Zetsu said you are all dead. Hashumi Maki shook his head. Unfathomable, this is a false impression I put out. Not only that, my undercover also successfully entered Konoha. Zionan looked at Hashumi Maki in surprise. Hashumi Maki is indeed very powerful. His work efficiency is much higher than that of other people in the organization. And he is one of the few smart people in Akatsuki. Although the rebel ninjas in Akatsuki are very strong in combat, most of them are battle maniacs who only care about fighting. The remaining part has brains, but their minds are not on Akatsuki. Therefore, Hashumi Maki is particularly outstanding. Hashumi Maki told Tiandao with ill intentions in his eyes, according to the latest news from my undercover, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, is currently on his way to Rain Village. Hashumi Maki looked at the sky outside, calculated the time, raised his eyebrows, and his pupils were stained with excitement. Ah, Jiraiya should be able to enter Rain Village at noon today. Konan's eyes fluctuated for a moment, but soon it was like a bird flying across the sky, leaving no trace. I have a request. Hashunami Maki put her hands on Konan and Ten's shoulders affectionately and patted them. Leave Jiraiya to me. This is not a request at all. Tend agreed without hesitation. Oh, by the way, remember to keep the news that I'm still alive a secret. Hashunami Maki shrugged, raised her eyebrows at Tend with ill intent, and her eyes flashed with evil light. This way you can see clearly who is more unscrupulous after my death. Go and inform the other members of the Akatsuki organization of the good news that I'm dead. Hashunami Maki smiled and put her head on Tend's shoulder, hinting, someone will reveal his feet. Tend glanced at him, closed his eyes, and formed seals with his hands. Colorful phantoms slowly gathered in a remote cave. As more and more colorful phantoms appeared, the cave became lively. Did someone capture the tailed beast again? Why didn't Haiden and Kakuzu come? Hashumi Maki isn't here either. The chattering was interrupted by Tend. Hashumi Maki is dead. After Tend said the news, the whole cave immediately fell into a dead silence. No wonder. Kisame spoke first. He looked around and grinned inexplicably. There are fewer and fewer people. Deidara was at a loss. His throat tightened and he was a little speechless. After reacting, he looked at Tend. Impossible, that guy. That guy is so strong, how could he die? Deidara's mind was in a mess. But he knew very well that Tend would never lie. That incredibly strong guy just died like that. Uchiha Itaka's eyes flickered. Is he dead? How did he die? Uchiha Itaka asked. Tendo looked at him. He died at the hands of his brother, Renjian Genrin. Uchiha Itaka's pupils shrank. How is it possible? Black Zetsu added. Of course, his brother died too. They died together. Uchiha Itaka fell silent and stopped talking. Kisame glanced at Mr. Itaka beside him. Senior, let me officially join the Akatsuki organization. Senior. Afei rushed forward impatiently and jumped up and down beside Tendu. The current Akatsuki organization is indeed short of manpower. Okay, from today on, you and Deidara will partner up. Tendu stared at Afei, who was particularly excited and active, and arranged. Yeah. Great. Senior. Afei ran to Deidara's side. There was only his cheering in the cave. Konoha. The root. The dark underground. The candle light flickered. There was a black shadow in the room where there was only one shadow. Lianjian Genrin was lying on a rocking chair, his long blue hair, which had grown to a little above his hips, spread out. His skin was swaying in the faint light of the candle. The light radiated a white jade-like luster. He lay there, his eyes closed, inexplicably carrying a sense of divinity. Heizetsu couldn't help but look hazy. Too much alike. My brother and mother are too much alike. Compared to my brother, I don't look like my mother's child at all. My brother waved at it. Heizetsu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. It walked to his brother's side. Heizetsu knew that things were not that simple. His brother couldn't die. Just relying on Hashumi Maki couldn't be his brother's opponent. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 3000. Chakra 138356002 200 million. A hand suddenly fell on top of Heizetsu's head. Hashumi Masashi's hand was clasped on the top of Black Zetsu's head. He pinched Black Zetsu's head, as if he was pinching a ball. Black Zetsu stared at his brother's face intently. His brother had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had solved a major problem. Black Zetsu guessed, Hashumi Maki is dead. Black Zetsu saw the smile on his brother's face widen. Hajime patted Black Zetsu's head as if rewarding him, as if he was patting a ball, and a sigh escaped from his lips, finally killed him. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel relieved, but he soon wondered again, why did my brother declare himself dead? It's obvious that Hajime Masashi's identity is very useful around the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Do you know Shimura Danzo? Hearing Hajime Masashi's question, Black Zetsu nodded. Of course he knew. Black Zetsu's brain was born to play tricks. It thought about it and speculated, brother is going to use him. Nagato is unreliable, Uchiha Obito is also unreliable, so we must make foolproof preparations. Hajun said one by one. Nine Tail, I want to hold it in my hands. Hajun slowly opened his eyes, he slowly tightened his fists, his eyes flashing with a determined light. When Danzo becomes Hokage, he will imprison the Nine-Tail Jinchuriki in the village, and then I will take action. Hajun glanced at Black Zetsu who was squatting beside him and said. Why do you think Nagato is unreliable? Black Zetsu didn't understand. In its opinion, Nagato has performed very well over the years. He has been working diligently to capture the Nine-Tail. Hajun snorted coldly, except for you and me, no one in the ninja world is reliable, because only we are sincere in wanting to rescue our mother. His eyes were full of indifference and arrogance. But it made Black Zetsu feel relieved from the bottom of his heart. Black Zetsu nodded. I have a chance to verify whether Nagato is reliable. Hajun said. Black Zetsu still doesn't understand the power of the protagonist's mouth-to-mouth. When Black Zetsu sees the power of Naruto's mouth-to-mouth and is betrayed by Nagato and Uchiha Obito one after another, Black Zetsu will know that he is the only person in the world who can be trusted. Black Zetsu looked at his brother's eyes full of strong confidence and nodded subconsciously, okay. Hajun smiled. He patted Black Zetsu's head as if to reward him. He will let Black Zetsu understand that the only truly reliable person in the world is his half-brother. Only extreme trust can give rise to extreme malice. A frog floated to the surface of the water. The rain was dripping, splashing circles of ripples on the water. The frog opened its mouth wide. A big hand stretched out from the frog's mouth. Then, Jiraiya got out of the frog, it's embedded successfully. Looking at the rain village standing in the rain like a forest of steel, Jiraiya stood on the water, let me go in and take a look. He put on a waterproof cloak, touched the head of the little frog on the water, and entered the rain village. The pedestrians wearing raincoats on the street were obviously used to the constant rain in the rain country. Jiraiya walked to a ramen shop with warm yellow lights and bought a freshly baked bun. The bun was a little hot, and Jiraiya kept blowing on it. The auntie who was guarding the store sat down and took Jiraiya's money, looking at him with a scrutinizing look. You look like a stranger, are you from another place? Jiraiya simply took off the hood of his cloak, smiling brightly and generously, I guess so, I'm a travel writer. While traveling, I record the local customs and people in magazines. He took a bite of the meat bun. Jiraiya's attitude was so bold that the auntie's vigilance quickly dissipated, is that so? Your bun's delicious. Please allow me to record it in the magazine. Jiraiya swallowed the meat bun in 2 bites. Auntie showed a surprised smile on her face, really? Jiraiya lowered his voice and leaned closer, if it's written in the magazine, you won't be so leisurely in the future, and your business will be very busy. Auntie couldn't help laughing, ha 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 ha. I wish for it. Jiraiya looked around and sighed casually, this area is really peaceful, which is completely different from the chaos described in the magazine I saw before. The reason why the war in the village disappeared is all thanks to Lord Pain. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Auntie put her hands together, as if praying for Lord Pain she was talking about. Pain. A name that Jiraiya was completely unfamiliar with. He asked, what happened to Hanzo, the salamander? The ruler of Rain Village in the past was clearly Hanzo, the demigod. The old lady was old and a little hard of hearing, so she couldn't hear it and asked in confusion, what? Just as Jiraiya was about to repeat the name, he noticed the gazes from all directions. From the moment he said the name, pedestrians on the road stopped and stared at him intently. Jiraiya had to leave here in a hurry. 3 figures stood on the top of the tallest iron tower in Rain Village, and this position could have a panoramic view of the entire Rain Village. He's coming. Tiandao said. It's self-evident who he was referring to. Leave it to me. Hasame Maki jumped down. He smiled and walked into the tower. Konan stretched out her hand and caught the rain in front of her. The rain slid down her palm. At this point, there was nothing to miss. The first floor of the Iron Tower. Jiraiya looked around and walked forward. It was very quiet here, and there was no one. He kidnapped a genin from the Rain Village, and the answer he got was that the so-called pain was in this Iron Tower, but the exact location was still unclear. Jiraiya could only come here and search for it floor by floor by floor. Although the risk is high, you can always find the legendary pain. Jiraiya's footsteps suddenly stopped. The hair on his back suddenly stood up. He immediately turned around and looked behind him. There was a figure sitting on the steel pipe at the top. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. That's Hashunamai Masatoshi. No. He rejected the name as soon as it appeared in his mind. Although they looked exactly the same, the man in front of him was wearing the robe of the Akatsuki organization. He was Hashunamai Maki. But after the last mission, Shikamaru's report clearly confirmed Hashunamai Maki's death. How is it possible? Jiraiya stared at Hashunamai Maki vigilantly. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3000. Cursed power converted Chakra plus 3000. Chakra 138359002 200 million. You are so brave that you dare to come to the Akatsuki headquarters alone. Hashunamai Maki swung her legs and said with a smile. Jiraiya smiled, really Akatsuki headquarters, it seems I came to the right place. Hashumi Maki stared at him straight, with a relaxed expression, you should know that you can't leave here alive today. The so-called intelligence can't be taken out. Hashumi Maki told the truth. Jiraiya, we have to try to know. It's better to lose the battle than to lose the battle. Even if Jiraiya has made plans to die here, he will not give in verbally. Shouldn't you die? Jiraiya had a relaxed smile on his face, but his muscles were tightly tensed up, and he could respond to attacks immediately. Ah! Hashumi Maki waved his hand at Jiraiya as if he remembered something, I lied to the real person about dying together. He commented on the dead brother with pity, he is such a fool, why does he believe everything? But it's good. At least I killed him with your help. Ha 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 ha. Hashumi Maki couldn't help laughing. Ding! Human malice detected plus 30,000. Cursive power converted to Chakra plus 30,000. Chakra 138389002 200 million. You really deserve to die. Jiraiya stared at Hashumi Maki and said word by word. Ha ha ha. Hashumi Maki laughed disdainfully, what a pity, the person who died here today is you. A dying person is not worthy of saying such words. Hashumi Maki has prepared a lot of surprises for Jiraiya today. This is just the first appetizer. Hashumi Maki stretched out her palm and gently grasped it. Several shurikens with the flying thunder god mark appeared on her fingertips. Swish! Countless shurikens were embedded in any position of this space. This place has been arranged by Hajime Maki as his battlefield. Jiraiya bit his finger and made seals with both hands. There is no need to test Hajime Maki's strength when dealing with him. You have to go all out from the beginning. What's more, there is a mysterious pain behind. The battle line cannot be stretched too long. Sennin Shima and Sennin Fukasaku appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. Fire style, toad oil flame bomb. The air was distorted by the extreme heat. The three ninjutsu of wind, oil, and fire were combined, and the strong wind from the ninjutsu blew up Hajime Maki's robe. A huge ice wall rose from the ground. The ice blue cold mist that turned into substance instantly spread throughout the space. The extremely high temperature and the extremely low temperature collided. The entire layer was shrouded in white mist. Even his own hands could not be seen. Jiraiya's brain seemed to be frozen by something cold. He had only one thought in his mind. Why can Hajime Maki use ice escape? He clearly remembered that the one who can use ice escape is the real one. At the moment the situation did not leave Jiraiya time to think. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and looked far behind him, covered by white smoke. The wind speed has changed. Hajime Maki is here. A subtle shadow flashed in the white smoke. At a very fast speed, it rushed towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya was well prepared and avoided Hajime Maki's attack in time. However, Hajime Maki's hand instantly extended several meters and turned into a long sword. Jiraiya reacted quickly and avoided the attack, but his arm was still scratched. Jiraiya distanced himself from Hajime Maki. He knew very well that the most taboo thing in fighting with Hajime Maki was close combat. But it was difficult to avoid close combat when the opponent could use Flying Thunder God flexibly. That's right. Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya quickly looked at his injured arm. Chapter 62. Main. Jiraiya's eyes widened, looking at the person in front of him in disbelief, as if he saw the figure that was once so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar, the real person, standing alive in front of him. However, reason was like a basin of icy water, instantly waking Jiraiya up. He clearly remembered that the real person was no longer alive. The funeral he had just experienced was still vivid in his mind, and he even touched the cold body of the real person with his own hands. The Hajime Maki in front of him could never be the real person. Even if he used the blood limit that only the real person could use. This could not prove anything without a doubt. Perhaps, Hajime Maki stole the ability of the real person through some mysterious means, and this possibility was not non-existent. After all, it was just like the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique was a forbidden technique of Konoha, and it had never been stolen. And Hajime Maki mastered the Flying Thunder God technique the first time he appeared. Hajime Maki must have some secret. Hajime Maki, why can you use the real person's ninjutsu? Jiraiya frowned, his eyes sharp as a knife, and asked sternly. Although he tried his best to force himself to completely distinguish Hajime Maki from the real person, his thoughts were like a wild horse that had run away from the reins, completely out of control and became chaotic. What's worse is that those subtle weirdnesses that had been ignored when he was with the real person, and the clues that the real person had exposed at some times, began to slowly surface, and continued to magnify and interweave in his mind, occupying an increasingly important position. This question. Hajime Maki's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered something extremely interesting. His slender and agile figure jumped down from a high place like an agile cheetah. After drawing a graceful arc in the air, he landed lightly on the ground without making a sound. After standing firm, Hajime Maki walked straight towards Jiraiya and stood in front of him. Then, he began to pace back and forth in front of Jiraiya, as if he was thinking about some important problem. "Didn't I say that?" Hajime Maki suddenly stopped and looked up at Jiraiya, with a puzzled look on his face, as if he was trying to recall something important. However, before Jiraiya could answer, he nodded and said, "It seems that I didn't say that." Hajime Maki stared straight at Jiraiya and said word by word, "I am not a brother to the real person." Hearing this, Jiraiya felt that his heart was hit hard by a heavy hammer and began to sink involuntarily. For a moment, he was stunned and couldn't react at all. He felt a chill. "I am actually the same person as Masato." Hajime Maki suddenly burst into laughter, and the laughter sounded very harsh and chilling. He continued with a nonchalant tone while laughing, "It's just that he forgot." Hajime Maki stopped walking again at this point. He stared at Jiraiya in front of him with a serious expression, and solemnly emphasized, "I didn't lie to you. Masato, you are really my beloved brother, after all, he is a part of me." He said solemnly, his eyes were firm and sincere, and he had no intention of deceiving Jiraiya at all. Jiraiya stared at his face at this moment, and could clearly see the sincerity in his eyes and the sincerity on his face. "Oh, in short, it's too complicated to explain the reasons. You just need to understand one thing, that is, I and the real person are the same person." Hajime Maki seemed to be tired of such repeated explanations, so he blurted out directly. "Humph, speaking of this, you guys treat us too differently. Why do you care and protect the real person so much, but you want to kill me? It's so unfair." Hajime Maki became more and more angry as he spoke, with his hands on his hips and his eyes wide open. "Obviously, the things that the real person did were much more excessive than me, but in the end, I was always the one who got hurt." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sneer, but the next moment, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose, revealing an elusive smile, and his whole mood was like the weather in June, changeable and uncertain. "The real person is actually very bad." At this moment, Hajime Maki suddenly thought of as if he had done something extremely important. He took out a thumb-sized cyborg from his ninja tool bag in front of Jiraiya. He gently pinched the cyborg and slowly brought it close to Jiraiya. With a mysterious smile on his face, he whispered, "Let me test you. Do you know who she is?" While speaking, Hajime Maki's bright eyes flashed with excitement and joy. She stared at Jiraiya expectantly, as if she couldn't wait to hear the answer from him. Jiraiya widened his eyes and stared at the cyborg in front of him, who was pinched like dough and no longer in human form. "This thing is simply a mess. Not to mention the facial features, even the limbs are difficult to distinguish clearly and the outline is blurred. It is harder than climbing to the sky to judge what it looked like when it was originally a human based on such a completely unrecognizable existence." However, for some reason, as he stared at this twisted mass, an indescribable pain suddenly surged in his heart. It was as if an invisible giant hand was ruthlessly grasping his heart, squeezing and kneading it desperately. Jiraiya froze in place in an instant, his mind was blank, and he completely forgot how to breathe. As time passed, he stood there blankly, his chest seemed to be pressed by a huge rock, getting heavier and heavier, until the suffocation caused by lack of oxygen turned into a sharp and piercing pain, which suddenly attacked. At this time, Jiraiya gasped as if he had just woken up from a dream, and the air rushed into his dry lungs frantically, making a whirring sound. And Hajime Maki, who had been paying attention to Jiraiya's reaction, frowned slightly after seeing his performance, and his eyes showed obvious disappointment. Hajime Maki snorted and stopped keeping the secret. With a flick of his hands, the cyborg that was originally held in his hands began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge and majestic beast. It bared its fangs and claws, and kept roaring at Jiraiya, which was deafening. The bloody mouth was like a black hole in the abyss, and the sharp fangs flashed with cold light. Strings of sticky and transparent saliva flowed down the corners of its open mouth and dripped onto the ground. A layer of sad haze appeared on Hajime Maki's face. He seemed to empathize with Tsunade's sadness that she was not recognized, and whispered, "Don't you recognize it? It's Tsunade." Hajime Maki patted the top of the cyborg's head and shrugged doubtfully, "I thought you would be very excited to meet your friends again." Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 143489002 200 million. Jiraiya's eyes widened as if they were about to spit out fire, staring at the hateful man in front of him. In his pupils, scarlet blood spread like a spider web. Although he was heartbroken by Tsunade's departure, he could still bear the loss with the perseverance of a ninja. However, seeing Tsunade suffer the unbearable humiliation of being transformed after death, his inner anger was instantly ignited to the extreme. Hajime Maki looked at the cyborgs who kept roaring at Jiraiya with interest, with a slightly regretful look on her face, and said lightly, "What a pity, it can't recognize who you are anymore." Jiraiya's strong reaction seemed to arouse Hajime Maki's greater interest. Hajime Maki reached into the ninja tool bag calmly and took out the cyborgs that frightened Jiraiya one after another: Kakashi Cyborg, Might Guy Cyborg, Sarutobi Asuma Cyborg and Akimichi Koji Cyborg. These companions who were once very familiar have now become hideous monsters. With Hajime Maki's control, the cyborgs quickly expanded and grew in front of him, standing there like small hills. At the same time, they opened their bloody mouths and roared at Jiraiya like deafening beasts. Hajime Maki walked to the side of Kakashi's cyborg with a proud look, gently tapped its hard body with her finger, then turned to look at Jiraiya and asked provocatively, "How is it this is Kakashi? Can you still recognize him? You should be able to see some of the originals. After all, I deliberately retained the distinctive features of each of them when I transformed them. In order to let people familiar with them know who the cyborgs were at the first sight, Hajime Maki deliberately retained their most striking features when they were alive. For example, Tsunade's yin seal, Kakashi's mask, Might Guy's pot-covered hair. Showing you this should be more intuitive." Hajime Maki's voice suddenly sounded with a hint of teasing. He slowly stretched out his right hand. His palm was fully extended, and the palm was facing Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyes were involuntarily focused on Hajime Maki's palm. The next second, his palm actually cracked a narrow gap without any warning. Then, a scarlet Sharingan slowly opened from the gap, releasing a heart-pounding breath. Jiraiya's eyes widened, staring at the Sharingan, veins on his forehead bulged, and his teeth clenched and clattered. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5 million. Cursed force conversion chakra amount plus 5 million. Chakra 148489002 200 million. Why do you hate me so much? I am so wronged. The surge in the malice value made Hajime Maki feel very wronged. It was the real person who made them into cyborgs. Hajime Maki pouted, and was determined not to take the blame for Hajime Maki. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 5 million. Chakra 153489002 200 million. Jiraiya kept telling himself that he couldn't believe it. Speaking of which, Tsunade, Kakashi, Might Guy and others in the village are now made of my clones. Hajime Maki told Jiraiya the truth without hesitation. Anyway, Jiraiya couldn't take this news out. But unfortunately, you can't find out. When you really find out, it's too late. If Tsunade is fake, Kakashi is fake, and Might Guy is fake, Jiraiya can't imagine what Konoha will be like in the future. It turns out that when they didn't know, the enemy had infiltrated into Konoha. Jiraiya's heart was full of chills. Do you want to know why the real one killed Tsunade, Kakashi, and Might Guy? Hajime Maki didn't want to see Jiraiya deceiving himself. Because they know the secret of the real one. That is, the real one and I are not human. Hajime Maki whispered close to Jiraiya's ear. So, the real one can only kill them. But don't worry, the other people in the village will come down to accompany you soon. Speaking of which, Jiraiya teacher, are you going to kill Tsunade and the other cyborgs with your own hands? Hajime Maki took a step back. The cyborg in front of him blocked him behind him. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Cursive force converted to chakra plus 1 million. Chakra 154489002 200 million. But you can't kill them. Hajime Maki's ice froze Jiraiya's body from the inside out. In other words, the first thing to be frozen was Jiraiya's internal organs, blood vessels, and meridians. Jiraiya had only one end. If he forcefully broke free now, the frozen internal organs would crack inside his body. If he didn't move, the frozen organs would stop functioning sooner or later and he would die slowly. It was just the difference between immediate death and slow death. You can't even save yourself now. Hajime Maki pointed at the thick layer of ice covering Jiraiya's body. Ah, it's a pity to kill you. Hajime Maki didn't intend to kill Jiraiya. Jiraiya is a good weapon to stimulate Naruto. If I turn you into a cyborg, it should be very useful against Naruto. Hajime Maki smiled at Jiraiya. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 100,000. Chakra 154589002 200 million. Goodbye, Jiraiya teacher. Hajime Maki's hand slowly reached towards Jiraiya's cheek. Boom! The huge raise nan smashed towards Hajime Maki's heart. The stinging pain coming towards her was like countless knives mixed in a violent tornado. A huge impact came from her chest. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 154591002 200 million. Hajime Maki's figure flew backwards suddenly. The wound on her chest healed the moment she flew backwards. A strong airflow blew over Hajime Maki's body. Hajime Maki couldn't help but feel an incredible feeling in her heart. How could Jiraiya still move? Hey! Hey! The airflow subsided. Hajime Maki looked at Jiraiya, who was half kneeling on the ground, constantly gasping like a broken bellows. Blood kept flowing from the corners of Jiraiya's mouth. Hajime Maki raised her eyebrows and guessed what Jiraiya had done. The nemesis of ice escape is fire. Jiraiya should have used the fire attribute chakra to melt the ice in his internal organs little by little while talking to him. Although it can be melted, it is not much. Therefore, if he forced himself to break free, his internal organs would still be damaged. He would still die. Especially at a time when there is no medical ninja like Tsunade. Jiraiya's fate is doomed. Now he has only one more chance to struggle than before. You don't seem to have seen this move before. Jiraiya is going to die anyway, so why not show him a move? Hajime Maki took a deep breath and quickly put his hands together. Wood release, tree world descends. As his voice fell, the originally flat ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and then, huge trees emerged from the ground like mushrooms after rain. These giant trees grew at an astonishing speed, which was simply dazzling. They seemed to have life, rushing towards Jiraiya at an elusive trajectory and speed. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 10,000. Chakra 154601002 200 million. At this moment, Jiraiya's muscles were shaking uncontrollably, with such a high frequency that it seemed as if every muscle was groaning in pain. He had reached the limit of what his body could bear. With a loud boom, the entire first-floor iron tower collapsed completely under the powerful force of the tree world, turning into a ruin. The steel bars that were originally hidden in the concrete were now exposed, and they stretched their bodies tenaciously to support the crumbling tall building. Jiraiya widened his eyes and looked at Hajime Maki not far away with a face full of doubt. The two were dozens of meters apart, but he could clearly feel the incomparable and powerful aura emanating from each other. How is it possible? This is the unique wood-release ninjutsu of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Why did it appear on Hajime Maki? Jiraiya thought to himself. Hajime Maki released all his momentum without reservation. The surging chakra was like a flood that broke through the dam, sweeping all around. The power was so huge that the surrounding air was squeezed and distorted, as if it would break at any time. Hajime Maki, who stood in front of Jiraiya, no longer looked like a human being at this moment, but became a much more terrifying existence than the tailed beast. Jiraiya, who was pressed under the tree without any resistance, couldn't help but recall the words that Hajime Maki said to him. Not a human. Maybe he is really not a human. But his plot for the earth must be big. Countless bricks and rubble fell one after another, and the dust raised was like a violent tornado, rushing straight into the sky. The figure of Hajime Maki appeared in front of him like a ghost. Jiraiya widened his eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank because of extreme shock. His palm fell on Jiraiya's head. In an instant, Jiraiya felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and a huge force hit his head. The soul felt strangely torn. His vision began to blur. Before losing his human vision, his eyes still clearly reflected a blazing sea of fire. The fire was so fierce that it engulfed the giant trees that had turned into a forest, and was completely devoured in an instant. The icy cold water flow ruthlessly swept away the ashes on the ground, completely erasing all traces. At the same time, Jiraiya's body twisted and deformed instantly, and his bones made a creepy cracking sound. In fact, as early as when Jiraiya was frozen by the enemy's ice escape technique, he had already foreseen his impending death. Therefore, he decisively released the spiritual summons between Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin when he was frozen, not wanting it to they were also caught in this fatal battle. Hajime Maki returned to the top of the tower. Jiraiya, one of the three legendary ninjas, is now confirmed dead. He gently placed a finger-sized cyborg in his palm and played with it with interest. He showed this small cyborg to Pain and Konan, as if showing off his victory. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 154602002 200 million. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 154603002 200 million. This malice value is it from Konan and Nagato. It seems that they haven't completely abandoned the past. Those who can't abandon the past can't move forward. This is why Nagato will be talked out of his mind in the end. Someone is coming. With this soft whisper, Hajime Maki's figure disappeared instantly like a ghost, as if she had never appeared. Almost at the same time, a black shadow quietly emerged. It was Black Zetsu. Jiraiya is dead, now it's time to hunt the nine tails. Tiandao spoke, and his voice revealed endless chill. Without further delay, gather other members immediately. We must speed up and capture all the tailed beasts as soon as possible. Black Zetsu suddenly interrupted, I will not participate in the hunting of the nine tails this time. Black Zetsu slowly raised his head, staring at the sky above his head, and said leisurely, there is a battle that makes me very curious. Tiandao looked at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu raised his lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, it's a duel between Itaki and his brother Uchiha Sasuke. Black Zetsu continued, Orochimaru was killed by Uchiha Sasuke not long ago. However, the potential shown by Uchiha Sasuke is quite amazing. Chapter 63 Root. In the dim single room. There is a big bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair. Apart from that, if there is one more rocking chair, the whole room will be empty. This is the setting of every room in the route. Including Shimura Danzo, the leader of the route. Sai sat on the chair, his eyes closely following Hashumi Masamune in front of him. Masamune was neatly tying up his blue hair high. He took out the mask from the wardrobe and put it on his face. Then he began to count the things in his ninja bag. Sai had packed his things and waited patiently for Hashumi. He stared at Hashumi's back, thinking of this mission. He broke the silence at this time, will you kill Uchiha Sasuke? Just now, the intelligence ninja of the route sent a message. Uchiha Sasuke killed Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke's next target must be Uchiha Itaki. The intelligence ninjas of the route have tracked down the current whereabouts of Uchiha Sasuke. The task assigned by Danzo to Hashumi and Sai is to kill Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Sasuke while they are killing each other. Why don't you answer? Sai looked at Hashumi who had no reaction, and the malice in his heart bubbled out. Ding! Human malice value detected plus 1000. Amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 154604002 200 million. Hashumi. He really didn't understand what Sai was thinking every day. But seeing that Sai could give him some malice value from time to time, he didn't care about Sai. Just don't let him die. Naruto has eaten too many malice value dishes, and occasionally he really needs malice value side dishes like Sai to change his appetite and promote digestion. Don't you want to leave Uchiha Sasuke? Sai's mouth curled up, but his eyes became colder and colder. Captain Yet, Uchiha Sasuke was your former companion after all. Sai's tone was resentful, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of irony. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 154605002 200 million. Hashumi finished counting the things in the ninja bag and hung them on his thigh. Then he turned and walked towards the door. Sai was like the background music of his work. The more he ignored Sai, the more frequently the background music sounded. Sai followed him, he was like Hashumi's shadow. He clung to Hashumi. The distance was very close, but not completely direct contact. Why don't you talk? Sai knew that Hashumi couldn't say what he liked to hear, but he still didn't allow Hashumi to ignore him like this. Are you guilty? Sai's eyes darkened, and his fake smile almost couldn't be maintained. Sai couldn't figure out how the group of people in Team 7 did it. How did Hashumi, who used to have a bad personality, become so gentle and considerate around them? Even if it was a disguise. Hashumi had never pretended to him. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed chakra conversion plus 1000. Chakra 1546060022 200 million. Harumi was not interested in knowing what Sai was thinking, but Sai's non-stop chatter still disturbed him. He turned back and stared at Sai. Can you be quiet for a while? Sai not only did not calm down, but sneered, annoying me. Uzumaki Naruto always pesters you, why don't you find him annoying? If Uchiha Sasuke was talking to you now, would you ignore him? Would you find him annoying? Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 1546070022 200 million. Annoying. All annoying. He just tolerated it out of professional ethics. After all, they will still need to rely on them to fight the earth in the future. But Sai is different. Even if Hashumi didn't move or say a word, Sai would still obediently offer his malice points. Who made Sai a dark villain? Hashumi looked away. Sai was already beyond saving. But he hoped Sai would not be saved like this. How nice, just like an ATM. Although the amount was small, the number of times was large. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura will also go to Sasuke. Sai seemed to be casually he mentioned Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. His eyes were fixed on Hashumi, capturing every detail of Hashumi's expression. You won't be soft-hearted and expose your identity when you meet them, right? Think about it, it's impossible. You are a member of the Root. Sai rejected his guess again. He regained his fake smile on his face, and looked at Hashumi with bright malice in his eyes. If they know you are lying to them, they will definitely lose their trust in you, right? Sai was really looking forward to that day. Why don't you treat me better? Hashumi. Sai seemed unable to stop. He raised his hand and wanted to touch Hashumi's cheek, but Hashumi dodged with a frown. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power conversion chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1546080022 200 million. Only I know your true face of being cold, vicious, and hypocritical to the extreme, but I don't care. But Uzumaki Naruto and the others can't do that. They will only hate and detest you. Hashumi couldn't ask for more. It would be better if they hated you as much as possible. Stop talking nonsense. Hashumi opened the door. He walked out first, turned his head slightly, and glanced at Sai. Let's go. Sai's mouth corners remained unchanged. Okay. Ding. Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 1546090022 200 million. In the dense jungle. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Hinata, Kaiba Inuzuka and Shino Aberame quickly shuttled between the tall trees. The broad and heavy tree canopy completely blocked the view above. The blue sky, from the encirclement of leaves and branches, revealed small fragments of traces. Naruto kept running in the direction ahead. He would definitely bring Sasuke back. At that time, they would come to the memorial in Konoha together and talk to Hashumi for a day. Sakura noticed traces of moisture on her face. She raised her head, it was not raining. She looked at Naruto running at high speed in front of her. So, are these Naruto's tears? Suddenly, Naruto in front stopped. Hinata immediately looked at Naruto. Kakashi also turned around and looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto, did you find anything? In order not to miss Sasuke's figure, Naruto's countless clones drove in all directions, almost blocking all the roads in the forest. Naruto's pupils gradually dilated. In the memory transmitted by the clone, a familiar blue hair passed through his sight. Then, the clone disappeared because of the attack. Naruto. Hinata half knelt down worriedly. Naruto suddenly knelt on the ground, grabbed the clothes on his chest, and gasped hard. Sakura looked solemn and immediately helped Naruto diagnose. Hinata and the others focused their attention on Sakura's face, fearing that something was wrong with Naruto. Sakura slowly looked at Naruto, who was breathing hard. Excessive sadness caused palpitations and breathing difficulties. Sakura's eyes were filled with deep sadness. Naruto, calm down. Naruto clutched the clothes on his chest tighter, as if he couldn't breathe. He raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky that appeared between the leaves. I seem to see Hashumi. He slowly recovered his breath. Hina looked at Naruto, her eyes slowly turned red, and she lowered her head and couldn't speak. Inyazuka Kaiba turned his head away and clenched his teeth. Abarame Shino was silent for a while, and said firmly and calmly, Hashumi is dead. The light gathered in Naruto's pupils suddenly dissipated. Yes, Hashumi has already. But just now one of my clones was attacked and disappeared. That person was wearing a mask and had long blue hair. Naruto looked at Abarame Shino, hoping to get the answer he wanted to hear from his companion. Pa! Sakura slapped Naruto's face with both hands. Enough! Naruto. Her voice was firm and powerful. There are many ninjas with long blue hair. Hashumi's body is mine. Her strong composure suddenly collapsed. The choking voice betrayed her. I put it in the coffin myself. Sakura seemed to feel the suffocating pain of Naruto in an instant. Naruto gradually loosened his hand and stood up again. I understand. I won't have this dream again. Looking at Naruto's figure heading forward again, Hinata bit her lower lip distressedly. Looking forward, Naruto's eyes were in a trance. There seemed to be someone following him all the time. Hashumi's long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and she smiled at him. Naruto, be careful, don't fall. In the blink of an eye, Hashumi's figure turned into a phantom and disappeared. Naruto's feet suddenly felt empty. Bang! He fell from a tree as high as 10 meters. He propped himself up and stood up again. Suddenly, there was a figure in front of him. Naruto's pupils trembled, and the person standing in front of him was Uchiha Itachi, and there was no one beside Naruto. Sakura, Kakashi, and others disappeared beside him at some point. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto, who was motionless in front of him, and asked, "Why don't you run away? I know you are alone." Uchiha Itachi certainly knew that Naruto was alone, because this was a trap he set specifically for Naruto. The other people around Naruto had long been trapped in the illusion of his clone and could not get close. Humph! My number can increase from 1 to 1,000. And how can I escape? As long as I catch you, I can see Sasuke. Naruto stared at Uchiha Itachi in front of him with burning eyes. Not only was he not afraid, but he was full of excitement. It is difficult to see fear in Naruto. Even when facing an enemy he cannot defeat. Why are you so obsessed with my brother? Hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Itachi asked calmly. Uchiha Itachi was like a pool of stagnant water. Emotions were deeply sunk to the bottom of the stagnant water. No one could see it. What's more, Naruto was originally a thick-skinned man. That guy is a traitor. When Uchiha Itachi mentioned Sasuke, even if he tried to cover it up, his voice was still involuntarily soft. At least I would rather regard that guy as my brother than someone like you. Naruto stared at Sasuke's biological brother in front of him. He was obviously related to Sasuke by blood, and was obviously an existence that Sasuke admired when he was a child. But he did such a thing. I would rather regard that guy as my brother. Naruto's words echoed in Itachi's mind, and the corners of his lips slightly raised an imperceptible arc. In this case, it would be great. There is someone in the world who can care about Sasuke, worry about Sasuke, and protect Sasuke like him after his death. That would be great. Naruto couldn't wait to rush towards Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, the sound of crows came to Naruto's ears. The crows that flew away from Uchiha Itachi surrounded Naruto. When Naruto opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him changed instantly. The forest was completely replaced by a red color. He fell into Uchiha Itachi's illusion. You are already deeply trapped in the illusion. Uchiha Itachi's voice sounded in Naruto's ears. The crows that surrounded Naruto from all sides gradually condensed into Uchiha Itachi's figure in mid-air. Damn it! Naruto glared at Uchiha Itachi in front of him fiercely. This man's illusion is hard to guard against. I just want to talk to you. Uchiha Itachi's voice became very gentle. You want to take Sasuke back? Uchiha Itachi asked. But what will you do if it can't be done smoothly? He wants to determine a result. He wants Naruto's promise. He wants to get more for Sasuke. Whether Sasuke needs it or not. All of this was what he, as a brother, could not help but do for Sasuke. Naruto took Uchiha Itachi's question as a provocation. He gritted his teeth and said word by word in his heart and mouth, I will take him back no matter what. Sasuke can't leave anymore. Although Hashumi seems to have left them, Naruto believes that Hashumi has always been by his side, so he will definitely let Hashumi see the day when Team 7 reappears. This is the wish of everyone in Team 7. Are you going to use brute force to rob him? Uchiha Itachi asked back. He knew Sasuke's character better than anyone else. If you're lucky, Sasuke is willing to go back to the village with you. That's really the best. This is also the result that Uchiha Itachi expected. But Uchiha Itachi also knew that this was impossible. If he died, those who were spying on Sasuke would become more rampant. Once Sasuke knew the truth, Sasuke would be on a path of no return. That was definitely not what Itachi wanted to see. But if it was completely the opposite, what would you do? Uchiha Itachi continued to ask Naruto in front of him. He could only believe Uzumaki Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto didn't understand. Why didn't Sasuke want to kill Orochimaru, get revenge, and Sasuke will go back with him? Doesn't Sasuke want to see Hashumi? Just now, you said that Sasuke and you are like brothers. Then, let me ask you, if Sasuke attacks Konoha, what will you do? Itachi asked. What did you say? Why would Sasuke attack Konoha? How could he do that? Naruto never considered this question because he thought it was impossible. Sasuke attacked Konoha. Why? There was no reason at all. Sasuke is still very simple and easily stained with various colors. In this case, can you still stop him? The truth is revealed, and Sasuke is bound to avenge him. And Sasuke's hatred is extremely easy to be drawn to Konoha. But Itachi didn't elaborate on these, and he couldn't say it either. He only pursued a result from Uzumaki Naruto. Can you put Sasuke and Konoha village on the scale? Itachi asked. This is a cruel question. Itachi, who was once Sasuke's brother and loved Sasuke deeply, made a choice. Now it's Naruto's turn, who claims to regard Sasuke as a brother, to make this choice. I can protect Konoha, and I can stop him without killing Sasuke. Naruto will not watch Sasuke destroy Konoha. He will not watch Sasuke die either. He will protect Konoha and Sasuke. Protect his companions. Even if it costs his life. He can no longer experience loss. You are really a child, you are just dreaming. As a ninja, sometimes you have to face cruel choices. Itaka sighed in his heart. Someone told me the same thing before, but I have no choice. I must be loyal to my promise and do what I say. This is my way of ninja. Naruto didn't think about whether he could do it or not. He only knew that he would do everything to stop it. The corners of Uchiha Itaka's mouth rose slightly. A very naive idea. But it was indeed a firm belief. In Uchiha Itaka's place, Uzumaki Naruto passed his test. Naruto suddenly opened his mouth, a crow flew into Naruto's mouth. Click! Suddenly, the illusion was broken. The crow was tightly grasped by a hand. The rotating Sharingan was pulled out by a pair of white fingers and grasped in the palm of the hand. The blue hair color gently swept across the back of Naruto's hand. A familiar, but special fragrance that Naruto could not describe entered Naruto's nose. Naruto's pupils gradually enlarged. His eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him. The black ninja uniform wrapped around his neck, not revealing a single bit of skin. The only thing exposed on his body was his long blue hair and a small piece of skin behind his ears. But for some reason, Naruto's brain and cells in his body were screaming like crazy. Catch the man in front of him. The masked Hashumi said to Uchiha Itachi, I will take away Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan for Elder Danzo. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot. Naruto's outstretched hand just barely brushed his arm. Didn't catch it. The familiar feeling of heart tightening swept over Naruto's body again. Uchiha Itaka's figure flashed and came in front of Naruto. The crow pecked through Naruto's clothes, revealing the flying thunder god mark inside the clothes. Uchiha Itaka's eyes sank. Flying thunder god mark. He could only think of one person. Hashumi Maki. But isn't Hashumi Maki dead? Ding. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Cursive force converted to chakra plus 10,000. Chakra 154619002 200 million. This is the clothes Hashumi gave me. Naruto covered the clothes, revealing a trace of heartache. He almost saw that familiar figure again in his mind. This is the second time. The other person's long blue hair, the familiar smell on the body. After being with a person for a long time, you can feel the special fragrance coming from the other person's body. Naruto and Hashumi often sleep together. He is more familiar with Hashumi's smell than anyone else. But as Sakura said, Hashumi's body. What is going on? Uchiha Itachi only focused on one thing. Why did he give you the clothes? There will be a flying thunder god mark on it. Naruto does not allow Uchiha Itachi, who is his enemy, to doubt Hashumi. Hashumi once learned flying thunder god to fight Hashumi Maki. This may be a mark left by his training. He did it to protect me. Naruto covered the damaged area. Yes, the mark of flying thunder god was left on his body because Hashumi wanted to appear at any time to protect him. Everyone in the village knew that Hashumi had always been infinitely tolerant of him. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto and sighed in his heart. It seems that Uzumaki Naruto didn't realize how bad things were getting. Shisui's Sharingan, which can tamper with the will, fell into Hashumi Maki's hands, which is quite dangerous. With the appearance of the brothers Hashumi Maki and Hashumi Masato, things began to become more and more confusing. Uchiha Itachi couldn't judge what would happen next. Sai looked at Hashumi, who returned to the original place. He was very curious about what Hashumi did. But Hashumi didn't say it. He wouldn't ask. He looked at Hashumi, seeing the bloody fingertips. He took out a handkerchief and carefully cleaned the blood on Hashumi's fingers bit by bit. Hashumi let Sai serve him. He stretched out his left palm. There was a slight bulge on the palm. But soon, the bulge disappeared. So far, Hashumi has a pair of Sharingan. The right hand is Obito's Mangeki Sharingan from Kakashi. The left hand is Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan from Uchiha Itachi. Finally, with the help of Uchiha Sasuke's hand, he took away the other Sharingan from Danzo's eyes, which belonged to Uchiha Shisui. He then had Shisui's pair of Mangeki Sharingan. After Obito's Sharingan had earned enough malice, he would no longer suppress this eye and directly evolve it into Samsara Eye. Let's go. Sai put Hashumi's hand down and said. Hashumi nodded. Although he can appear in front of Naruto and the others wearing a mask now, it is not the most appropriate time to reveal his identity. Wait until Pain attacks Konoha and Danzo ascends to the position of Hokage, it will be the most appropriate time for him to take off the mask. At the same time, when the battle between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke is over, it will be time for him to single-handedly brush Sasuke's malice value. Maybe he will run into Uchiha Obito at that time. He can also make some extra money at that time. Nohara Rin's clone should also appear. Hashumi couldn't help laughing when he thought about what he would do next. Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe and share your thoughts. Until next time, happy listening.